and welcome to Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament here at Evo 2023. I am Maverick, joined by the illustrious Ebonic Plague. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very, very well. You know, I'm Mr. Esports. I get to be in an esports environment. We get to talk about Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising, and this is going to be the first tournament we get for it here at Evo 2023. And you know, we were one of the main games last time. We're one of the big games, one of the big booths. We got a lot of people in the crowd actually, because we have a little panel in front of us. We get to see a whole lot.
That's right. Can we get a one time for the crowd? Let's say
yeah,
what's
the crowd serious. Hey!
Yeah, there we go. That's what I like.
Oh, we got a crowd cam? See, I didn't even expect that.
I didn't either. But we're here, as you said, at Evo 2023, celebrating Granblue Fantasy Versus, and especially this new version, Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising. Open beta was last weekend.
Yes.
We had a couple of opportunities to play for 5 hours. It wasn't enough. I needed more.
We needed more. Yeah. So we're here in Vegas at Evo 2023 just to play more. You know, we got the we had open casual stations up until the tournament starting, but the tournament is now getting ready to be underway. And well, I'm sure everybody seems to be excited about it because well, we do have a bit of a crowd. We've already got players lined up for it. Tournament's getting ready to start, and I mean, we are going to get to see one of the new characters. We're definitely going to get to see all the new mechanics and everything like that. You know, a lot of people already talked about them during the beta. We get to see a lot of that in action, offline. Now, I know the game has rollback, and
yes,
that's everybody's favorite thing. I'm super excited about it, and it was really, I had a great time with it because the rollback seemed very good.
So good.
However, there's just nothing like sitting next to somebody and telling them to react to your mix. There's nothing like it.
Offline is something extremely special, and I'm excited to see Rising offline here at Evo 2023. You already mentioned, of course, the rollback was in play. Crossplay as well, which is also super important, merging the communities together. And speaking of merging together, we're going to merge right into this next one really soon. We got Double B-Boy 20 versus Revenant's Own Starks.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're also going to get to see, like, throughout the tournament, we're going to see a lot of people that maybe are coming back to the game, right?
Yes.
Who maybe had walked away from it. But yeah, all right. So going in first game of Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament at Evo 2023, and we got a potato on screen.
Already. It's hot outside, so the potato, you know, it makes sense. Catalina on the other side, the neutral waifu, of course, of the first title.
Yes,
but as you said, a couple of changes in this version that has really altered some of the approaches that you take with some characters.
Yeah, it's definitely going to see a little bit of that with the dash attacks now, I think. But certain things, you know, totally the same, right? I mean, Catalina JU, you saw that right there. Her damage output is going to be very similar. Now, one thing to mention, though, despite that damage output being similar, health totals have been increased across the board.
Yes.
So Catalina's not going to shred you in 2 hits. It's going to take a couple more now.
Absolutely. You see, Starks off to a good start here. Jump over again, auto combo into the knockdown. Now, EX moves in this game do incur a penalty bonus on your meter. So it's really going to be interesting to see how players who are accustomed to using those start to implement that in Rising.
Yeah, especially with one of the strongest methods of using meter these days being Raging Strike. So you got to watch out for that. Is a guard break. Nice, the 2M to be able to stop the approach right there. It's going to hit the 5L. Counter hit. First round on this one, going to Revenant Starks.
I really like the flash, the red flashes on the big counter hits now. It's a good visual indicator of, hey, it's my time to shine.
It also gives you a slowdown too, so you can react with whatever your optimal punish may be if it's a slowdown counter hit. So very, very important to note. Not every counter hit's going to do that. So, you know, you definitely want to, just want to be prepared at all times, right? See, there was a counter hit, no slowdown. But all the way into the corner now. It's going to push forward.
Double B-Boy, answer it back.
Ooh, trying to use that Raging Strike there, just a little bit too far away. The clash on this one. Good cancel and good. Just going to be able to get through it.
Hemmed up all the way in the corner. Full continuation. We'll start with the reset, but did not get much DP. Still my turn.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if maybe Starks didn't recognize that the move that they were going towards Fireball was on cooldown, because it seems like they just kind of stopped.
Yeah.
Didn't matter though. Got the game. So first game right there going to Revenant Starks.
I like it. I'm really curious. So, I mean, obviously, we only have a limited amount of time to play with the beta. I haven't seen all of the characters, right? There's already so many in the game. So, I'm curious to see some of the other characters come up to that I haven't seen much of.
Yeah, you know, to be quite honest with you, I barely started Shalana when I was playing, so this is kind of like a nice change of pace, right? Catalina at the, I want to say at the highest level, is going to be like, in my personal opinion, vastly different. But when you're just kind of like, just starting out with the character, she's actually very similar, right? She has that kind of depth of field where she she's not super hard to figure out at the base level, but then once you start to get further and further into her kit, it's going to be a bit different. Wow, just running it right now is Starks.
Definitely feeling it at the moment. And speaking of highest level, you know, Charlotta, another character that is really able to enforce her will at the low to mid range. Yeah. But when you get to that high level, a lot of players are going to be accustomed to it, and it's about how you can get in and how you can stay in.
Not only that, but like kind of the wheelhouse is that range. Yes. That's kind of her best area, right? She's controlling that space very, very well. It's what she's accustomed to. And I mean, you can see it in spades right now from Starks. People at 20 right now, though, trying to be able to make it through. Very hard ultimate skill right there, first one we see.
Yeah, 25% meter, and for, you know, varying results on the moves. Some ultimate moves are incredibly strong. Yeah, but I think that that's the point. And a lot of players who are used to the character saying, okay, I played Katarina in original versus. I'm coming in to play in Rising. The ultimate moves changes that up completely about when you wanted to capitalize. And we were talking about heavy counters before. Heavy hit counter hits are usually one of the times where you want to link in those ultimate moves because they can't be canceled into.
Yeah, exactly. That is a very, very good point. Very important to make. Ultimate moves cannot be canceled into. You have to find out some way to make that work otherwise. Some characters do have that ability, actually. We've seen with one of the newest characters, Siegfried, he can combo into one of his ultimate skills, and it does a ton of damage. Same thing out there with Percival. We have seen, everybody's seen the Twitter clips of Ultimate Percival with 9 Traumarized stacks just deleting life bars.
Listen, Percival took the time between OG and Rising to invest in the stock market. He was like, let me get into this game. I'm trying to, you know, make sure my portfolio looks good. And when he cashes out, your whole bank account leaves.
Homeboy was already upper middle class. He just figured out the rest of it. That's all I'm saying.
He was like, yo, I can get to the 1%. I'm in there. I'm in there for free. But you mentioned Siegfried, obviously the new character in the beta that we were able to access.
Correct.
Really, very interesting character, right? Has a well-rounded moveset, but then he also has just the ability to just go YOLO with it, right? Like his unique mechanics sacrifices life for more damage, and boy, is it more damage.
Yeah, Magniance is a thing that he does in GBF, right, the phone game. So they were just like, all right, let's just port it over, and it's kind of it's thematic to the character story-wise because the whole thing is that he's like, you know, trying to fight his dragon's blood, and it hurts his body, etc., etc. So like, oh, why not, you know, use that as like a mechanic for the power-up? And yeah, you can go to 3 stacks of Magniance, and there's varying degrees of power level depending on each stack that you're on. Now, first stack of Magniance has an incredibly long time that you're in it. Yeah. So you have a good power boost for a good long while. And then as you get higher and higher levels with more power boosts, up to 3, the bar is much, much shorter. You just lose that power boost super quick, but you get a ton more damage. Yes. So there's your trade-off, right? Is not only have you sacrificed a bunch of life, but you get like a ton of that life, or you get a ton of that life back by just taking theirs, if you will, technically. You know, so you got to kind of figure out the pros and cons of that, and that's what we're in the middle of still trying to do, right? We've only had the open beta period to do so. One thing that I think is really cool, though, is that so to get Magniance stocks, it's 5U. Right?
Yep.
And one of the things that's really cool is you can actually combo into that off of auto combo.
I was just going to bring that up.
So it's just super nice because he actually just has a way to do it. You don't have to like, oh, I have to get a knockdown specifically to get into stacks. It's like, no, you can actually just do your thing and you get it.
Yeah. It's always cool to see mechanics where you don't have to sacrifice too much to do it because it really makes you feel like you're playing that character, right?
Yeah.
Like you're able to utilize their entire tool set. So I know that I saw Kizzy in the crowd. He was messing around with Siegfried during the beta when he was streaming. So hopefully we get to see some Siegfried, super cool character.
I feel like seeing some Siegfried is guaranteed regardless of who it is, to be quite honest with you. Because like a lot of, I don't know, I think he's one of the funnest additions to the game. Like honestly, I was having more fun playing him and I know people are going to come at me for this one because, you know, of who I am, but I was having more fun playing him than Normaya.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a huge statement. We'll talk about that in a little while, but wow. I also used Siegfried during pretty much the entirety of the beta.
Yeah, me too.
And it was really fun. I had, originally in OG, I played Grand and then Basaraga when there was some
Good choice.
Yeah. So I had some fun, but I messed around with them a little bit. But I wanted to try out the new character, and then it just kind of stuck. I was like, man, this character's kind of sick. Let's keep it rolling. But yeah, it's going to be cool. Obviously, you know, we had some announcements earlier. There are other characters that we know are coming to Rising.
Yep.
So Anila and Nier.
So, yeah, Anila and Nier.
Yeah, that's going to be cool. Now, a lot of people super excited about those additions.
Am I allowed to commentate this match? I feel like there's going to be some bias here. Yeah. So Fire Uesis, Black Atlas. So Fire Uesis was somebody who used to go by Buff Uesis because wanted Uesis buffed in actual GBF in the mobile game. And then Uesis got buffed, so it's like, well, I guess I
guess my job's done here.
So switched over to when the Fire unit came out, Fire Uesis, she was exceptionally strong, right? Especially her weapon was really nice. Mostly her weapon, but so is now Fire Uesis, right? And so as a result, has switched the name, but they're out of my hood in PNW.
Nice.
Playing games. This is one of my best friends in fighting games and all that. So it's, I'm gonna try to keep it nice and simple.
No, do what you need to do.
I'm not going to be too biased.
I'll bounce it out a little bit.
You got to balance it for me, all right?
Yeah, I'll bounce out a little bit. Like, now, wait a minute. Black Atlas is over here. He's running the show.
Well, so actually, to speak about Black Atlas has been playing games for a while. Yeah. And has been doing multiple games for a while, too. It's not even just like one game Black Atlas plays. No, it's like a number of them. And so that's kind of one of the cool things is that, already showing off the stick.
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
But,
that's Virum?
It's
oh no, that's
yeah, I mean this is two people that have been playing like anime games for a while, actually, straight up. So as a result, I feel like this is like, and it's Cheetah versus Grit. No, okay, so Fire Uesis should be playing Cheetah.
Okay.
I don't see any reason why I would randomly beat Gran out of nowhere, but I guess it could have changed.
Battle of the protagonists either way. It's going to be really interesting. Gran had some changes, has a new continuation for his Skybound art, and animation on it looks really sick.
Yeah, all right, so there we go. We saw our first dash attack of the tournament, actually, right there. So the low, that one's going to be safe, but it is a tool that kept somebody slipping, right? Because remember, one of the things that's always existed in Granblue Fantasy Versus is that when you run, you can't immediately block.
Yeah, it's a way of really casting out more or in the risk that you take for running, right? Yeah. And different dash attacks have high, lower overhead properties. Also, it's another way to mix up your opponent on knockdown. Yeah. Knockdowns have changed in this game. There aren't as many hard knockdowns as there used to be.
Very few, yeah. You gotta really set things up to get yourself a hard knockdown nowadays. And yeah, we're seeing it. So there was one of those knockdowns. Ooh, there, there's a full conversion. Oh, maybe just a bit too early on the EX, because that would have been a ton of damage, actually, because Super Skybound Arm was on next to you. The DP, oh, you should be done here. Yeah, easy money right there for Black Atlas. Once the DP was with, Fire Uesis' fate was sealed, and the first round is going to go to them.
Yeah, anybody that's like pinned against Gran's boot against the wall, no matter what version of the game, it's done.
Yeah, that has been one thing that has been ever invested, is that Gran will just murk you.
Listen, someone who shows up in a hoodie when they have armor on, I'm immediately concerned. I'm concerned for my health.
Yeah, trying to keep the block strings there. And there it is, the new throw tech window, much larger, so it is easier to be able to detect these days.
I like Black Atlas's use of 2U, just really taking that low sweep range and forcing it into neutral. There it is again.
Now the TP to be able to get out of this one. Fire Uesis has been heavy. Oh, there it is! React!
Listen, 17 frames.
17 frames. Fire to react! Try it twice right there. Counter hit them out of range and strike twice.
Listen, fighting for their life out here. Now, if you do get hit with Raging Strike, you can use your reversal, but it costs 50%.
Yeah, so and it also costs a bravery point, which you can see at the top of the screen as well.
Ooh. That neutral enforcement again.
You were talking about the 2U a second ago. You had mentioned it, and it's a really good color because it showed up right there.
Listen, back in the day when I was online, 2U, it took me places, all right? I got places.
The worst part about it, too, was like Gran 2U led this stuff, too. Yeah. So it was like, let me chill.
Oh, man. I'm not sure if there's still low-profile fireballs and stuff like that in this. I haven't checked.
I don't remember that having been changed, but, we're going to find out. There it is. That's actually a hard situation to react to, even if you're really looking out for it, because it's an air reset, right?
Yeah.
So you really have to time it correctly. And so Fire Uesis just using that Raging Strike to great effectiveness is going to be able to get the hard knockdown, because remember, not only is it a guard break, but it also a hard knockdown for you. DP on the jump right there, and a completely different game right here for Fire Uesis.
Yeah, Fire Uesis must have switched to the fire unit because
got the gangsta knife out.
Yeah.
Gangsta knife is the weapon that Fire Uesis gives you. Okay? I'm not just saying random thing. I promise.
Oh, man.
the weapon, it gives you higher defense the less life you have too. So we're gonna call it a comeback.
There you go. There you go. This is first to 2 for every set. So again, Granblue historically has been a game that heats up, especially when you get put in a corner situation like this. Another Raging Strike.
Ooh, dropped it though. Yeah, so you can actually link lights after the Raging Strike. And we're probably gonna see it. There it is. That's the exact thing you were talking about. Cost 50 meter and a bravery point, so you can only do that 3 times in a round. 2 of them already gone.
Yeah, it's really careful. Heavy counter here was a bit out of range to really follow up. Maybe he had the fruit, but wasn't quite ready for it. Either way, Black Atlas getting pushed back into the corner.
And there's that link right there. Guaranteed follow-up on that one. Did not get the reversal out. Fire Uisis changing the tide of battle by being able to get into those Raging Strike situations way more than earlier.
Yeah, now there are other ways to do it. If you see your opponent doing auto combo and you predict Raging Strike, you can stand dodge it. And you can also do something like a DP, anything with invulnerable startup. But again, like you said, it's a gamble.
It's just really hard to react to it super fast. So, I mean, you really have to be quick. You have to be ready for it. And I mean, Black Atlas is now seen. Yeah, exactly. There's another guard strike. Or guard break, excuse me. Another one. Black Atlas has just not found the answer to be able to Dragon Punch through it or anything just so far. Okay, DP's out this time. Did not want to have it a 4th time.
No, not at all. And stagger the 2L there. Again, 2L, a little bit different in this game. Obviously, not plus on block.
Yeah.
And really going to change the way things go. Now, obviously, this is still the beta. We're still getting used to it, but I can see, if that mechanic stays, it really changes pressure game.
Yeah, well, it's already changed a number of pressure games. People were talking about it in the open beta. It was weird to do certain frame traps because they just don't exist anymore, right? Ooh, nice. Yeah, got the whip punish on that one, but didn't follow up. Couldn't react to it, evidently. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's one of those situations that could have been high damage, but yeah, right back at you. You want to use Bravery Strike on me? I'll use it right back. Or Raging Strike, excuse me.
DP avoids this throw. However, wake up DP, get off me.
Not a safe jump. Surprising.
Oh, to you!
Big damage here. Oh, another throw. Okay, so that's another thing that we totally forgot to talk about. Throws have been sped up in this version. People are not yet used to that, and so they're running themselves into throws. Throws are now 7 frames, I think it is.
Yes.
So they're much, much faster. You're going to have to deal with the mix-up times.
Oh, no! Excuse me, sir!
No!
Excuse me! Yo, the run-up spot dodge.
Can I take the bias? Can I put the bias back in now? Am I allowed? That's my man's right there.
That's how y'all get down in PNW. I don't want no parts of it. I'm good.
Look, all I'm saying, we have zombie in PNW. You don't know the stuff we have to deal with on a weekly basis.
That's also true. That was necessary. Yeah, that was necessary. That's somebody who's been in the flames. You know what? I take it all back. I take it all back. Do what you need to do. But speaking of taking it back, we're going to take it back to Evo 2022 with the champion coming up.
Who's that next? Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, my goodness. Yes, so Commentators, one of the just faces of Granblue Fantasy Versus in regards to high-level play. He's going to be up next, and he's, absolutely one of the greatest players, if not the best player of Granblue Fantasy Versus, just by tournament results, right? It's just very easy to say. The evidence is there. You don't have to have anybody bat for you. It's just, I'll let my golden Evo stick speak for itself.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is break out the resume. And again, it's really cool seeing a lot of players returning to this game and, saying, okay, how am I going to approach it? Because that's where you get to learn the most. And so that's what makes this period really exciting here at Evo 2023, because we have the huge international representation coming in. And, a big reason why a lot of people showed up is like, hey, I want to try out Rising, right? Like, I want to play the open beta. I want to participate in the tournament. And then here we are. We get to see the likes of Gamera coming up to the sticks.
Yeah, that's the nice part. You don't even have to participate in the tournament 100%, right? Yeah. Like, you can run into exactly what everybody else is running into, or, you can run into Gamera, get knocked out maybe, I don't know, and well darn, but I can go play casuals in the open beta and figure stuff out, get your notepad out, figure it out, right?
And that's the really cool thing too, and it was the same case when OG Versus was coming out. The devs, they're looking for feedback, like they're hungry for it. They will ask you time and time again, and so I'm really excited to see how people feel about this and the notes that they take.
Hey, and I mean, speaking of that feedback, the feedback form is still up, and I do believe it does not go down until the end of the weekend. So if you're here at Evo 2023, and maybe you're watching back the VODs after today's tournament, and you're listening to me, go fill out that feedback form. Tell them what you like, what you dislike, all that stuff, because it could change the tide of the game. We did have a lot of changes from Granblue Fantasy Versus beta to release, right? There was some stuff that we tried on first day that no longer works, or maybe we found new stuff, right? Okay. All right, so we do have a match update. Looks like Gamera's opponent was not ready, and the only reason I say that is because I'm looking at Gamera right now. I'm not 100% sure, but we are going to have Starks come back, whom we saw earlier, and they're going to be going up against Langston. Starks we saw on the Catalina.
Yep. Looking good, too.
Yeah, I mean, looking... Well, I mean, you know, that's why you're still in winners, right?
Hey, that's the way it works. That's the way it works. But yeah, I'm assuming seeing Catalina come up, it would be interesting to see who Langston is going to play. But yeah, as you were saying, you know, as these games are, you know, set to come out and they're in beta form, they can change drastically, and it's the important part to go. If you have any interest in this game whatsoever, go and do the forum. I cannot stress that enough. You have to go and do the forum, share your feedback, make sure that it's thoughtful, you know, don't put, you know, oh, I want to see 73 characters in the game. I know that's going to happen anyway. But
so there is a section in the feedback forum for characters, so just save it for that part and do the rest.
Yeah. But, yo, fill it out, and I guarantee you it is reviewed and looked at and considered.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we saw that happen with the previous game. So if you didn't think it was looked at before, well, we have evidence that it was. But we are going to see our first Percival of the day, and we're just getting straight into it. Okay, so Langston on the Percival. I believe Langston played Percival prior to Rising as well, but I didn't want to call the character because, you know, maybe we're playing different characters in this version, right? Like everybody's changed just enough. But this is a character that, from the jump, has always done mad damage, so you do have to watch out for that. And I mean, it is going to come again into play, the higher life totals across the board.
Yeah, you get more opportunities to see it for sure. Start pushing Langston into the corner here. Caught with the 2M.
Oh, that's always
yeah. That was probably muscle memory. You didn't have to think about that.
Yeah, exactly. That ain't new.
2H.
No! Catalina JU Classic had to use the bravery point, otherwise would have lost the game. Wait. Oh, okay, that's right. Had to use the 50 meters, so didn't have Skybound Art. See? So it was either keep Skybound Art and lose the round, which there's no reason you should ever do that, or you save yourself and try again. So I totally understand. Langston clearly has it in the brain, though, because that defensive option was on the very first Raging Strike. Did the reversal.
Yeah, somebody was playing the bait. They woke up late. They woke up early. They're like, I'm getting all the time in the world. Speaking of Raging Strike, there's one right there. Did not get a continuation in start.
Yeah, didn't have enough meter, right? So to be able to, so mid screen you can't combo off it without the continuation to follow, which you need extra meter to do. Yeah, it's gonna get, okay, so Catalina could die in one hit, legitimately.
Do not get. This is the real street fight. Don't get stabbed. Do not get stabbed.
Don't pick the wrong move, Cat. Okay, well, now there's only 6 trauma stacks, so it's not going to do nearly as much damage, but I mean, it's still a lot, right? Maxed out the Bravery Strike, so, excuse me, the Raging Strike, so did not actually lose that Bravery point, still in it, the JU comes out, doesn't follow, but yeah, there's the reversal.
And I like that from Langston, right? Like, I have the light speed, there's no way in the world I'm not going to use that.
So, sorry to interrupt, but that had to have been ultimate skill Fireball. There's no way he meant to do Light Wall there. It's the same button. And if you do Light Wall versus that Fireball, you die. There's no way. I feel like
it definitely could have been an input error there. But again, one thing to say about Breakdown is if you're a character like Percival, who has a strong Fireball, it pushes the opponent way away. Right? Like, so it sets you up in a really good position.
Bravery counter is going to be very, very important, which is highly unfortunate because that means you use 2 of your Bravery points because they take one when they Raging Strike you, and then you have to get them off you.
It's brave for a reason. You gotta make some decisions. There's the ultimate Fireball. I like the spacing from Langston. Yeah, that's the Percival class, the smooth back into the 5H.
Oh, God. Oh, but didn't recognize it. Okay, so Starks has a chance right here. There's the ultimate skill. Gets our knockdown as a result. Wake up to you. The Granblue Fantasy Versus classic.
Yeah. If you're a student of Callisto, there was an SSBA after that.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Shout out to
I'm sure Langston saw the help side. I think he knew that it was over.
Yeah.
Okay, full conversion right there with the Lord Strike. And, yeah, I mean, Langston turning it around. You know, the very first round was really bleak.
GM into Fireball, EX Fireball, there's the dodge, man. Oh, that's the dash attack, this low.
Yeah, and I mean, not a lot of people are yet privy to the animations, right? So they're just kind of getting blown up by it. They're like, oh wait, is this the overhead? I'm not sure.
And speaking of overhead, that's something to bring up. Universal overhead not in the game anymore.
Yep, it was taken away. And Raging Strike is now the same input. Yeah.
Yeah! Start showing a little bit of cloak saying, yo, check this out. Oh, but
didn't end up mattering, unfortunately.
Yeah. He said, look at my cloak. He's like, you know what, I think I will.
Okay, so now we've seen multiple counterplays to Raging Strike. So I think that what that tells us is the further we get through this tournament, the less and less Raging Strike is going to be as strong. I think it's still incredibly strong, and I'm never not going to say otherwise.
Yes.
But yeah, see, there it is. But now people are going to have to work for it the further we get through the tournament.
I absolutely think that's going to be the case. And I think that the layer after that will be baiting out the opposite, right? Saying like, hey, I know you're going to go for a stand dodge here, so I'm going to wait, bait it out, and punish it.
There's the Dragon Punch to be able to get out now. Langston is going to fight for their life to be able to make it through it. Okay, see, there's a frame trap that still exists because the stand light has not been affected by the crouch light now. So that means it is still the same frame thing.
Oh no! Heavy counter! Beat him up!
No, that's just SPA. That's not SPA. Okay, didn't matter.
Yeah, calculate.
I almost had a heart attack.
Langston knew. He was like, I want to see the one I like the most. Well, even though SSBA is that's the one.
But before I could absolutely call it, but because they changed health values, I don't want to say anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with mechanics like Raging Strike in there, you know, the dash attacks, there are just so many more ways to start offense that I feel like the health increase was warranted. Like, it had to happen.
Yeah. And also, you don't just get that mix-up off a dash attack. In this version of the game, you also get it off of your auto combo, which is called triple attack. Because on the third attack, you can do the normal auto combo that you're used to, or you can do overhead or low. It just depends on the input that you do afterwards. It's either forward or down.
Yep, down.
Forward or down.
Yep.
So for you to get whichever one that you're looking for. So yeah, no, I mean, there's more ways to open people up now, and as a result, yeah, I think you're right. The new health was required, and those aren't even the only reasons why the new health is probably required, right? There's other things going on in the backseat, right? Talking about the ultimate skills and some characters being able to combo into them. I mean, shoot, from Percival alone, we needed an increase.
Oh
in
yeah.
Because
9 stacks and then the stab, that'd be it. That'd be the round. Like, you would be like, I had full health.
I don't want to be trouble. I don't want to be trouble.
Yo, it hits super hard. But again, that's part of the experience, right? That's why we have the beta, and that's why people are going to be able to play it more and more, is because we want to see, you know, like, how do people feel about it, and, you know, what's working and what's not. And I think that the changes so far have been definitely really exciting and fun to watch too, because it, like you said, the triple attacks changing, right? It just changes the rhythm of the game so much, even just from that small change. Then you add in everything else, the dash attacks, the ultimate attacks. It's shaping up to be an incredible ride.
Yeah. I mean, I actually do want to talk about the triple attacks a little bit more, because we haven't really gotten to talk about them much, because, you know, we're still at the very beginning of the tournament. We're also only had so much time with the open beta so far, even counting the people who are here and have been labbing on the setups available. One of the things about that is that triple attack changes how people have to react to guard strings, and I don't just mean the high-low thing, right? There were certain character matchups where you would say, oh, I'm fighting X character. They did auto combo. This is absolutely what's coming next, right? You always knew. And if it wasn't that, that means they stopped, which meant they were minus. And so you always had this idea of what was going to go on, and you could react according to that. Nowadays, because triple attack exists, you have to look for 2+ more options. And that is going to make it so that your guard strings are not as predictable if maybe you're having trouble with that, right? Or maybe you just need to ease out that one final pixel from that person who's just defending incredibly well, right? So.
And I also haven't checked the spacing on it, right? Like, I don't know. I haven't checked if the enders put you at a different spacing than just doing the normal triple attack enders as well.
Yeah,
so,
I'd have to check that as well.
Yeah.
That's actually an incredibly good point, because that could matter a lot for different things.
Yeah, it definitely can, especially with the way that 2L has changed, and, you know, you still have the 5L links and things like that. So yeah, there's so much to explore that's already here. That's why I said, once the beta period was over, I was like, yo, that's it. I need more. I need a lot more.
Well, I mean, you know, the beta was a network test, right?
True.
So that is the reason why we weren't given like training mode, unlimited training mode time and whatnot. And as much as I wanted I also want to make sure the netcode is good, and we have confirmed
it is. It is.
So.
It absolutely is, and it's a beautiful thing to see. And I think that that's going to draw a lot more people, you know, into it as well, because they're going to be like, yo, I've always been really into this game. I really want to be able to play people, even though I live, you know, way over here and they live way over there. Now we got it, right? And crossplay on top of that. So it's just going to be one big happy Granblue Fantasy Versus community.
Whatever console that you are purchasing the game on, and your homie is purchasing on a completely different one, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Just hit them up, get games.
Yeah.
And you know, you can also play the the new modes too inside the online lobbies.
I'm gonna be in those lobbies.
Yes, I am a gold brick farmer, son. I am going to be farming gold bricks. Fukuhara-san, I know you can hear me. I know you're gonna watch this back. I want those gold bricks.
Yo, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Those are some of the best things to do, especially because the community already has the lobby nights and things like that. So like little side brackets of saying like, yo, we're gonna get in there and let's farm some bricks. It's gonna be fantastic.
I already know there's gonna be brackets for that.
Oh, absolutely, no doubts about it.
We were talking about it the day it was announced, but okay, let's get into the real bracket right now. We are gonna be seeing Virum versus Robin. So it looks like Robin on the Matera, Virum on the Belial, and so this was a character that was running amok for quite some time, and things have changed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Belial had taken the apple and the tree with it when he first dropped it. Things have changed for sure, and obviously they've changed even more in Rising. But Matera also another character that, you know, depending on what host of NA you were on, you would get different opinions about how strong she was, but she definitely had the tools.
The one thing that is constant is that Matera was an incredibly popular character throughout the end of the game's lifespan.
Yes.
Right? When we were playing in mostly online tournaments and whatnot, this character was exceptionally popular. So there's a character you should know how to fight. It's definitely her. Skybound Art to be able to get away from the corner was probably looking for raging strikes with many eyes. But now the life totals are even. However, Robin does have Super Skybound and tried the dodge, got thrown for their troubles, and what looked like it was Robin's game had completely turned around.
Speaking of running away with it, Virum, picking up where Belial left off in the original version. There's the EX arrow, soft knockdown though. That's a huge change from Matera. EX arrow not being a hard knockdown is massive.
I wonder like what her game plan is without it, because now she can't use Rush either to be able to close that distance afterwards to get the plus frames back. Matera players are gonna have to do some lag.
Absolutely. Speaking of lag, that counter went through, but no follow-up.
Well, that's another change, right? The counter has changed. Before that would be a guaranteed hit, and now it is no longer guaranteed. You can do something about it in those situations. Not every single one. But
great positions in zone. Just pressing at Virum putting on Pinwheel, didn't get a chance to activate. Robin able to mash out of the situation. Now Matera, speaking of ultimate skills, her ultimate butterfly, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
There's actually another ultimate skill that I wanted to talk about that's also disgusting, but I don't know if we're going to see it because Robin is running away with it right now. Can they get that burst? Oh, okay, trying to go for the mix-up on that one. The throw does get tapped at the very last possible second here. And not going to be able to make it through as the fireballs were happening. So the thing I wanted to talk about once we get to it is that there's an ultimate skill of Belial's that is absolutely hilarious to me that they gave him. And it's the most thematically perfect thing possible for the character. He has an ultimate skill, Command Grab, and the start up of it looks like his counter, and then he changes to the Command Grab.
Oh, wow.
So you try not to press a button, and then you get scooped.
That's scary. That is super scary. But like you said, I fit the character for sure, 100%.
I love that change, basically.
At 100% Skybound right. Want to do the wall? Oh, that's a bit of a bump.
Wow! Oh, before that would have been Vasago that you would have had to jump. But because of the throw change, Robin got to throw that throw the Command Grab before he came after it.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Wow, that's insane.
So important. There's the rounder though. Yeah. He's like, let me run that back. Hey.
I was doing that. You ain't gonna stop me.
Still, I mean, again, that Command Grab is, unless they nerf it heavily, has always been a great round ender.
Yeah.
It just comes out of nowhere and it can really throw you off guard.
It's something you have to think about too, because like Belial players will either use it a ton at the very beginning to make you think about it at all times, or they'll never use it and completely out of nowhere. So.
Alright, 1-0 right now for Virum. EXDP out of that pressure.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately was not able to get the lead, so let's give Robin to keep it going. Got the empty jump low. Full conversion here. Good damage. Should not be able to kill, but you're looking for the mix-up. It don't matter.
What's it gonna be? You know what? I didn't even think about Raging Strike on top of butterflies. That's too much.
What are you gonna do about it, son?
I can't think that many. I don't have that many chords in my head.
Your mental stack better be ridiculous.
You gotta get that i9 processor.
You know what's funny is I don't even think you need an i9 to run this game.
I mean,
I need to check the system specs, but
I haven't seen the system specs, but notoriously, you haven't. I mean, you can run this game really well on a lot of different machines.
Oh yeah, trying to use the DMTP, got through the projectile. That's gonna push forward. Yeah, okay, so there he is. You were mentioning the usage before.
Razor counter is so really, even before the Razor Strike comes out, you can use it preemptively too, right?
Yes, yeah, it is not only for Razor Strike specifically. That is a mechanic that does exist even without it.
Speaking of Skybound all your supers, they changed some of the animations on them to be super cool. Like Beelzebub's command grab super looks so good.
Before it was just a regular old fireball, but nope, not anymore.
Not dead?
Command grab after the counter on the wake up. There's the ultimate skill coming through. Okay.
Robin. And he's like, yo,
I was fighting for my life.
Yeah. Got a little heat. But that's the magic of this game. Like, even in the old one, the decision making as the health starts to get slower and slower becomes faster and faster. And that's really one thing that I think that a lot of people who, if you have not experienced Granblue Fantasy Versus, it's one of the things that you can look forward to if you like that high-speed decision making in very tight situations.
Yeah, it's like a shark smelling blood in the water at the very end of a matchup as a whole. It's insane because, like, you know, like the shark is just docile, it's doing nothing, and then they smell the blood, it's over.
Yeah, that's like, now I'm gonna make you think about this, and this. Go.
Oh yeah, unfortunately, a little early on that Asmodeus there, but wow, this dodges to be able to get through, and Versus not doing too pretty on life in there. Yeah, the dodge is going to be able to get caught right there on that one, and we are now on 7 point for Robin.
Can we talk about the music as well in Rising? I mean, in the OG it was already impeccable, but it continues to deliver in this version of the game.
So I was like to tell people, like, if you don't play the mobile game, you're missing out on an incredible soundtrack. Like, just go look the soundtrack up. You know, I would love for you to play the mobile game with me, but like, just go look the soundtrack up. Like, straight up.
Yeah, it's mad game. It's super good. Oh, baited it.
So there's a good example of what Matera could do after the X Fireball now, okay? Yeah. So we have one of those answers that you were looking for.
But didn't get the heavy punish on the DP, and I don't know if it was just too late, or now DP recovers fast enough that you can only get DP.
Yeah, could have just been trying to play and say, whoa! Okay, yeah, but without the follow-up, you can't combo off at mid-screen. So. That we know of.
That we know of, yeah.
Some monster might find something.
They're already in the chat actually about it.
I'm fast. Caught the jump out. Yeah, we're probably trying to go for an air throw, right? Because air throw in that situation is really, really good for Robin because you just win the game. Oh, is that going to catch?
I don't know.
Hold on. Oh, Super Skybound Art is going to keep them in the game.
I thought he was blocking after that, but you know what? Hey, you got him. Use him.
Fight to survive.
Yeah. Engage. Tells you to believe at the beginning, all right?
Believe in victory. That's actually a big joke between me and the people that I play versus with. It's like whenever you're freaking out, where they just yell, believe it,
believe.
And then you yell, I'm trying. And then you lose.
That's really good. Speaking of which, Vermin, it's really good right now.
That might be the throw change again in the way. Throws again or faster.
Butterfly set up here, gonna activate it, gets a hit. Doesn't have enough time to jump in with a unique hop.
Yeah, I don't know if dodge is the best answer when Butterfly is getting activated. It's the active frames are just too much. Got caught trying to throw it against Virum on that one.
Comes the Butterflies again. Decides to back off. Oh, yeah, 5H.
Yeah, I think I know why Robin decided to back off there. Because we know that Vermin is okay with busting out on Super Skybound. It was like, you know, I shouldn't mess with this. I'm already winning. Let's leave.
Ooh, pinwheel. Nice block after the dodge, but I should go in.
That Zephyr was so scary because DP could have been the answer right there. But oh, there it is. Got caught on the run up. And finally it comes back full circle. At the very beginning of this tournament, we mentioned one particular thing that happens even in the very beginning of Granblue Fantasy Versus, and that is once you run, there is a cooldown before you can immediately block, right? There's recovery. You can dodge, you can roll, but you have to be ready for that option to be needed.
Yeah. And now with the addition of dash attacks, it's attack, spot dodge, or roll through.
Yep.
But as you said, you can't block, so if your opponent sees you running forward, they get to make a decision and force you to respond to it.
Now, I'm liking this because we're seeing more and more answers to things, right? Because like everybody was talking about Raging Strike, right?
Oh, that was
like let's just be real about it. Everybody was talking about Raging Strike, and it's an exceptionally strong mechanic. But so far, we've seen people going, I ain't letting that happen to me.
Not on me.
I'm not going to be that guy.
I spent 15 hours getting Raging Strike, so when I got here to Evo 2023, I wasn't embarrassed on stream.
Yeah, I'm going to use my bravery points. I'm believing in victory.
You can have all of them, but I'm taking the round.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's, I'm excited to see it so early, too, right? Because it's a mechanic that, I'm going to be real with you, the first beta phase through, it wasn't even in my brain cycle. I was just like, what in the world was that? Like, it's just one of those things because you're so used to the older title that you don't even think about it. But then the second one that came through, I was like, all right, okay, so I'm aware.
The way I became aware of it was actually by accident because I was trying to do something that I did in the previous game with Universal Overhead because it's the same button input. Yeah. And I was like, wait, that's really strong in this situation because he just like the person I was playing just got card broke. Oh, that's pretty interesting. Okay, what can I do with this? And I kept trying, and I was like, wait, what do you do about this?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Like
really
let me actually change the direction of that question.
And so now we're seeing what you do about it. We've seen dragon punches. We've seen dodges. We've seen people reversing out of it, right?
Yeah.
So,
or even early bravery comments, right? Like they see the first parts of the triple attack, they're like, no, get off me. I'm done. I'm not doing it.
Well, and like the early one might be the best way to go about it too, because you lose one less bravery point. Because you got to remember when you get Raging Strike, done to you, and you take it, and you get guard broken, you lose that bravery point. And that's one less time for you to be able to get away from somebody's guard string or get away from that unblockable situation later on when it could need the kill, right? Yeah. So that could be very important information, honestly, that we've been seeing from these players. It's definitely something to learn for when the next time we get to play the game is. For those of you who are not here at Evo 2023, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely would like to get a chance to sit down and play some casuals, and get more time hands-on with the game. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to doing that. But I'm also looking forward to this next match. We saw Black Atlas come back up, and I think, were we going to see Black Diamonds? Yeah, I think we were going to see Black Diamond against Commentators.
Oh, yeah. But we're going to be seeing Black Atlas and Black Diamonds this time. So, we did see Black Atlas earlier. We're most likely going to see Gran again. The only reason I'm saying most likely, because, I don't know, maybe people are dabbling in a bunch of characters. We have that opportunity, right? Yeah. All these characters are available from the jump. Yeah. So it's quite the roster, honestly.
It really is. And that's one thing that we saw in the original title, too, right? We saw a lot of people have multiple characters and bring to the table, especially as the game matures. And I'm expecting to see the same here in Rising.
Okay, our first Ladiva.
Let's get it.
Yes.
Believe in victory.
Oh, and a person after my own heart, playing Pink Ladiva specifically. Pink is my favorite color. So.
I didn't know there were any other Ladiva colors. What are we talking about?
So this reminds me of just vanilla Granblue Versus.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a matchup we used to see a ton. Because vanilla Granblue Versus these were just two of the stronger characters straight up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mid-screen, but no follow-up. I thought you needed a follow-up too. Very interesting.
It's an escort straight into the corner. Wake up buttons, though.
I'm not getting Raging Strike.
I'm the main character. My name's on the title.
Grand. I'm the first.
Battle.
Good stuff from Black Atlas. We saw earlier, use a lot of the 2Us. Oh, there's the power raise, which is always a very scary mechanic, but has been changed a little bit here in Rising.
Yeah, before we kind of discounted it because there was so much stronger to do stuff. And basically what it could mean is just bad damage for the Grand player, right? So.
Knee again.
That was meant to be Larry. I know for sure that was not meant to be put on red. But it's going to get the full conversion here. This should be
Oh my goodness!
Oh no, Maverick EX instead of the Skylander. Interesting choice. Well, not going to matter anymore.
Black Atlas does have 100% meter now as well. Can make this comeback happen.
Oh, the third cycle run. Oh, but yep. Still plus. Still plus.
You know, he's like, yeah, I get it. All right, I'll give it up.
Yeah, I'm just incredibly surprised. You know, that the Diva combo could have been a kill if
I
they
thought
would
it
have
was
just
going to
Skybound.
yeah.
Black Diamond, though, still taking it around. They're still one apiece.
Into this battle 3. You see the 5H. Vincent Price, I'm looking for it. Big counter here, the water.
Oh, come the counter. Okay, that's good damage. Yeah, opt to not use the rest of the EXs, right? Because it's not going to matter. You're not going to get the hard knockdown like you used to. And you're already at almost about 100 meter, right? That used to be the grand game plan. He's always trying to hit the XDP because it built 18 meter.
Gave so much, but there it is. That boot into the corner, that's the death sentence. Oh, no, he's like, yo, check out these boots.
Oh, nice.
Got the evil symbol on the side.
Inquisitive look, however, on the other side.
Yeah.
You know, just, okay, you think you're nice.
That's that reflective, like, all right, okay. I took it to...
When's the character select?
Yeah, I definitely hear the music.
But what could it be?
Festiva.
Okay, just back to the Diva. Okay.
Thinking about it. Again, in a situation like that, no matter what game you're playing, if you take the opponent to last round, you're always like, this is doable. Like, this isn't, you know.
It's so hard to decide because, like, you could go for a better character matchup in your brain, but you're like, oh, but my Diva's warm.
Believe in victory.
It almost won already, so it's like, is it actually that good of an idea to change? And especially in a first and two situation.
Exactly. How is it in? Atlas is chucking him right now. Oh, let's get that.
That adds a little bit, Larry. I feel like that executionary happened twice. I could be wrong, though.
Oh, yeah.
And that punishes existence since this character.
That's the beginning of time.
Don't let Grant get away with it for sure.
Oh, the sway. I like that. Big jump in here from Black Diamond.
There's that guard crush situation, plus frames on this one. Try to catch the back for the second one, another guard crush. And just left. Did the crossover.
I'm out. I'm done.
I ain't dealing with it. I do not want to command grab.
Oh, speaking of which, sometimes you do the job for the grapplers. There's going to be another one.
I would have done ultimate command grab. I would have sent a message. Oh, caught it, right? Yep. Guaranteed right there because Black Atlas actually went for crunching light. So Black Diamond just invincible through it. Skybound that. It's not like you're going to use that meter for next round.
Yeah, no, you got to spend it. Spend it to win it.
With the power of love, going on to the next round right here, trying to stay alive.
Again, 5H. Definitely a classic button on Grand, I'll say, for sure.
Jump over with the crossover, but the problem is you're putting yourself in the corner now. Oh, try to go in. So that dash attack is plus. So each dash attack has different frame data. So you have to remember that.
Big slam here. Now, it looks so... I gotta get used to seeing just the amount of red, because I'm used to that slam doing a grip of red on the bar.
Yeah, no longer is that the case due to the health increase. Yep. Oh, no. Well, I mean, this is going to be a combo that would kill you.
Yeah. So, congratulations. You get to continue to play the game for a little bit at least.
Okay, try to command grab on that one. The jump happened into it. Was that a throw that hit?
I agree. I am engaged. Well, I mean, that was a setup we saw a lot in the OG title, but
that's a stack, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, could have also been thinking Razor Strike, right? We haven't seen it. Yeah. So it could be like, hey, I'm going to wait for the Razor Strike guy to respond to it and just back ripped up. It does happen.
Almost another throw on that one. Okay, now there it is again. Catching a lot of block and run forwards with air. We have another command grab as an answer.
Oh, anti-air 5-8.
Oh no, only got one hit of the fireball, so the jungle was different. And there is another throw to finish it off. Black Atlas is going to be taking it over Black Diamonds. And that was loser's bracket, so that will be the end of their run.
Yeah. Well, good stuff. I mean, Black Atlas showing that the, you know, if you're a fan of the main character of the game, looking pretty good in this one. So, you know, go ahead and stick around. But also the decision. Oh, are we going to get the... Okay, all right. Yeah.
The homeboy hug.
Yeah.
For sure.
Got to. But yeah, I mean, we've already seen so much from just this beginning part of the bracket. here at Evo 2023 Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament. And we've got a lot more in store for you, but we're going to take a little bit of a break, get some refreshments, get some water, and when we come back, more from Evo 2023 Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising. Don't go anywhere.
どうして私を捨てるの？一人にしないって約束したのに。嘘つき。どうしてです。こちら。やって。おやすみなさい。お願い消して。邪魔なものは全部消そう。ダメです。いいから安らぎよ。いや、もう何もかも嫌。もう嫌なの。みんな消えればいい。来ないで。消えてです。ベッドのご用意。たまらないで。こんな世界暗い被災点。なんでどうしてくらい。
Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
クラさん。愛しい人。
時は満ちた。
and we are back at Evo 2023 for the Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament. And as we see the crowd throughout not just our booth here, but also through Evo 2023. Hey, we can see us there. Hey,
and I see you at home.
Panel. We're only one raging strike away from getting bodied by the camera, by everybody out in the crowd and everything like that. But thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. We are back. We saw some nice action before, but now we're top 32 qualifiers. Oh, yeah. And the reason I want to talk about top 32 qualifiers is because I was just informed and only just now realized that we capped at 256 entrants in 2 days after the tournament opened up.
Ooh.
It only took 2 days to cap the whole tournament.
And that is the excitement we've seen for Granblue throughout its lifespan and moving into Rising especially. And it's really cool to be able to see so many people excited to play the next rendition of this game. Even people who, you know, we know who've been playing the beta last week, and they were like, yo, I got to get more. So that's always a good sign. And speaking of a good sign, we're going to have our first top 32 winner side qualifier coming up.
This only makes sense. For this to be a top 32 winners qualifying match only makes sense. So Guda versus Goon. Guda, one of the best Japanese players that you can ask to play the game. Goon, one of the strongest on the West Coast at the game. One of the stronger players just to run into this game, period, right? He's going to be shy about it once he hears me play this back. Everybody in PNW chat is going to be making fun of him because I'm saying it. And they better be. I better look at the Discord after this and see it. But, so, Goon started out with Lancelot when he first started this game.
Okay.
Then he switched over to the Pro Squad.
Okay. Lorraine and them.
Yeah, Lorraine and them. But he went back to Lancelot. He's had some thoughts about Lancelot in his version. He was like, there's definitely some things that are weaker about this character. However, there's some other things I like more. And then the same thing happened with Six. Six definitely got nerfs. Like, just straight out. There's no sugarcoating. Six definitely got nerfs. And some of them are pretty deserved. So
surprisingly, I've run into Lancelot during the beta. I didn't run into any sixes, and so you saying that maybe has a little bit to do, like, maybe that's why. But again, this is a different game, right? So even the characters that have definitely good nerfs, as you see the rating right there, even the characters that have definitely good nerfs, there are other elements of this game system that will allow them to flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially that rating strike right there, right? Adds a new layer of mix-up for everybody else. You gotta kind of think about that. There's the layer 1 mix-up. So before, back in the day, you used to get a full combo off that EX counter hit. You no longer get a counter hit off of it.
2L, the old school pressure there, jumped out mid Buddha.
It's gonna be hard to take away the 2L muscle memory. It's gonna be around for a little bit for sure.
I was doing those 6 that's a new character. So like,
great setup right there. Called out the counter by using a fireball on the Uki, and that allowed for Goon to be able to block the counter, which is not something most characters can do.
Let's go.
Yeah, when we're talking about Goon and his powers, I mean, it's already showing, right?
EX no longer a hard knockdown, but we right back in the DMs anyway.
Dropping the combo there, very unfortunate for Goon, because that's going to allow Goon to be able to get away from the corner. Trying to keep that pressure nice and safe. Not over the slide. That, you know, that honestly, I'm going to review that slide was questionable anyway, because if it was blocked, it was also blocked.
EX, Turbulence.
Yeah, the ultimate still turbulence, right? Which is one of the few ultimate skills that like is truly something you have to watch out for in regards to invincibility.
Yeah, I'm so used to turbulence on wake up is that immediately is EX, but yes, that is the ultimate skill version. EX record again, Buddha running that pressure, Raven strike, and the finisher with the continuation.
Yeah, normally there's no reason for you to go for the finisher afterwards because it weighs 25 more bar, but it was going to kill, right? So you just guarantee it. Especially considering if it's going to kill, you're not going to keep the meter anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead and pass it all the way out. Goon escorting Buddha back into this corner.
Escorted. I like that. Wait, what? Wait.
What happened?
What?
Wait.
What? The strike rating strike guard break. What did I miss? I probably just missed something.
I'm going to have to watch that back for sure, but Buddha's not complaining about a heavy counter hit.
It's probably something really obvious. It's probably something really obvious that we just didn't see it. Yeah, I mean, the movement is really important for Goon because it's staying around a lot of what Six would normally be willing to do, and you can see that it's changing his game plan. But there's the strike, there's the extra 25% meter spent to be able to get the full combo. You still get pretty alright damage off of it, honestly. Baiting the throw out by running forward.
Listen, that's been in there since the beginning for sure. Gouda, full combo limit gonna be reached here.
Yeah, and we saw the updated combo route. So they actually did change that combo route for a number of characters specifically. So normally after that EX and the ground bounce, previously most characters would go for their close age.
Yes.
Now you have to do either a medium or a light. And so what 6 players do is they do a light because that actually links into close age. So you still kind of get the same combo.
Yeah, no, the take and muscle memory again, especially during the first beta cycle, I was like, okay, I must have just missed my close age, right? Like I just dropped the combo, and then it slowly set in. Like, no, you can't do it. You have to go for a different route.
Yeah, I mean, Narmaya can't even do the full corner combo anymore. It hits combo limit now because combo limit is shorter now.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, speaking of them,
okay,
Lane and them.
It is the Bro Squad. Sammy, Tommy, let's get in here. Loane on action. So this is the character that you have been playing a ton of. You remember that viral Loane tweet where we first learned what Ultimate Catalyst Bot did? That was good. That was Goon's tweet.
That checks out. That definitely checks out.
Oh yeah. So the funny part is you actually can't unblockable there anymore. They took that away. So people just started using Raging Strike in the middle because you're like, oh, I gotta block the unblockable. Hold on. The mental stack is now effective. Just a bit too far away for Raging Strike to connect, so he doesn't jump away from it. Oh, he's got an EX. Come at me, bro.
I had the first parry.
6-handed after. You stole my thunder. They're both cat boys. They both got parries.
You merely adopted the parry.
I was molded. Okay, the air right there from Judah.
Nice step back. I like what he was trying to do there with offside.
Yeah, you know, we have seen it. Oh, there was the parry. I do like the new reticule that tells you when a throw cannot be escaped. It says, it just straight up says no escape. So that means you're in recovery of something or whatever, right? Like you could not get away from that.
It kind of reminds me of like how TRM used to like you'd see it in other titles. So yeah, I do like that.
It's basically the same thing. Yeah. It doesn't give any added properties. It exists to tell you, hey, this is why you didn't tech that.
Yeah, it's like not only did you not tech that, you could not tech that. Yeah. It was impossible to tech.
So stop telling everybody. Stop putting your moms on it. You didn't tell you. Shame on you for putting your moms on that anyway.
Facts.
Okay, the JU is going to be the air on that one. There's the parry. Thunder Flash. Kill him.
This is coming out again. Oldie but a goodie. Misses in the low.
So before, that was never a mix-up. But now because of dash attack and overhead, Gouda actually had to stand up and think about it. And got opened up low. Or maybe just does not know which moves are low. Because I just saw him get hit by Tommy, which is a low.
Sometimes it would be that way. Gouda still does have a light lead. Hanging out.
Yeah, tried the Raging Strike on that one. Gonna try to get in the corner. Looks for the air throw to keep the corner, but just barely escaped. Had the Crisco on it. Too slippery. Oh, there's Ultimate Catalina by and left. Said no. I've seen the Twitter clip.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not about to be put online in eBay. There's the spot. Oh, Boom getting clipped up.
Skybound Art.
Yep. Again, increased health value. Boom. Still alive.
Yeah, it also didn't animate, right? Because I think that was actually the input version. Could be wrong. But it's a knockdown with this one. And again, there's no hard knockdown. There's nothing stopping 6 from just doing, I'm just gonna back tech and do wall dive immediately. Why not? And especially there's no reason not to do EX wall dive. Or easy input wall dive, excuse me. Because you just get it and your cooldown is the same nowadays, right? So with that, you really don't have to worry about it because you're not getting hard knocked down. You just leave, then you just
immediately go right back in. Yeah, especially if the opponent is pre-programmed to do something to try to, on the soft Oki, try to set something up. If you're already clinging to the wall, you can just dive in and punish them just like we saw there.
Yeah. I mean, it does take time to set up those things for Loane. As strong as some of those options can be. 6 says,
Cool, I'm chilling over here.
What about it, though?
Yeah, that's nice. I'm trying to talk to you.
Yeah, your friends? Nah, you.
You were the one talking.
Yeah,
they're
talking all that mess. Would you like to step outside?
Yeah. Speaking of stepping out, we're going to step out into the upper echelon of things when it comes to...
It's happening for real this time.
Granblue Fantasy Versus player here with the stick that they won from last year. That's so OD. Like, to be able to be like, yo, I'm back with the stick that I won, too cool. Gamera coming up on the sticks versus Virum PNW on.
Yeah, my man's 100 grand. Fire Uisis versus Gamera. So we actually... Unless Gamera is deciding to play a different character, we should see a mirror match.
Jita?
Yeah, should be a Jita mirror match. But I get to see Gamera play in this tournament today because we've been stuck behind the booth.
Gamera does have a cat as well, right?
Yes,
like, yeah,
yes,
so
100%.
I mean, who knows? But that's the fun of it.
Could be Siegfried for all I know.
Yeah, that would I'm trying to see some of my mans up there. Oh man, but
shout out to Rowlet.
It's so funny. When that character was announced, I haven't really interacted with Rowlet. I know she's a fantastic person, but when that, even I knew, like when that character, I was like, yo, immediately. Oh man. So again, we're in the winners qualifier side of pools here at Evo 2023 Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament. If you have not had a chance to play this game, maybe you're in the room or something like that and chilling, you don't have to play in the tournament. You can just come down and play as well.
Yep. There are casual stations. I assume most of them are currently preoccupied for the tournament right now. Because, hey, I mean, again, we did talk about it. The tournament capped out within 2 days of Reg going up, so that is 256 people at least, right, showing up. You may have to wait a little bit right now. But once the tournament, has gone through its motions for the rest of
there'll be more stations.
Pool, there should be more stations, right?
Absolutely.
So just keep that in mind. But there is a little line that you can jump in way over there. And by way over there, I mean like directly in front of me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
And if you're watching at home too, you can while you're watching this, you can check out some of the stuff from the panel that we had earlier as well. Some really cool announcements.
We did have those, and you guys actually saw them during the break. And I mean, hey, here's one of the slides from that panel exactly. So, Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising is currently being aimed for a 2023 release. They're trying to make it the definitive fighting game experience for both beginners and veterans alike. And so this is one of the things that they talked about. Not only do they have the rollback, but also you can see at the bottom there, the cross-platform play will be available. It does not matter the platform that you and your friend get. Just play each other, duke it out, find out who's the best, talk mess later.
It's the way it goes. And I like that term aiming, right? Because it's not a set in stone thing, and it allows people to say, okay, I can expect this game hopefully in 2023, but the devs are also working on it, and so if they need to adjust, they've already set the expectations of like, hey, we're looking for this, but we also want it to be the definitive fighting game experience, and that was the part that was bold on the slide.
They do not want to cut corners.
Yes.
They want to make this the game that you want to play.
Yes.
Right? They want to make this the game that you enjoy. And so, just think about that. So I currently work in the game dev space. And so as a result, I'm going to tell you something that I've told people all the time. And now before I just said it, now I actually know it and experience it. Games are wizardry. The fact that they even work in the first place is a miracle. So just think about how difficult it can be to make a definitive experience for a player base. It's not that easy.
Yeah.
So just give them a little patience. Ask for everything you want for sure. Don't hold back on that, but be patient about it.
Oh, this is not a Jita on the screen whatsoever.
So Gamera also did play some Virum. I was not
expecting
this.
This is also not a Jita.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. This should be Gamera on UL, right? And then Fire Uisis on the... Or am I wrong? Do I have it mixed up? Okay, I have it mixed up. Sorry. I don't know. We're going to find out. Okay, so no, I did have it right. Okay. So I realized that the other character that Fire Uisis is infatuated with is actually Virum. So he owns every single version of Virum in GBVS that exists currently. And there's a lot of... We call them the Chaos Virums. Because
you gotta collect all over here.
But yeah, so Gamera over there on the UL. I think UL is a character that has benefited heavily from certain changes in the game. In particular, the triple attack change. Rage and Strength has benefited everybody, right?
Yes.
So,
but that's going to be the interesting thing, that characters whose hits, I don't want to say work against what the system was, but the system didn't help them.
Yeah.
Now that the system has changed in such a strong way, they're going to be able to shift and do things that they weren't able to do before just because of that baseline change. We're like, no nerfs or buffs, just straight out.
And yeah, this is a character we haven't seen a ton since the changes to her actually in the previous version of the game. So it's nice to actually see her action a little bit more. Kind of see what she's going to be doing in Rising, really. I mean, hey, look, there's that wake up to you, America, the land of wake up to you.
Yeah, this is what we do. Domino playing patient out. Oh, one out in the booster game, patient game for sure. There's the combo limit, soft reset. Still has the corner.
That is a combo limit setup too, so like, you know, you could be looking for the bravery counter. Trying to use the stance to be able to counter whatever the move was. I'm not 100% sure that was intentional.
Input error.
But I don't know for sure because, you know, there's easy inputs in this game. You can never tell, right?
That is also true. Domino with the light lead, has got on out, gets the check yet. Cash out.
Not a plus frame one. Was maybe expecting backdash or something right there. Not 100% sure. Whatever the case may be, you know, not going to work out right there as Commentators. It's going to punish. It's going to finish it off. First game.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Sticking with the fear on this too. Not going to Cheetah.
Oh, they take from Gamera. No, late tech does still take away some life. So there, you know, there's that element to it as well.
It also still leaves you pretty negative. Yes. I'm not sure if it's the exact same fruit that I can't remember off the top of my head, but so okay, stance pressure on this one. You gotta run. That flip kick is plus on block. You have to deal with what comes afterwards.
Gotta respect that. Going into again, combo limit reset.
Yeah, and we've not yet seen a Raging Strike from Gamera in that combo limit setup.
Hasn't really needed it, you know, to be honest with you.
Ooh, yeah, that's an easy punish on that one. Yeah, straight to the sky down. Is that gonna? Yeah. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was gonna kill due to the health change.
Yeah,
but So it's hard for me to figure out.
I like the way Dominic's expression just never changes.
Oh yeah. There are 4 constants on this planet. Death, Toxins, Domino's expression, and Callisto's Catalina being nice. There are 4 constants.
I like it.
Domino wants to go to sleep at all times. He does not want to be awake.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, there's that bravery counter.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bravery. Wow, that's a
she lost the bravery point, and I saw the animation, so...
Couple excited there. Rover from Rises. Just clipped up. Domino on the offense.
Yeah, there was that dash attack being plus on that one. Gonna get the low on this, though. Trying to... Amari out. Gonna have to deal with it here. Goes for DP. We haven't seen a ton of DP on landing here.
Gotta be careful in this one. Next hit.
So that was something that was actually talked about a ton during Granblue Fantasy Versus just Lifespan after you all came out. She was one of the best characters at whip punishing. Because she has exceptional whip punish buttons because she has a 5H that moves her forward. So not only is it pretty large, but it also moves her forward. And she can catch walkbacks, she can catch dashes, buttons, she can catch dashes, right? And that was one such a use case. That has not changed whatsoever, and we saw that on full display from Gamera, and we have seen on full display why Gamera is maybe just the best Granblue Fantasy Versus player.
I don't even think there's a maybe to it. I mean, I'm not trying to put any disrespect. There's so many strong players in this community for Granblue, but Gamera time and time again just goes up and shows you that he's about the business. He's trying to get the job done and then go back to bed. Like, he's like, yo, I'm here for exactly 8 hours, no longer, and then I'm going to sleep. And we saw it there. Again, one thing that I want to point out is you brought up at the beginning how UL benefits from the changes to Rising in the system. And we just talked about it there. With dashes, still you can't block out of dashes, but dashes having more utility to them now means people might use them a little bit more. Yeah. Which then, on the other hand, says, okay, now UL's a little bit more effective because her whip punish game has already been strong against dashes. And so that's how you start to see in the best way as a fighting game player to look at changes to a character and how a character fits into a new game.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's like a change you don't even think about because it's like, you think about it for its intended use case, which is, oh, Cygames buffed the mix-up, right? You think about that for a second, you go, wait a minute, but that makes it so people want to use this a little bit more. Oh, characters that are really good versus this are, you know, this character, that character, and that character. They deal with dashes very well. Okay, hold on, you know, and it just starts to cascade. This is the effect of new fighting game changes and learning what they do, and it's so cool. That it's one of the best periods of a fighting game's lifespan is when it just comes out. Oh. I think the 2 best periods are like when it just comes out and like around the end of the game's lifespan. Yeah. Because you get to see people figuring stuff out in real time, and you get to obviously like, I never even thought about that, yada yada, right? And then when you get the end of the game's lifespan, you go, that is just 100% the knowledge of the cosmos that exists within this game. Like, you have absorbed, you have a 12th level intellect.
Yeah. Yeah. And on top of that, especially at the end of a game's lifespan, I love it when stuff cycles all the way back to like, oh, he did the year 1.
Yeah.
Like
that becomes a mix-up now.
Yeah. So it's super cool. Obviously, we're at the very beginning of this game, Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising's lifespan, as we are just in the open beta part of it. But again, we're having a great time here at Evo 2023. Shout out to everybody at home watching on the Granblue Fantasy Versus YouTube channel. We do appreciate you, love you, and glad you're spending some time with us here to celebrate all things that is Granblue Fantasy Versus. And again, if you have not checked it out, make sure you do go and look at the panel. There's some great things announced. More, of course, Fukuhara-san always just so enthusiastic about sharing knowledge about the game. But again, we're going to be in a space now where we have rollback in the game, you know, and that is one of the things that Fukuhara was just, even from the, I mean, I'm on the chill a little bit, even from the damn beginning, you know, was like, look, we're trying for this. There's no guarantees, but we're doing our best. Please be patient. And they meant that.
Yeah, so, I mean, yes, we are going to get rollback and crossplay, and that was talked about a little bit ago. And I can't stress enough of what you were talking about, Maverick, that please be patient, because rollback is something that has to be, if you want it to be slightly easier, it has to be done when the game first is incepted, right? Because it's not easy to change a game's netcode from once it's already out, right? It's not as easy as it sounds. They basically had to remake the entire game just to be able to do it. And that's actually one of the reasons why we see the graphical updates, is because they could, right? They already remade the game. They may as well do that. So you have to at least exercise some patience when it comes to these things. Please do not give up on trying to get rollback in your favorite game. However, do understand that it does take time.
Listen, the clip that, or the text that we saw there, I mean, Fukuhara-san said it himself. Since the launch of the original title, they've been working towards that. So that lets you know that this is not something that you, like you said, it's not a plugin. You know, you don't just get to download rollback.
If netcode equal good.
Make it good. You know, so again, please be patient. And the patience, from what I've seen, has paid off in droves. Rising is looking fantastic. The graphical updates are looking great. You know, they've had time to really think about, again, what the definitive experience they want to provide is, and it's shaping up to be something super special.
Yep, and something super special for me is getting to see these two play against each other on stage right now, because this is the PNW team kill in a top 32 losers qualifying situation. Now, Raiden, in the sunglasses, did not used to live in PNW, but has since recently moved. Raiden was somebody I used to talk about a lot. I used to call them a community manager of a different game. However, they weren't actually the community manager. I used to just call them that. It was a big funny joke, and haha, I'm hilarious. But I'm not funny. But on the other side is Goon, who is somebody who may as well be like a community manager of PNW, right? Is one of the head TOs of a number of things that go on in PNW. Has been one of the people who was spearheading playing Granblue Fantasy Versus in the middle of, you know, our worst time as a community. And it's paid off in dividends for the both of these players in a number of reasons. And I mean, hopefully we're going to see it all here. They've obviously made it to qualifying rounds, so we're definitely going to see something.
Yeah, they certainly know what they're doing right, and picking the main character in. Late tech from Drew. There's the throw into the corner.
Smashing out right there. They know that that is not a higher version of Power Ace, so it's not plus, right? You just get away from that. You should not let Gran impose his will for no reason. Yeah, the ultimate skill. Sammy and Tommy.
The Mad Max did it with this man.
They turn themselves into a ball and they set themselves on fire.
That's commitment right there. That's friendship.
Homies for life. Ride or die. Literally.
Yeah.
Bravery expended.
Did it small? Ooh.
See, that's the change right there. Trying to go for the old combo and he's just not going to be able to get it.
Oh, open up. Raiden does have the light lead. Got to do something with missiles.
Oh my god, if that hit wouldn't connect to the wall is my question.
Yes, is the answer.
Yeah, the answer's always yes. It's Granblue. You're right, sorry.
It might have knocked him into the next stage.
see Low-H just pop out of the bottom. Yeah. Got the 2H combo in full rate. Taking first round there over Goon. Like I said, this is one of our best players in P&W. Oh,
wow. Leap for the intercept counter hit.
Yeah, trying to steal the turn back with the parry.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta try for it.
I don't think that was intentional. Like, he's eating in somebody's face.
Yeah.
That's just disrespectful.
Yeah. First of all, yeah, you're a little close. Like, I can actually, like, taste it for you. I like that stacker there as well. Ooh, taking a different approach here, not summoning too many things in the neutral space. EX off the sauce, the late tech on the throw.
Yeah. Ooh, no 2H to be able to get the counter. You know, low 2H is a little bit slower, so I understand, but Skybound, hit him with the 2-step. Human pyramid attack time.
Yeah, HBA, you want to see some bottles? I'm going to pop some bottles.
So the thing that you do with human pyramid attack has been presented is that you stand block, hold the guard button, and react to low with dodge. That is what you should always be trying to look out for as your layer 1 when you're trying to find human pyramid attack.
Yeah, Luane's, both of his supers are knowledge checks, right? Like, it is super. Everybody knows Yggdrasil, obviously, but again, like you said, HBA another one where you gotta really be ready for it to understand how do I defend against something like that.
I was one of the people at the very beginning of the game's lifespan when everybody was leading the Yggdrasil. I was calling it super whack. I thought that super was bad, just straight up bad, and I still think it's bad. And people started saying it was bad after a while once they learned how to fight against it. And when they started using human pyramid attacks, they're like, wait, this is better.
Alright, trying to better themselves in this game count right now. Down 0-1. Right at the corner, run up throw, no escape.
Possibly was using parry, I'm not sure. Ooh, to lead off some songs right there, so you're going to get the frame trap. Because normally you see the sweep and you're like, I better punch this. Oh, well, you're going to take huge punishment right now. No! Wait for the OG combo again!
Yeah, it's not going to work. Speaking of Yggdrasil, there she is. Mario Party time.
Yiggy. Okay, Luminous. There's the spires, unblockable. Just stop back, just chill it. You have the life lead, right? It's okay.
No toys allowed on this ship, and Raiden putting all of it into Boo's face, and there we go. Raiden on set one.
No, Raiden is looking exceptional in this. This has been setting up to punish any sweep, even if the awesome sauce is coming out. He's only getting like a slight detriment, right? Has just been, even the EXCQs have been very, very few. I think I've only seen the 2, and I believe they will hit. Oh! And a great call on the trade, too. The Flash knew exactly what to do. Tried to go for a raging strike right there and got hit out of it.
Oh, what spacing on the move from Raiden.
Dash attacks. Ooh, okay, yeah. Guard buttons, we have them.
Yeah. Definitely gonna lock the cross over the guard button. There's the raging strike and the follow-up.
Throw, okay. Just gonna jump away, but the problem is you're back in the corner, right? That is the really nice part about the changes for Grant, is Raging Strike allows you to get that full corner carry again that he used to have.
Oh, went for the parry there. Nothing doing. I like this one, right? Just playing the patient. Power Rage looks dodge.
Yeah, Kun is fighting for life right now. Ooh, Mert Tommy out of the air. Fulkenberg here has Skybound unavailable. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, Yiggy.
Bring out the cell phone. Gotta call her a go.
Yeah. The Primal Beast. Yeah, just kind of block it out, right? But the problem is chip damage is eventually going to come up because you're at such low life. So the game does have that chip guard, right? Like, so you're not going to get chipped out until the very end of the life bar. However, it's very easy to achieve that once you're blocking everything from yourself.
Yeah. It's one of those people that can create a pseudo, if not checkmate situation. Doing staying alive. ESPP wins.
I'm done.
I did not expect that. Raging Strike.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Get off it. We're again just Raging Strike is starting to be less and less of a problem as we get further and further in the tournament. I'm really glad to see that because we were all exceptionally worried about this mechanic.
Absolutely.
And everyone's just like, no, we ain't letting this happen.
We're good. I'll spend it.
I can't react.
Yeah.
Like, there's don't get me wrong, though, it's still very strong because the opponent still loses resources trying to counter it.
Yeah.
So like, I get it. It's still strong regardless, but like, it's not ending games for sure. It's not guaranteed anymore.
And that's the thing that's important to keep in mind, is that it's not a end-all be-all, right? Like, it's not that checkmate scenario. Like, well, once I'm in position to get, you have to defend against Raging Strike, it's over.
That can no here right here from here. The problem is, like, I keep talking about the more, but I know it's not actually that easy to answer each character, and I keep saying it because I'm like, my brain has like characters that can't answer very easily. So, I have to program myself to recognize, like, Goon probably wants to, but he's too afraid.
Yeah. Sometimes anti-air can be a privilege, depending on the character that you're picking. But, again, if you land it with the range, that's some massive carry.
Yeah, it's really good. You get the whip awesome sauce and then do another awesome sauce.
Hit Blue. Don't keep them off of that, but still get some pressure, right? Hammer away at the guard. Really trying to get out of there.
Interesting right there from Raiden. Just kind of walk forward. And there it is again. That throw tech change is messing with everyone. Because throw techs are faster now at 7 for trying to two-step off line. Only a sweet punish though there from Goon. Very interesting.
Yeah, Goon. Not capitalizing off of that. Late tech as well. In Super Skybound out area. Whitey's gonna have to be careful of the health gauge because they're getting to a situation where
I love Ryan so much.
Listen.
It's just so goofy.
The character has everything, alright? It's just comedy on top of comedy.
That's all that matters.
Timer is becoming a little bit of a factor at 10 seconds here.
Yeah, I think Goon is honestly recognizing that the problem is you're in the corner got gripped, unfortunately, at the very end. Goon was in
looked at the camera like,
It looks like Goon was playing specifically for the timer that unfortunately fell victim to thinking about it too much. That's the mental stack a lot of people talk about. I mean, hey, look, you're playing to the timer, but you have to think about everything else. Yeah. And by the time you thought about that, your opponent is capitalized.
It's kind of about getting that out of here. Go back to Lego there.
Trying to dodge, but you know, that's something we haven't talked about enough. Raiden's block strings have been structured very specifically to catch people trying to dodge out of frame traps. And it's super, super smart. And I mean, that's the reason you get the W. Finally pulled out the Raging Strike at the very end. And Goon wasn't even ready to counter it. Because Goon had bravery points left.
Yeah. It just was like part of that thing. Like you said, 17 frames, you gotta be able to react to it. But not only that, you have to be prepared to have it in your mental cycle, right? And obviously wasn't right there loaded up for Goon, so it's going to be Raiden moving forward on the Grand.
Yeah, no, I think that was an exceptional match to watch and to honestly study a little bit later because I feel like we saw a lot of what could be very, very important coming forward into this game. You know, it is early, so we could find out later on it's obsolete quickly, something like that, but I mean, hey, you always want to put your best foot forward on release date, right?
Yeah, no, that's what it's all about. So, want to see Raiden moving forward. Next up, we do have Langston coming back up to the stream versus the shooter, Blue, with the Eustace.
Gang?
Let's get it.
Oh, ice cream so good. Blue coming up right here versus Langston. So we have yet to see Blue. We did see Langston, so you know, no disrespect to Langston, but I do want to talk about Blue as this is going to be the first time we're going to see them on the stream.
Yeah.
Blue is known as the person who really needs to see a chiropractor because they've been carrying the anime community on their backs.
It is super true. Listen, you know, name is even synchronized with the game itself, but like you said, anime in general, Blue's just been there, and so good to see him up on stream.
Eustace.
Expecting the Eustace, yeah. I saw a couple of tweets from him about Eustace saying, you know, like, yo, this character actually kind of got some sauce.
Yeah.
It's getting a little wild out here, so I'm excited to see what the Gunman's going to be able to do.
So Eustace can actually full screen carry you now, which is something I'm hoping we get to see, and the situation might not come up. But when people see the routes that this character can do now, I think they're going to be very, very surprised. That's all.
It's an interesting thing to see, and again, it goes into the you know, there's been some conversation about the changes to the inputs.
Yeah.
In the way that it's being done. Eustace being a character that, you know, I think benefits from those changes. You're able to do a couple of technical things with him a little bit easier now. And that might see more people gravitating towards the character again with the carry as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that develops. But for now, we're going to get this matchup, Langston on the Percival versus Blue. Gun versus
Believe
Soul.
in victory. Battle 1.
Oh yes, and we get the Eustace theme too. I have learned the peace and quiet. I am ready. So yeah, so now a lot of people who maybe have looked away from Granblue after a certain amount of time probably don't know Eustace, right? This character does have a mecha series that has, you know, throwback situations, or maybe it's going to be a plus on block normal, or not normal, sorry, plus on block special, and then it also has the low for the knockdown, right? There's a couple, oh goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Oh, and then gets a free trauma stack into a meaty. X-Seal for the command grab, right into Skybound on Langston just running the game.
Langston said, you can go ahead and put that thing away. I am not impressed. So, you know what? It would have been a jump scare for me the moment it was round start roll through my projectile. I was like,
Grenade up, yeah. No, I mean, I honestly, Langston is somebody, like I said, who has the legacy knowledge, right? Like, this isn't somebody who just picked rising up or anything. So you can kind of expect a little bit of, I know what to do versus you. There's going to be that ultimate dragon punch to be able to get out. Okay, watch the plus frames here, because the grenade explodes later. Oh, but there it is. Oh, no, drop the combo.
you get the light link.
Yeah, you gotta remember that it's a link, it's not guaranteed, right? So you decide to not spend 25 extra meters in attempts to just get a combo, but it's a little more difficult because you have to time it.
Yeah, there's definitely a time thing here. There's the ultimate slow kill. Wow, just gonna run up and go ahead and tap you.
Drop the combo though. Oh, trying to go for the hardcore. Yeah, looking for that 5 hits right there. Yeah, Blue seems a bit lost right now to be able to stop Langston. Langston feels very, very comfortable. Yeah, using border strike just to get across the screen.
Yeah, it's a movement tool now.
Short border strike, short border strike.
Again, it's some, I mean, a lot of it was just classic first world play too, right? Like, stand medium to annoy you. I'm going to just keep doing 5M, 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 push you into a range where it looks like you can hit a button, counter hit 5M, now you're in the corner.
Yeah, and I mean, we're gonna see that too, because like it's not like this game has like 100% changed, right? There's still a lot of things that are similar and going to stay, unless for some reason they decided to change the hitboxes and whatnot, right? Or just do the animations entirely. So Percival is still going to have that game plan. He just has additives to it. Eustace is still going to have a similar game plan. Just has additives
Battle
to it.
1. Engage.
All right, here we go. Game 2. Down 0-1. Sneak attack.
Yeah, 4 conversions every time. Like, you know, Langston's not only just getting like regular conversions too, has been getting the cuts breaks. And that's been very cool to see. Oh, what a whip punish. No full conversion because I think Blue is expecting the second hit to also connect. Yeah, he's counter hit link.
Yeah. Go ahead and cash out here. Blue. 45% skybound out, stuck in the corner right now. Does have bravery points. Ran up, got hit. Ooh, lucky jumper.
Yeah, I mean, he was already doing the 5H2, so he didn't want to change the game plan in the Dragon Punch. Dragon Punch through that, though, and not a lot of life. Blue is what are you in a situation where they could get chipped out? Yeah, wasn't even trying to run up because they could get DP'd on wake up and chipped out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Langston is looking phenomenal. I can't say anything different.
No, looking incredibly strong. Definitely, like you said, those are veteran plays right there. That's not somebody who just started with Rising.
Absolutely not.
All right, go for the low there, just for knockdown. But again, wake up DP from Langston.
Sets up grenade. Gonna use the ultimate ball. And yeah, okay, we are playing the ball now.
Yeah.
Good lord. Finally made it through though. I mean, you do have cooldowns. You're not going to be able to do it forever.
Oh, there it is.
No counter though. I mean, no combo.
Follow up there. Blue stuck in the corner. Gonna need to find a way to play. And Langston knows they have the life lead. Didn't want to give it up. Does just by a hair. There it is. Command grab.
Yep, adjusting the combos to do the new route for the changes to the game. Normally you're getting close range there, handling CS. That's a cross up on this one for Blue.
And that was such an important hit to get because Blue got put into that high meter range once again. Was only at 41%, now almost maxed out.
Delayed the wreck off now. Trying to fight the way back, so Langston still has chipped on. That's it! Oh no! So Blue wanted to be able to Dragon Punch out of that. Could not get it because the dodge was ready by Langston. Very unfortunate right there. Blue called it out incorrectly. Langston called it out very correctly.
Incredibly correctly.
That's going to finish it off. So, Langston is going to make it to top 32 on the winner's side.
Yeah, that's where you want to be.
Now, I'm not sure, does Blue need to play another game, or does Blue automatically just qualify on loser's side?
I'm not sure.
I'll have to double check the bracket.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it just depends on the organizer, right? So some people just go, you're automatically in, you're just on loser's side, or you have to play one more match to qualify.
Yeah. So we'll check that and find that out. But what we will have coming up next is another return to the stream, Robot on the Matera versus Midwest Zone.
Mid-best.
Super Saiyan Kid SSK coming to go at it on stream on top 32 winner side. I'm a big fan. SSK, young fighting game player, but has been a big Granblue fan since the beginning. Yep,
this is the first Evo for SSK actually.
Yes.
So, you know, I mean, we're about to see what strength lies in SSK if you've never watched the Granblue Fantasy Versus tournaments. Now, SSK specifically had taken a little bit of a break from the game.
Yes.
We have not even seen them in online tournaments for a little while, offline tournaments as well, right? So it's one of those things where, is the rust a lot? It can't be, right? Because they're about to they might qualify for top 32 winner side right here.
Yeah, definitely drop some bodies for sure.
you don't get there that easy.
Yeah. But it's true. It's interesting to be able to see, you know, someone who's taken a break from the game return back to it, and not only return back to the game, but a new version of it, right?
Yep.
So always curious to see how that's going to play out. I'm expecting a Percival from them as usual, but you never know.
Yeah. So Percival was the character for sure that we would always expect out of SSK, right? However, when it comes to anybody who plays any of the Dragon Knights, I'm always wondering if they're going to pick Siegfried, right? Like
that's fair. That's fair.
At the moment.
Yeah.
I don't actually know. You know, I don't have any insider knowledge or anything. We're going to find out when it comes to us. But it's just a thought, right? So
shout outs to the Xenogears show too. That is my game right there. But
long time coming.
Yeah.
Long time coming.
But again, you know, going back to Robot, we saw them on the Matera, played it extremely well, right? Like definitely had a lot of answers to how Matera should play now that the EXRL doesn't get a hard knockdown, you know?
Yeah.
And that's so important to be able to see. But layering things like Butterfly on top of Raging Strike just shows like, yes, this part of the character's tool set has been altered, but there are other ways to change and get the same effect.
That is going to be the first big wall for the community, in my opinion, is the figuring out everybody's routes now that you can't just take a hard knockdown off of whatever you want, right? So because of that, you're going to want to, okay, how do I get the best of the game, right? Instead of like, because you don't ever want to return to neutral. You don't want the opponent to play the game.
No, you're trying to one and done. You know, one play only.
I want my prize pool. Yeah, so that's always going to be a thing that we're going to see. That EX Fireball from Percival is always going to just body most of the fireballs in the game. That's just how it is.
All right, SSK is in, but Robot jumps out. He's going to be able to play into space. Wow. One shot.
On the dive, kicking everything.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, okay. So, because of the change right there, that's no longer a hard knockdown, but that is going to be an easy anti-air. Again, another staple of the Matera game plan. Anti-airing the opponent with the Super Skybound Art. Very, very important. Or, excuse me, Skybound Art.
Got to be able to do it. I mean, she has obviously the 2H and she can go into the leads and things like that, but the Skybound Out anti-air is a classic.
So the thing about that is that the 2H, 1H, 3H, they're not arrow blockable, right? Because they're projectiles. Yes. So that's why you have to kind of have that on deck if you have 100 bar, which is something that might not show up as often because people are using bar on other things now. So keep that in mind.
5H, big damage off the stab.
I remember Beta of the original game. They used to have the life of Rob.
So the game can end, most likely will change. Right now, SSK trying to change their fate in this game one. Blocking all the fireballs. We're in there. Do it again.
Yeah. And then I like it from SSK. New Matera did not try to 2H because the Zephyr was on deck, right? You get a triple jump basically. Robin, however, is just keeping SSK at bay at all times. Is controlling where SSK wants to be. SSK is trying to be in one situation so that they can like forward strike to get to another, but it's not possible because it's already covered by Robin.
Yeah.
Robin.
No, Robin's doing a good job of layering off his style. Definitely looking like they spend as much time as possible on that open beta because they are just, it's looking like a new Matera. There's a lot of the old things obviously with Zephyr and things like that there, but definitely layer in the new stuff as well.
This is definitely like an awakening for a lot of people who I think probably weren't paying attention to the game after a certain amount of point, right? They're really getting to see what characters actually do these days.
Yeah.
Matera is a character that, well, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. It's like depending on who you talk about, varying differences in how they talk about the character's strength, right? Matera is a character that you just need to know how to fight. There's no getting around it because the character plays in such a specific way, and if you don't know, you will die.
Yeah, it's a walking knowledge check, and as you said earlier, it's a popular walking knowledge check. It's not an obscure character to run into.
Well, yeah, no hard knockdown, right? So you're just trying to go for the air reset version of everything.
Let's go for a break counter there just to be able to get some room to work, but the life is not in SSK's favor at all.
Yeah, like SSK did something very, very subtle and very, very quick right there. SSK jumping, not only did he press a button, waited until they almost landed, and did air through. This was a case of like, you know, an attempted air or jump away.
Okay, here we go. Again, not a hard knockdown, but still get some stocks off of it. Here's command grab.
Full conversion. Yeah, not as much damage as it used to be.
Ooh, the overheads. That's still there.
Overhead.
So yeah, her 5L, if you don't know, you're new to the game, is a low.
Yep.
You have to be careful. Yeah, you gotta be careful. And still very effective. Big jump in here from Robert at the very beginning.
Dragon Punch to be able to get out. That's going to allow us to get a chance, but the problem is that puts Matera away because of the back tech, right? You know, when you get knocked down as a zoner, a lot of the time you're just like, oh, it's back tech and leave. Yeah. I mean, I'm back in the situation I want to be anyway, right?
Yeah, it's a tough one because you get out of jail, but then it's like, well, now I have to get back to it.
Ooh, no full conversion though, despite the slowdown. Roman, unfortunately, not ready at the time. Going to be able to get a full conversion thanks to the 25-meter usage. So that is one of the few situations where you do get a hard knockdown. It's Roman's right there. If you rage and strike at the end of the combo, it will knock down the opponent. So unfortunately, it missed. Not going to do it, but that's what Roman tried.
Yeah. Looks like it's a little last chance for the dance here for SSK, and there's the finish from Robert.
Robert looking incredibly strong with that qualifying match. So I do believe that puts Robert in top 32 winner's side.
Yeah,
very, very good stuff.
Yeah, very controlling playstyle. I mean, that's what you expect out of Matera. But again, like you said, the wall for the community is my character does not do X, Y, and Z anymore, and their game plan has changed by varying degrees depending on what character. That's an example there of Robert being able to say, okay, I'll take those changes, I'll take some of the shifts in the system, and I'll make it work.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can see it pay off in spades right there as the top 32 qualifier happens. SSK still in the tournament.
Yep.
Probably have to find out whether or not they qualify automatically or have to play another match soon enough. But we do have another match already slated on our screen here, which I'm excited to see for a particular reason, but I'm not 100% sure if that reason is going to come up.
Okay.
Now, the match we currently have slated is Mr. Quotes versus Gamera.
Yes.
Mr. Quotes is a known Narmaya enjoyer. And so I have been pretty mixed. And the reason being is just like, it took me a while to admit this, but Narmaya is definitely not a character that I should be playing. It's just not my playstyle, right? It took me a while to admit that, but so I've been mixed on the character as of this version.
Yeah.
Problem is, we had, what, 5-10 hours of a beta?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to actually... How am I supposed to actually evaluate a character in 5-10 hours? It's not.
Impossible.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
So I very much would like to see what Mr. Quotes has, because, you know, Mr. Quotes is one of the stronger players at that. You know, there's some other Narmaya players, don't get me wrong, that are also up there as well. But Mr. Quotes is somebody that you look for the character with.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Commentator is always just going to be a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, just
best in the world.
Best in the world.
Has the trophy to match. Has multiple trophies to match, actually.
Not just one. Yeah, no, that definitely has multiple trophies, and you know, has the Evo stick ready to go. So you know, it's one of those things where if you're at this point in the tournament, you have to also relish that experience, right?
Yes,
like it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, this is the challenge, right? But at the same time, I also am fortunate to be able to have that experience and to be able to go up against someone of this caliber.
Yeah, you learn so much, and like this is not something like a lot of people think about when they're first going into a tournament or maybe first trying to learn a game competitively, right? And I'm gonna put this fully down on the table for you guys, literally. It's if you are just watching, because normally you're a GBF player and we're on the official like Cygames like channels right now and whatnot, and you're excited for Rising. Awesome, great. You want to play when it comes out. You want to play in tournaments. Do not be afraid of thinking that I'm not good enough to play in a tournament yet. That doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, no.
You can literally not know what your character's moveset does. I implore you to just enter a tournament anyway. And this is not because you're expecting to win. This is because you're learning the game, 1, you're meeting new friends, 2, and you get this atmosphere like no other of being able to engage in the community. And so this is something that I implore for every game, right? This isn't even just like a Rising thing. But, I'm just saying that if you like the IP and you want to get into Rising, this is like a great time to do all this stuff, right?
Oh, it's an amazing time. The best time, shout outs to Willie from saying this, I'm going to borrow from them, but the best time to get into a fighting game is right when it comes out.
Yep.
That's the best. You don't have to have any prior knowledge of the title. The best time to get in is when the game comes out. So as Rising is gearing up, get in if you want to get in. Speaking of getting in, we're going to get into a different match. It's not going to be Mr. Coach versus Gamma. It's going to be SSK, who we just saw up, versus Armix.
Yeah, so we did, just like you're saying, we did see SSK. So this does answer the question. Do you automatically qualify in the top 32, or do you have to play another match? And now we know you have to play another match to qualify in the top 32, lose your side. And that's going to be SSK versus Armix, like you just said. So we're probably seeing Percival again. I mean, it's the character that's done so well for SSK in some of the tournaments, whether it be online or offline, right? And I mean, a lot of the people that you're seeing in these qualifying matches, I know that I was currently talking about SSK, but I do mean, there's also Armix, there's also people that we saw earlier in qualifying matches. You are going to see these people when you play online, and you're going to run into them. Now, luckily, there's like a rank system. You probably won't run into somebody at butter skill level, but, you will run into people like this. This is study them, be prepared, body them on release day, and say, I beat that guy.
Hey, I saw you at the Evo2023 tournament. I got you. Speaking of getting got, Armix got the point right now. Well, into a little throw, but I'm not talking about SSK fighting their way out.
Yeah, trying to set up over there. Not going to be able to do it because that fireball is speedy. Well, Trauma is like heavy fireball is insanely fast.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a couple of tickets. And speaking of tickets, SSK trying to punch theirs in the top 32. 5H into the stab, El Clasico.
Shadow Realm.
Engage.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to go for speed right there because that's one of the situations where you could get whip punished because Principal's normal. They do have a lot of lingering hurt box on recovery, so it's almost possible that could have caught something. Gonna be able to get the install now, however. This is very, very important for Armix.
Yeah, that is the win condition for this character, for sure.
Yeah, it's real anime.
Yeah, it starts to be like, what game is this again?
She has a one-button mania when she does it. And I don't mean like one button like the easy inputs. I mean like literally a single button.
It's just a button. But SSK doing a great job of protecting that life lead. Nice step back. Didn't even deal with the Raging Star. You're like, I'm gonna let you have this space.
That was a Samoa Joe walk away.
Yeah. I'm good.
And right there, 5H, Skybound Arc. That's going to be the first game for SSK.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Gotta imagine SSK pretty warm from the previous match, right? I don't know. Armix might have also played, but like,
yeah. But also, just shout-outs to the mental fortitude, right? Like, you just off the screen. That's never a great feeling, obviously. But you're able to come back up and start to get the job done. Now, obviously, not gonna count Armix out. Has definitely shown some good signs of things. But there's another 280 and slide on through. Just walked up and held back.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just want to be looking for that DP, right? Armix did not show it as much of an option earlier, so I think SSK was like, okay, I've conditioned you to want to Dragon Punch, and I mean, hey, I've conditioned you to... That killed? Yo, my man?
What? He said increased health?
My leaves?
Never heard about it.
My leaves?
I was gonna talk about what Armix was gonna do after getting up, but here we are, round 2.
Man, see, I've been not calling whether or not something's gonna kill because of the health increase, because I just don't know anymore. They've changed so much that I just can't figure it out. Apparently, I don't even remember what killed before.
Armix doing a great job here in round 2 of getting some offensive pressure going as SSK pretty much stuck in this corner the whole round so far, but again, it don't take much for Percy to get the damage done.
Yeah, Super Sky Velvet may be available for SSK, but the problem is, yeah, there's so much of a life lead. Armix can just kind of like gamble.
Yeah, I was going to say that 5L there was definitely a gamble, but as you said, what was the risk? Really?
Yeah, the risk was so much lower than the excuse me. The risk was so much lower than the reward. I haven't read it for a second. This is my job. I swear I'm talking. Ooh, great whip punish right there. Yeah. So that was one of the memed moves to whip punish at all times, right? It was principal fighting.
Yeah.
The thing is, there was somebody who said a very particular line about that move that's very important to SSK. He says, "How are you whipping this button in the first place?" It is massive.
You should.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, that's skill issue. Speaking of skill issue, Armix definitely up the skill meter. Good jump in though for SSK. In the DP here, get a little bit of stocks going. Check the portfolio, step back.
Yeah, tried to set up movement area, and SSK was already ready. You notice where SSK is standing? It is just outside of 5H range, so that they can just like Lord Strike and stop any sort of momentum that Armix is trying to gain. Could not deal with the corner pressure, did not know what to do, and so SSK is going to be moving on, has qualified for top 32 loser's side.
Now, you know, all the PNW came up, you're trying to be as unbiased as possible, so I'm trying to keep it in
I know.
and keep it calm.
I hit the mid-best line for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You're one of us now, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're West Coast
That's
now.
True. That is true. That's, you know.
No, but I mean, like, congrats to SSK. You know,
Absolutely.
the young buck, literally. And you know, one of your boys for sure is right back on the rising train. You know, has literally risen up.
Yep. Took the title for real. It was like rising. Bet I got
rise to glory.
I got you. Such a good result for SSK, and you know, again, as you were saying earlier, if you're watching this and you're a GBF fan and you're like, yo, I love Granblue, I really want to get into Rising. I missed the train a little bit on the original title. Don't let your inexperience stop you, right? Like, get in, start early, and the most important thing that you said there was building the friendships within the community.
Yep.
That is what's going to carry you through, not just this title, but any fighting game title that you enjoy. But this title especially, because Granblue, I'm just going to straight up say it, Granblue has the best community out there. I'm just going to say it. And the reason why is because this community has survived.
Oh yeah, they've been fighting in the trenches
They
for
have
sure.
been fighting in the trenches for years. And now we finally have the chance with Rising to kind of join the ranks of the other fighting games that have been blessed with the opportunity to be able to extend the net that you can play in.
Yep.
And so now that we're here with Rising, if you have any interest in it whatsoever, make sure you jump in and give yourself the opportunity to right at the beginning.
Yeah, we're going to give you guys an opportunity to do all of that stuff by going and taking a quick break for more Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising actions. You guys can go ahead and check out the story, check the VODs from maybe you missed a couple of matches or what have you. You know, get some water, because we have way more Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising action. There's an entire tournament to go, and we will be right back, so do not go anywhere.
どうして私を捨てるの？一人にしないって約束したのに。嘘つき。どうして？です。こちら。やって。おやすみなさい。お願い消して。邪魔なものは全部消そう。ダメです。いいから安らぎよ。いや、もう何もかも嫌。もう嫌なの。みんな消えればいい。来ないで。消えて。です。ベッドのご用意。
Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
クランさん。い 愛しい人
時は満ちた。
Welcome back, everybody, to Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising here at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. The first ever Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising tournament. We have the open beta here and over 250 entrants at this event. I, of course, am Virum, and with me, the ever fantastic, you heard him before,
Maverick. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you're excited for more Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising. As my fantastic partner said, this is the very first Rising tournament ever anywhere in existence, and what better place to do it than here at Evo 2023.
Exactly. And we already had a great first pool, absolutely chaotic action with all sorts of different players, and we're going to see even more of that in this pool. I know that in this wave, we're going to be seeing players like Diaphone coming through. Ooh. He's been on the Siegfried throughout the open betas, I know, but I'm sure we're going to see a great variety of characters. Speaking of Siegfried, actually, my goodness, that character is strong, and that character is very cool.
Yes, it's always nice when the character is both strong and cool, because that means you're going to get a lot of players gravitated towards them, and if you're interested in that character, you'll be able to steal a lot of tech.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, even as strong and cool as Siegfried was, we didn't see him in the last block, so definitely looking to Diaphone to run with that character. And speaking of the coolness of characters, a lot of characters in this game have had alterations and shifts, and not just around the system mechanic, but the tool sets they have themselves.
Yes.
And it's a very interesting scenario that we find ourselves in a game that feels oh so familiar, but then when you start to get into the minutia of it, there's some big differences.
Yeah. Big differences that I think a lot of established players noticed immediately, and they've had to kind of readjust a lot of the way that they play the game. I think the throws, the 2Ls, those are big factors that I think people still need to get out of their system, but we are going to be starting off with Jita versus Cagliostro, both two very strong characters from the previous game. Let's see how they fare here in Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
It'll be interesting. I haven't seen much of Cag when I was playing during the open beta, so I'm excited to see this character, but I've seen tons of Jita. It felt a lot though the same. I got put into the corner and with EX Rekka, and then, you know, it was the same game went all over again.
Yep, classic stuff from Jita right there. Ending with the EXs now, because EX moves in this game, they incur a meter penalty, they have the long cooldown, so you generally don't want to be doing them as much unless you need them for those combos.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to see how Jim Icarus uses those when we go back into the corner again. Going to use the EX, the corner carry, reach the limit, not enough for the kill.
I like the decision from Jim Icarus generally to save the viable cooldown, just to make sure that they have that as a pressure tool afterwards. Nice punish on the EX Alexandra right there.
Yeah, it's so important for Jita especially to have that fireball up, because it just commands so much space in neutral. You have to respect it.
Yes. Space neutral, such a strong pressure tool. Nice used on the close heavy, catches the recovery of the teleport right there. Still got great corner carry on that EX Rekka.
A little bit of 2L there. There's the double again. Those moves are changed in the frame data, so you're not going to be able to get the same confirms, but anyhow, HG Priestess in a lot of trouble here.
No tech on the throw window being massive in this game, but still sometimes can miss attacks, and the perfect coming out from our Jita Icarus right here.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
I like this pace that Jim Icarus is running with Jita. It's really forcing Priestess to just avoid from all the annoying stuff that we know about Cag, right? Like, not able to set up the hexes, not able to get the spears going, just immediately punish, and then the pressure. Classic example of, if I don't know how to defend against the character, if I run my offense, I don't have to worry about it.
Yep. And that is just exactly what Jim Icarus is continuing to do. Finally, we see the first Raging Strike of the set to close it out. Even if we saw the Brave counter in response, you know, Jim Icarus still had the meter advantage, still had a lot of health, so definitely a good play. So Raging Strike right there.
Yeah, Raging Strike is one of the newer mechanics in the game, and yeah, it can be used definitely in those checkmate situations, but it's also a good reaction test to your opponent to see if they're actually thinking on defense.
Yeah. Alright, HG Priestess finally finding a little bit of momentum for themselves.
Oh! Wake up DP from Jim Icarus. Does have some Super Skybound out available. Yeah, but HG Priestess is such a huge life.
That said though, you know, SSB8 in this game do an insane amount of damage. If you're able to find them in the position to potentially get in one more hit for Jim Icarus, will close out this set. No, not going to fight it, but there's a big 2H.
It's going to be massive. The carry into the EX Rekka here, and the DP didn't even need the Super Skybound art at all. Those heavy counter hits cash out into massive amounts of damage.
Yeah.
And you can even link ultimate skills into a lot of them in the anti-air scenarios.
Oh, yes. Some very, very strong ultimate skills as well. We saw a couple of Percy's last time, and you get the big count hit 2H on that, and that is... let me run the maths real quick. It's over 8,000 damage, which is well over half a life bar in this game. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, I think you framed it the best as it's a comedy button, right?
Yeah.
Like it is
absolute comedy button. There are a bunch of comedy, what I would describe as comedy buttons in this game. They cause just insane, hilarious interactions. That's one of them. Matera's ultimate butterfly that just sticks to you like glue. That's another one.
I remember the first time I was defending against that, and I was like, okay, single butterfly, I'll be all right.
Yeah.
And then it triggered, and it stayed there, and I was like, is this real?
And the amount of chip it does as well is crazy.
Yeah.
All of the Luane ultimate skills, pure comedy.
Yeah.
Perfect for that character, obviously, but...
Yeah, there are a lot of ultimate skills here that are just, and it's refreshing in a way that because, you know, with the original title, we get to see extensions of what the characters can do. And that's the exciting part about it. And I think that as we continue to explore what Rising is and what Rising will become, we'll be able to see a lot of shifts and nuances there. As stated in the earlier block, please, if you have played the game, if you're interested in the game, fill out the survey form.
Yes.
It's still up until the end of the weekend. And I know a lot of survey forms go out and people wonder, like, do the devs really look? For Cygames, absolutely 100% they do.
Yeah, I mean, we already knew this when we saw those responses to the change to the simple versus technical inputs, and they responded within a couple of days, kind of addressing that. So they're definitely receptive to that feedback. So if you have anything that you want to say about the game, whether it be good or bad, make sure that you fill in those forms. We're going to be having our next two competitors in, and it looks like we're going to be seeing our first Siegfried of the day, potentially.
Yeah, looks like that could potentially be it. It's going to be Merc Jones versus Low Kick's very own Pepto Griswold. That's my boy right there. I'm going to, Virum, I'm sorry for what's about to happen as I commentate Pepto's match. Pepto, part of the Low Kick crew, shout outs to them, of course. He is, I didn't even know he signed up for this bracket, so this is a surprise to me. I saw him come in and I thought he was just giving me props. But then he stepped up to the stage. I'm like, oh, he's actually playing. So it's really cool to see. But again, it's nice to see people who haven't played the OG title come to Rising as well and try to check it out. That's always a really good sign. And I feel like Granblue is one of those games that has that vacuum effect where people try it once and they're just hooked into it.
Yeah. People that haven't played Granblue, people that maybe played during the first couple of months of the game and then kind of shifted away from it, now coming back. Very, very cool to see those sorts of players returning to the game. Meanwhile, on our opposing side, we have UL, of course. UL, honestly, a character that I haven't seen too much of. I've seen kind of mixed opinions on her so far as well. So it'll be interesting to see what she has to offer.
Man, character shouldn't be this cool. It should not be fair. Like, you can't be good and cool. You gotta choose one or the other. But here we are. Siegfried, the new character in the Rising beta, available to play versus UL. UL, we saw Gamera on UL. Speaking of UL's kind of place right now in Rising, very good with wind punishing because of her 5H moving forward. Characters that normally in the original game didn't dash much and weren't affected by it. But now everybody wants to use dash because dash attacks are varied and they can give you plus on block moves. So it changes the way that I think UL is starting to fit into, I don't want to call it a meta, but into the rest of the strength of the cast.
Yeah, UL obviously being a character with very fast run speed as well. The light dash attack together with butt frames, medium of course. Most of them are lows, you have some highs as well. To be able to kind of close that gap, keep your opponent guessing on their toes.
On the toes, there's the hop into stance right off the toes. Pepto trying to run the corner pressure. Just a little bit of a funky hit there. No escape throw.
Yeah. For those of you who are wondering at home, the no escape throws happen essentially as counter hit or punish throws. Obviously in that situation you're unable to tech them, which makes them strong in those situations, but Otherwise, the tech window is massive in this game.
It is very, very long. I believe it's 40 frames.
Around that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty long, but there are scenarios where you cannot escape. Speaking of not escape, Merc Jones stuck in the corner. Pepto playing the warp.
Suffocating UL pressure, but finally Merc Jones able to press out with the low. Goes into the install.
This install is, I've heard various things about it. Well, that's not going to help with the Wisdom P, but it certainly is a very strong power for Siegfried if it starts to land damage. And he gets a drain mechanic off of it as well.
Yeah, since it drains half of your remaining HP, they say it's the kind of install that's best used when you're already at low HP.
Ooh,
wow,
did he
wake
catch
up
a bug?
NBA, that is going to catch. Yes, it is. That'll be the first game going to Pepto Grimswald.
Pepto, let's go! Get in there!
どうや
Believe in victory. Battle
We
1.
started to see some signs of life from Merc Jones being able to fight against the options that Pepto is representing. Curious to see if Merc Jones is able to push it a little bit further. That fireball, by the way, is very difficult to jump on.
It is. The medium fireball of Siegfried is huge. It's like a Percy fireball where you can't roll through it, but also it's hard to jump over because it's so tall.
It's like a mix between Percy and Gina. That's the way I feel about it. It's, the medium version is a triple hit as well, so it has a little bit of that feel. Speaking of feel, Merc Jones definitely feeling better about this one. The Helm Breaker.
Yeah, big count hit on that special as well. Was able to get a big combo, but not quite ready for the situation yet. Understandable, you haven't had that much time with this character.
Definitely a lot of room to learn for all of us, but especially 60 players, because, I mean, the character literally just came out.
Yeah.
Super Skybound out available. Ooh, I thought there was going to be a cancel off of that, but...
Nice anti-air with the LGP. Oh, but not ready right there. Goes into the Starlit Sky, and is going to get ultimate DP for his troubles. Could have converted into SBA for the KO there.
Yeah, could have. Didn't need to, but yeah, it's one of those scenarios where
Battle 2.
LDPs in this game are very interesting in that they do seem to be a bit slower on startup than they used to be. However, I feel like, and I need to test this, they provide a little bit better OP on ending.
So generally speaking, a lot of medium DPs, for instance, they don't give you that soft knockdown anymore, whereas LDPs do. And LDPs also have reduced recovery compared to before. So there's certain like niche anti-air combos that you can use with the LDP as well for a few characters. All the Shotos, Siegfried and Percy, just to name a few. Merc Jones fighting back. There's that corner carry.
That's the high. Didn't cash out into the EX, as you said, reserving that, but Pepto on the verge of tying things up, the longest throw.
The empty jump throw as well.
Battle 3.
Set point for Pepto.
Nice spot dodge. Just pay a big wake up. Ooh, just off of the timing to be able to get the follow-up right there. Needs to scrapping in the close range.
Yeah, definitely trying to establish dominance. Pepto just walking away from the Ranger Strike saying, I want no parts.
No part whatsoever. I don't mind being in the corner. Gets that nice inescapable throw, and there is the Raging Strike. Not going to be reacted to this time.
Pepto woke up with the dodge, expecting a DP, did not find it, and Merc Jones getting DP'd off their own.
Ooh, the big count hit! And almost gets the combo into the SBA. That would have been a great sequence. Would have taken the game for Merc Jones right there.
Now they're in this dangerous situation. Pepto looking to close the door on this whole set, but Merc Jones went for the LDP!
Gets air blocks. Those are not air unblockable, unfortunately, and Pepto is going to take it to advance on winner's side.
Pepto.
どうや
As you can see, no commentary bias
No,
whatsoever.
not whatsoever. Not whatsoever. That's my boy right there. Let's go. Let's go. We're all unbiased here at Granblue Fantasy Versus Evo 2023. None whatsoever. Thank you all for, tuning in and hanging out with us. But we have been having a great time. I've been seeing a lot of people, even before the tournament started, were getting down, getting sets in the game, having fun, and that's what it's all about here. And again, this game is not even out yet. You know, we just got our hands on it, so there's a lot to learn and experience, and that's the joy of doing a beta tournament. A lot of people are like, oh, why do I do a beta tournament when the game's not out? Well, one, you're able to get a feel of if you like the game or not, but two, you also get to give the response and the feedback, and I'm going to continue to harp on this because it's so important.
Yeah.
Being able to have your actual feedback considered by a game that you're planning on playing is one of the most special things you can have in any fighting game. And we have it here at this opportunity. So please, again, make sure you check out those surveys and fill them out and give your thoughts on them. As you said, good or bad, the devs want to hear from you.
I also want to bring up how much the original Granblue Fantasy Versus changed from its original betas back in like 2019. That game changed a lot.
Yes.
So there's definitely still room for this game to change as well. I remember back then, they like increased a lot of the walk speeds, they changed how certain inputs were, how knockdowns work. So there's still a potential, a lot of room for change. So once again, make sure to fill out those feedback surveys. But next up, we're going to be having a name that I do recognize, Biel Kotori. He is a very, very strong Japanese player. One of a handful that came down for Granblue Fantasy versus both the community tournament and Rising, of course, versus Dai Katana.
It's going to be an interesting one. We saw, obviously, as you said, a number of Japanese players coming here for Rising and the community tournament. Governor was in the previous block, running the UL, as we stated before, but Governor, obviously, you know, if you know anything about Granblue Fantasy Versus, you know, and fighting games in general, but especially Granblue Fantasy Versus, just one of the best. So it's nice to see, you know, just that international representation. We had a lot of that last year. Glad to see it happening again this year with Rising.
Right, our players getting their characters locked in. Vera, I believe, on the side of Kotori. And then the Soras coming out, I think, from Dai Katana.
This is going to be interesting. So I've seen none of Soras in Rising, so this will be really fun to see the changes that they've put on that character.
Yeah. I know how the upside down Beatrix. I know a lot of people still want to see Beatrix in Rising. For those of you who don't know, they have confirmed that 28 characters at the launch of Rising. Not sure if there are going to be any more announced beyond that, but who knows? I don't want to say anything definitive just yet. That's in the hands of the developers. But you know, Beatrix, incredibly popular character. I'm sure she'll be in the game at some point down the line.
Absolutely. I mean, if there was a fighting game to be made that, you know, to have a vast roster to pull from, it's definitely Granblue Fantasy, right? Like,
it is.
You're not going to run out of characters anytime soon. And so, as we continue in the Rising, excited to see the characters they're going to announce. Just like I'm excited to see this matchup versus BL Kotori versus Dai Katana.
Yeah. So at the very least, I do know a couple of Soras' ultimate skills. I know the dash punch, impact knuckles is armored. That's armored. His roundhouse fang, the upward kick is a DP that knocks the opponent right in front of him. So ideal pressure position. Already we're seeing that Vera offense coming out from Kotori. Knocked down with the dash medium, and those dashing medium, attacks. When you get count hits on them, they give you a hard knockdown instead of a soft.
Such an important thing. And we see it again. There's the staggered pressure from Kotori.
Yep, and there's that light dash attack coming in. Oh, ice string catches up immediately into the FBA. Solid damage.
Might be a danger for Raging Strike though. This is a tough situation to be in if you can't keep the offense. There's the DP, will defend themselves back, and there's the throw. No escape off of the dash. Late tech from Kotori, and now the tides are turned with the dash attack medium.
Yeah, as you said, no defense against that Raging Strike. Had to have probably like preemptively spot dodged that. Soras didn't have the meter for his reversal either, so real tough situation right there.
Yeah, it's going to be so important to see how players rewire their brains into what good offense is with Raging Strike and the EX mechanics playing together.
Yeah. Finally wake up with the close heavy coming out from Dai Katana. And there we go, the wall bounce. Filthy sets up with the Lumi, another Raging Strike to get the juggle. Look at all this damage coming out from the body.
Massive right now. Dai Katana reeling from it. Did not tech the throw, and Kotori going to close up game one. That was such a disgusting setup with the fairy sitting on top of the raging strike. It's hard to see.
Yeah. Difficult to see, even if you spot dodge in time. I think Lumi might even catch the late frame from the spot dodge, so real tough to deal with on defense. Oh, there's the fire. One interesting thing about this version of Vera is that back in GBVS, she was known as a character with incredibly good meter game, thanks to her EX specials, but because of how EX was in this game, that's no longer the case. She has to work a little bit harder for her meter comparison to before, but that is not deterring Satori from using and abusing these raging strikes and getting the perfect round.
Listen, I don't care how strong or weak the mechanic is, if it's working, don't stop.
Yeah.
Battle 2.
That's always how it's got to be. Wait, keep doing it until your opponent adjusts.
Roundhouse there, going to put Satori into the corner. Daikatana just really hasn't been able to build up momentum. There's the dash light again.
Satori using really good use of that dashing medium attack in particular, alongside the dash light. Just noticing that Daikatana likes to stand and walk back a lot. And there it is, Raging Strike, not going to go for the brave counter as well. And look at all of this damage.
Just off of a light break, but finally the reversal from Daikatana. Ultimate DP, landing him right back from whence he came. And Kotori getting the job done 2-0.
Yeah, a very, very dominant showing from Kotori throughout that whole set. Really, really strong G to play coming through. We saw a lot of the, quite a lot of the new mechanics coming into play. I think the dash attacks in particular, they're probably one of my personal favorites. Just is the way that they kind of add to the neutral and pressure game, the way that mid-range is played in this game, I think is quite interesting with those new moves. And we saw Kotori coming out with those in very, very strong fashion.
Yeah, and on top of the dash attack, the triple attacks have changed too, right?
Yes.
The enders on those can now, if you hold down, you get a low ender. If you hold forward, you get the overhead ender. And so that, mixed in with the dash attack, changes the way that pressure feels in this game quite a lot. And as the triple attacks have changed, the opponent's ability to predict what comes next has been thrown out the window from the original GBVS.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think the pressure game in particular is one of the most notable, most drastic changes going from the original Granblue into this game. I think the way that neutral is played, largely quite similar, but the way that once you get in and start applying pressure, you know, the way, as I said before, the way the 2Ls have changed, now being minus on block, the way the throws have changed, now being considerably more reactable on offense, but then of course you have the dash attacks, you have Raging Strike, so it's just a completely different dynamic, and I think some people will probably get thrown off by that, but then others will kind of take it in stride and they'll kind of get into the swing of that.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, obviously Rising not out just yet, but it's going to be interesting to see those who are new to the game, who don't have to face that wall of legacy, right, or to rewire the way they think, how they fare compared to those who are stepping in from GBVS into this new title. Going to be fascinating to see. Just as much of this is going to be fascinating to see two very strong players coming up.
Yes, this is going to be a great set.
Versus Diaphone. This is exciting.
Yep, Spaldo, a great Vasaraga player. I remember playing against him at Combo Breaker last year. Not in bracket, but just in casuals. Real swell guy as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Real good guy to be around. And Diaphone, a man that needs no introduction. One of the an incredible player across multiple games. Incredible content creator for multiple games as well. And, you know, of course, as a man who's been kind of putting his foot into the door of these games like Stride and Street Fighter 6, you know, people forget that one of the games that really got Diaphone like into the swing was Granblue Fantasy Versus. That was kind of the game that really, I think, put him on the map as a player.
Yeah, I definitely remember the NLBC bracket, shout out to Spooky, of course, where Diaphone would show up and do significant damage time and time again. And yeah, you know, this is a game that the original title, a game that Diaphone has always loved. And to see him, you know, coming back and Rising and you know, putting in the content already for it and everything is very exciting. So again, this is a very, very special treat. No better place to do it here at Evo 2023. Here we go. Diaphone versus Spaldo.
Two grown men about to slug it out with their giant weapons.
Engage.
Immediately starting off with the command grab. Great sight, Bruno. Here comes that pressure from Vasaraga.
Full force activated, and there must be a new mechanic because it was not spent right away on the shoulder charge.
Diver finally working his way out the corner. Using that 2-2 from Siegfried and the multiple follow-ups that it has.
You're going to see a lot of that on block as well. It forces the opponent to really make a guess. If the medium comes out, it's a parry, pushes the opponent further back into the corner. The H is an overhead, and the L is just a fast follow-up hit that's safe on block.
Immediate raging strike from Diaphone. Brave counter against Spoldo out the corner.
There's the marches again. Full force activated. Spoldo hanging out.
Lovely whip punish. Just backing up very, very slightly and then using that medium dash attack from Siegfried. Great range on that.
There's the pressure again. Went for the range strike just outside, but Diaphone out chilling.
The big heavy dash attack from Vasaraga. Big commitment on that move. And SSBA, that's going to be enough. This is very powerful.
Homies. Always got to remember your friends.
Just got to remember the boys. The Dragon Knights. Keeping him honest.
Yeah, that's how you do it. You know, when you're ready to like pop off on somebody in real life, you're like, ooh, I should. And then you think about it, you're like, I'm gonna hold it together for the family.
Battle 2. Engage.
Yep. Good recognition from Diaphone, noticing the times where he doesn't have Soul Forge out already, doesn't have that armor, so he can challenge. These DPs doing a lot of work so far.
Maverick, interrupt. Gets a knockdown off of it as well. Spoldo pushes Diaphone back into the corner. Nice stand dodge. Uses the EX projectile, but gets hit with the 2L.
Light DP, the dash attack. Nice DP again. Just not letting Spoldo get any real momentum. There's the EX command grab out of the 2-2.
Overhead connects. This is a little bit of advantage. You don't get too much off of it, but you don't need much when you got ultimate DP.
Yes.
Diaphone answering with game 1.
Again, just the recognition of when Spoldo doesn't have armor, just the willingness to go for those DPs when he doesn't. Very, very good from Diaphone so far.
Battle 1. Engage.
Activated again. There's another defense from Diaphone. Spoldo stuck in the corner, fighting their way out. DP again for your trouble. Raging strike.
This time, not enough meter from Spoldo to be able to brain counter back and look at all of this damage. Gets the stack of the Magnums as well.
Level 2 version of it, shredding through. Again, brain counter had to. Might have died there.
Yeah. But look at the meter difference as well. Spoldo now suffering from a meter deficit, finally gets a good hit. Still not on 50 for a brain counter though.
Yeah, gotta survive until they can get that 50%.
Lovely use of great size Bruno right there. Now suddenly the tables have turned. Spoldo on the offensive. That was unsafe.
That's gonna be big trouble. Diaphone not out of dodge just yet. Spoldo using the EX out, trying to catch the button, and here we go! That Super Skybound art can punish an amazing amount of things, and that's one of them.
Yeah, that time it was just the regular Skybound art. Schwarzwangen.
Battle 2.
Now Diaphone on set points. In spite of what the layout says, by the way, Diaphone is the Siegfried, Spoldo is the last. Oh, lovely spot dodge on the JU right there. Able to punish the landing. There's another raging strike, and the brave counter to mitigate.
Walk through the DP again to eat through the armor. Another raging strike. Diaphone saying, Spoldo, if you're not going to adjust to him, I'm going to keep him coming at you.
Lovely reaction to the fireball right there. That Siegfried ultimate fireball so far, using the overhead triple attack to get a quick opening, but the reversal from Spoldo.
Step into the command grab. Soul Force activated again. The dash attack low. Baldo on last legs here, and there's the finish with the ultimate fireball. Diaphone showing some incredible Siegfried stuff out the gate.
Yeah, real strong stuff. Diaphone just being a player who's definitely one of those players who's really able to pick up games and characters very quickly. As you mentioned, during like the NLBC runs back in the day, he would very often, pick up the new DLC character and then just maybe a week or two later win that week's NLBC with the new DLC character. Even when they weren't that good, you release Eustace, release Unray, not the strongest characters in the card, but he certainly managed to make them work for those periods that he played them.
Yeah, no, I mean, exciting to see him again back in the Rising, and facing an opponent who Swallow is a powerful Vatsuraga player, so that is not an easy feat whatsoever. But again, I've noticed some things again, seeing Vatsuraga now in Rising, that is quite interesting. EX Fireball, because EX Enders don't give you the hard knockdown, you no longer have the meaty shoulder charge setup that you used to have with Vatsuraga, and that changes his pressure phenomenally, because now you have to make a decision of how am I going to get in? What am I going to do to continue to spin? You saw a lot of him using march forward into low to try to get enough of a knockdown to continue forward, but again, you're spending that EX to do that, and as you rightly pointed out, puts you into a meter game penalty, and you're in danger of being Raging Strike and not being able to brave counter back.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the difficult things to adjust to in general, I feel like, with this game. The absence of the EX move hard knockdowns completely changes how Okizeme works, completely changes how the set play characters work. In particular, characters like Ferry, Zoe, Matera, even Zeta as well, completely have to change their routes to the point where some of these characters have completely different game plans from before. Their moves have been completely retooled, like Ferry, her L gets pens very fast now. Combos on non-counter, which it didn't do for a long time. Zoe, obviously the H-Dragon, the sweeping laser, completely different now. Only one beam that just sweeps, doesn't kind of lock the opponent down in the same way. So lots and lots of changes of those sorts of characters.
It's going to be fascinating to see the changes continue to come through, and then where the tweaks are as well. Because obviously this isn't the final form of the game, and there will be a lot of feedback available to that. But yeah, it's a new day, which is a good thing. It's exciting. We talked about some of the other more features that are going to be coming to Rising. Rollback, obviously, that was the point of the test last weekend, was the rollback, and it was fantastic. It was great.
Can confirm that code was excellent. They said in the Cygames panel earlier that they spent a very long time, almost since a little after Granblue's launch, trying to get that system right, and yeah, it feels great.
It feels fantastic. Crossplay being another big feature.
Yes.
It's huge. The community doesn't matter what system you get it on now, right? Like, I can play with my friends, whether they want to be PlayStation, whether they want to be PC, whatever the game comes out on, we're able to play it together. And I know that rollback is obviously incredibly important, and it is. But crossplay is also one of those that it gets talked about, but not as much as rollback, but I would argue is equally as important.
Yes, especially for games that have generally kind of smaller player bases. You have games like Street Fighter where it's massive and there's going to be loads of players regardless. Obviously, that still has crossplay anyway. But for a game like this, where the player base is a lot more condensed, I think being able to play across platforms is so important.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. If you haven't been able to check out that panel, it was earlier today. You should be able to go back, check the VOD of it. Some fantastic announcements, including the rollback and the crossplay that we spoke about. Had a new character reveal. Looked super cool.
Grimnir.
Grimnir. And had a trailer for Nier as well.
Yes. I'm sure you've been seeing that trailer come up between the breaks as well. There's a description of Grimnir. Definitely not a character that I would have initially expected. I think, I'm not super well-versed with the Granblue lore. My introduction to the series was this game.
Same.
So, I think I've definitely seen quite a lot of happy responses to its conclusion, but definitely not one of the, not the Sandalphon or the Beatrix that, people would have immediately expected, but a great addition nonetheless.
I think Cygames has done a really good job with that, though,
yes,
right? There's a line of logic to it where, of course, you could go and say, okay, next character Sandalphon, next character Beatrix, where people who were introduced to the game like you and I, we know who those characters are because of how popular UIS is, right? And I know they are coming eventually, but to sprinkle in some of the characters where you wouldn't have expected them, it allows people who are interested in GBF to say, hey, that's my character, and maybe they don't like the super popular ones. They like these really specific ones, and it's so cool to be able to see a lot of those come through.
Yeah, and I think, of course, they've mentioned this before during development, well, post-release of GBVS, that they try to select characters not only for their popularity, but for the sort of archetype and gameplay that they can bring to the table. That's one of the reasons why Amare was included, because they wanted a parry, defensive-oriented character, and he fit that bill perfectly.
Yeah. And speaking of gameplay and gameplay types, we have Eustace coming up, another character that was definitely added for the projectile-based and situation-based gameplay that they're able to offer. Yes. These Gens versus Webs.
Believe in victory.
But Eustace is another character that has really changed a lot with Rising and has some really swagger-type combos that he can pull off in the right conditions.
Big 2H gets the EX slow kill as well. Web's off to a nice start. Oh, okay, so we mentioned throws before, but one thing that we didn't mention about throws is that they have fast startup now. They are now 4 frames, which makes them the fastest options in the game. So they have unique defensive utility, but are a bit weird in terms of offense.
Yeah, gonna take some time to get used to, but Web is doing incredibly well, making those adjustments. There's those raging strikes from Eustace, low on life as Gens, and ultimate slow. If you thought EX slow kill was annoying, check out ultimate slow kill. It is definitely the multi-ball of specials.
Yep.
Battle 2. Engage.
I feel like the projectile ultimate skills, a lot of them have quite clear and immediate utility where it's like, okay, I'm going to use this reaction, I'm going to use this on reaction in neutral to then pressing something. Because of the slowdown, it will catch them, and I'll get a nice hard knockdown from across the screen. Good punish on the JU.
Gens finally making it work, no tech on the throw from Web. Has this corner pressure, gonna need to capitalize and punish the spot dive, but not with much.
And big close head, bigger J for that. Not able to get too much damage, didn't have any stops on the board just yet. Those Tramway are so important. Without them, Percy's corner damage is among the lowest in the game.
Slow kill lands, there's the hard knockdown, no tech on the throw, side switch as well. Grenade attack.
Yep, and once again, I'm curious actually, that might be air unblockable this time?
It feels like it is.
Maybe.
I'm actually not sure, but it feels like it is from just the amount of times that it's landed.
Yeah.
Engage.
Again, Webs doing really well defending against this guy. There's the anti-air into the slow kill combo.
Nice challenge right there. Beats out the Raging Strike. Raging Strike is kind of interesting in terms of when you can challenge it because it will be dependent on the move that comes before it. Obviously, off of just a light, the gap will be big enough for you to contest, but after like a full auto combo or a heavy, that gap will not be big enough.
Yeah, the only decisions you have there is spot dodge, invincible reversal, or plan to break out.
Yeah.
Oh, with throw there.
Webs constantly finding this barrage of hits. Counter on the 5UU. Again, all of these hits just landing at the mid-range and the long range as well.
Finally gets a light combo here, into the in. Tried to run up throw, but the neutral jump from Webs. Big damage here.
Right, a good challenge from Gens, but still having a bit of a hard time. Not enough spacing right there. And again, catching Gens out the air.
It has to be air unblockable. It feels too absolute in that scenario where that was a jump where it doesn't even feel like Gens was trying to land an attack, so again.
Well, it was a counter at that time. There was a counter.
Okay, fair enough.
Still good stuff to Webs, making it further in the bracket still. Of course, we've still got plenty of action here lined up in this block. B-side stuff.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing, of course, various players advancing into top 32. That's where this is going to go up to today. All of our pools go up to top 32, and then the top 32 will be tomorrow starting at 10 a.m.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting. again, this is Evo 2023. You could be new to watching, like, what is this? If you're new to watching fighting games, the way that it works is we have pools. They duke it out into a more funneled and condensed version of the best players in that bracket at the time.
Yep.
And you'll notice as these matches start to narrow down, they'll get a lot more tight. You know, you'll see a lot closer matches.
Yes.
And you'll get to see decision making happen much, much faster. And this game is one of the best when it comes to, as the life bars start to deplete, those decisions fly faster and faster, and it makes it a really exciting watch. So please make sure you tune in tomorrow for Top 32. But we're not done quite yet. We still have more winners qualifying matches. We have Ants versus Copy VT.
I see a Luane locked in on one side. The goofiest character.
Yep. Just pure comedy, hanging out with the homies, having a good time.
Yep.
And making some food while he's doing it.
Speaking of making food, I want to see Luane land that ultimate cat bot, drag the opponent across the screen, and instead of chasing them, just eat 5U over and over and over again.
Oh, it's gonna be a fun time. I see Namaya also locked in, another character that has had some interesting changes due to the fact that you now don't get the close heavy links that you used to off of the wall juggles like you did in the original title. So she can no longer do the full loop because one, she can't do the close heavy, and two, combo limit is much shorter now.
Letting the intros rock out. This is a nice opportunity to bring attention to the revamped faces of the game.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is that it really shows how Rising is really a new title. There's been revamped graphics, revamped effects on hits, and even some Skybound arts have been changed completely with their animations. Teleport through on the other side. Notably now, the EX teleport does not cross over, but the medium still does.
Alright, here we go. The food on deck, restoring a nice chunk of HP. His axe.
Now the low stuck in the corner is
Alright, the boys are here for the HPA. Lovely evasion so far from Copy.
Overhead lands though, that's big damage. There's the Catalina bot and just complete suppression from it.
Battle 2. Engage.
Nice air-to-air hit for Ants. Running the pressure again, Catalina bot comes down, nothing doing. Late long throw. We'll get to throw through. Raging strike on top of the homie.
Oh, that's a real strong aspect for Luane right there. Because he has a delayed hitbox, he can combo out of that raging strike even without having to press a light.
Again, 8 enough to get the meter for HPA.
Yep. Very, very strong showing right there from Ants.
Straight back into it.
Battle 1.
No time to delay whatsoever. Copy going to be able to get their chance at revenge here. Ants stuck in the corner. Fights their way out.
Once again, just restoring that HP with the meat. Using the low triple attack just to get that knockdown. Not even using the awesome source right there. Nice use the parry, count hit as well, gets the combo. This is suffocating so far, and the flaming wheel of the boys rolling through.
Friends, for anybody that's willing to set themselves on fire for you, that's a friend for life. For as long as they live in the fire.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be living for very long. Friend for life.
And sitting on a set point here, Copy VT is having trouble really getting started. There's some parry to come through. He's taunting him with the parry. Come on.
As the ultimate awesome sword slamming Namaya onto the ground, and looks once again, set up the catwalk, eating. Raging strike tries to relieve the pressure, but the boys are back.
They're here to party for sure.
That is not going to save you. Look at all that shit. Wow, defensive raging strike, knowing that was no defense.
Definitely a smart option there, but the chip damage just out of life is Copy, and Ants going to be qualifying through the top 32.
Very, very nice showing from Ants right there. Saw a lot of fun Luane stuff coming out. Just one of the characters, I remember Buscarlu's a little earlier today telling me that Luane's not really a character that needs to focus too hard on his hard knockdowns, because, you know, he gets that hit up, he uses the cat bot, and just creates a meaty situation off of that anyway. So that's a nice benefit for him. And then of course we saw a couple of the new stuff, the ultimate boys, the low triple attack. Good stuff once again to Ants.
Yeah, nice to see some Luane representation. We've had a pretty good, robust representation of the cast so far, and looking forward to see what Ants can do in top 32. Obviously that was winner side, so Copy not out of it, right? Has an opportunity to qualify on the loser side of things for top 32, but
yes.
You know, that is definitely a path that you don't want to be in for sure, especially in a new game, but it does happen, and that's part of the tournament experience, is getting, you know, finding the different routes you can to get further and further into the bracket.
Indeed, indeed. Right, so just waiting on our next set coming up. It looks like Kotori is going to be making his way back to the stage. Yes, he is. But before we get into our next set, we will be going to a quick break. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
どうして私を捨てるの？一人にしないって約束したのに。嘘つき。です。こちら。やって。おやすみなさい。お願い、消して。邪魔なものは全部消そう。ダメ。です。いいから。安らぎよ。いや、もう何もかも嫌。もう嫌だろ。みんな消えればいい。来ないで。消えて。です。ネットのご用意。触らないで。こんな世界。暗い。引き裂いて。やめて。なんで。どうしてくら。
Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
クランさん。愛しい人。
時は満ちた。
And welcome back to Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament here at Evo 2023. We are deep into the B block, going to look at some more fantastic Rising with top 32 qualifiers. Virum, we've had an exciting block so far.
That we have, and we're going to continue to having an even more exciting block as we go on. This is where some of the stronger players really should get to show their stuff. And speaking of stronger players, up next we are going to be having .mp4 versus Kotori, who we saw before. Yeah,
this is going to be a really good one. .mp4 UL player, and you know, I really feel like this character we're starting to see her more and more in Rising, as much as we've seen Rising.
Yeah.
Some of the changes to the system has allowed her to really, I feel like, get into a space where she can start to stop and punish opponents in the neutral with or with punishing forward moving 5H, especially against dash attacks. We saw her Gamera on her earlier, and saw a couple other players as well, Pepto, and so I think we're going to see more of this character as we narrow down in the top 32.
Yeah. I think one of the big boons for UL is because she now has the dash medium, she has more in her kind of mid-range neutral kit outside of the far medium. I say as we see the immediate round start far medium from .mp4. Don't make me a liar, .mp4.
just testing you. There's the EX stance.
Nice reaction to the 5U, and a good block on the DP as well. .mp4 getting the full corner carry, going to go for the full flop frame combo into LDP. Nice soft knockdown.
Ooh, great counter from Kotori just to get some space. Good counter hit as well, but another DP.
Yeah. Combo into the Raging Strike. That's a really nice thing that UL has as an advantage. Because she has an advancing far medium, she can use that combo into the Raging Strike.
It's so important to be able to realize the new tools that you have on your character, that being one of them for UL.
Yeah. Characters like Belial and Anre also have similar advantages with their far heavies. Once again, that dash light doing a ton of work for Kotori. Not able to get the combo off the far medium though. Lovely was punished with the Scarlet Oath.
Trying to take the combo. I thought it was a good time to DP. This time Kotori stopping, waiting, and now capitalizing.
Yeah, look at all that corner carry coming out from Kotori right there. There's another braving. Counter with the brave counter. Nice delay to catch the spot dodge. And gets the wall bounce even from all the way over there. Not enough to get the KO just yet, but the throw will close it out.
And despite the fact that 2Ls obviously have changed, right? No longer plus and block, delayed buttons are still very powerful in this game. And we saw there being able to capitalize from Kotori, just waiting, got a DP out of it once, and then a neutral win out of it the second time before it moves out.
Lovely spacing once again, just this offense from Kotori and snuck that 5U in. I barely even saw the start of that one.
Such a sneaky transformation here for Kotori, but this is when Virum gets incredibly dangerous.
Yep. There's that Scarlet Oath. If that hit, that would have been a real nice reward. Lovely anti-air with the MGP this time. Raging Strike.
Very counter bad. Beyond 84, tried to close the distance, ended up getting hit with the invincible reversal.
Again, great time to use it that time. Didn't have access to the Brave counter available. Kotori taking the first game.
Such a interesting and smart way to realize, hey, my opponent just spent meter on something powerful, didn't kill me, now I'm going to capitalize with Raging Strike like that.
Yeah. DT light dash attack, almost gets the corner carry. Not quite enough right there though. Good reaction this time.
Couple of standing dodges there. Expecting medium buttons to come out from the door, but nothing doing. Goes get the anti-air again.
Oh, unfortunate, loses the corner. LDP not to get punished, as we mentioned before. Lower recovery than they used to. There's a Raging Strike. And that was something that Kotori did that was important right there. Didn't commit to the Raging Chain, so saved meter right there. Didn't get hard knocked down either. Able to maintain offense. Nice spot rush from .mp4 though.
Now has 50 meter and gaining while .MP4 is in a meter game penalty. EX going to be blocked. A step back. Maybe thought a DP was coming.
Yeah. I believe that 214, that 236H from UL, the EX Scarlet side, is actually punishable now. So that was an opportunity that Kotori lost out on, and the throw not going to be teched again.
Yeah, interesting to see the no text there, but again, just because the tech window is long on the throws, there are so many other factors going into the line when a throw gets performed on you that could very easily just miss the window.
Big close heavy punish right there. Lovely uses the 2H into the 214M extension. Nice chunk of meter. Look at all of this pressure and damage. Raging Strike comes out again.
Nice great counter from .MP4. Does a pretty good job of defending against that, but stuck on the ground again. You can see the dash staggers from Kotori, kind of replacing the 2L stagger.
Yeah. Lovely check right there, using the far light from .MP4. Nice, gets a counter in a full combo as well. Lovely awareness.
85% meter available. Could have tried to go into a block string for the Raging Strike. Instead, spins the EX, gets the wall juggle, and there it is for the finish.
Yeah, the crowd lighting up for .MP4 taking that round. Obviously a well-known, well-established player in the NA community, so definitely going to have his share of fans and supporters. Again, great check using that 6-frame far light from UL.
Such a great use against a dashing attack too, because of how far it can go. .MP4 certainly showing signs of life now, but it is set point for Kotori.
Yep, lovely use of the 5U stance right there, the third dance. Takes the plus frames, but no, again, getting checked by these 2L during stance. Oh, counter hit. Very nice on the medium.
Set situation going to be both for the low. There's the brave counter. Did not want to deal with the pressure, but the step back into stance. Full capitalization for .MP4.
Yep, and he has plenty of meter to work with here. 100 meter on deck. Raging Strike, all of the meter actions are available. Not going to get the combo, unfortunately, right there.
Skybound is available if the reversal is in the cards, but instead, brave counter for 50. Step back in the stance, nothing doing. Kotori playing super patient. They both know this is it. Ultimate skill used.
Yeah, using the ultimate skill just to get in and get those plus frames. Wow, leaps into the frame. Wait, the bravery, the confidence right there from .MP4 just to dash his way in and get that KO.
.MP4, a skip and a jump away from potentially sending Kotori into lead.
Yep, goes to the RPS right there. The dashing heavy attack comes out this time. Gets a nice big crush counter and solid damage on the board.
Standing dodge is punished. Not too much. .MP4 tried to give a little bit of space just to capitalize on a mistake, but Kotori, excellent escape from the board.
Great reaction to the jump right there. Anti-air already. Again, the low catching the stance. This time jumping away from the 5U.
Able to escape out of the corner as well. DP from soft reset. Nice neutral punish there, but a DP from Kotori going to keep them safe.
That's a Raging Strike. Of course, brave counter right back. Oh, wow, getting the JU, the cross up, and look at all of this damage as well. Not quite going to get the full corner. Raging Strike. Now, .MP4 out of meter will not be able to use that brave counter against the next one, but the dash light.
Got to be so careful, but the step back from Kotori going to put him on set point again.
The shimmy of all things, and .MP4 tried to preemptively go for a throw tech, knowing that those throws were working. As a result, gets blown up. Once again, as you mentioned, Kotori back on set point.
Transformation. This is trouble for .MP4. Raging Strike, no ability to counter it, and the light link going to end in solid damage. Big damage, excuse me.
This is install Vera. We do not talk in solid damage. This character shreds your life bar like grated cheese, and that was a dominant round from Kotori right at the end.
Good stuff from Kotori, showing the ability to adapt mid-set. We saw a lot of responses from .mp4. Strong stuff for sure.
Yes.
Brave counters on the Raging Strikes. But again, as you said, one mistake against a transformed Vera, and that could spell lights out.
Yep. That character's still immensely powerful, especially when she has resources on deck. Just, you can't let her get that 5U. You cannot let her get that 5U these days, especially just because, you know, getting into that transformed state can just lead into absolute destruction. But, of course, as you mentioned before, great stuff to .mp4. Still alive in the bracket, of course. And we're going to have our next competitors up on the setup coming up in just a sec.
Yeah, returners, of course, we saw Diphone on the Siegfried showing excellent stuff against Baldo. We also saw Jim Icarus on the Jita doing extremely well against their opponent as well. And so this should be a really good one. Again, as you said, Diphone, one of those students of the game when it comes to Granblue Fantasy Versus, right? Like, knows the different characters, knows their strengths, has experience playing them.
Yep.
So it's going to be interesting to see Jim Icarus continue forward with this Jita and how and if they're able to throw things Diphone's way that perhaps he's not ready for.
Definitely. And I think just obviously the only time that we've had to play as or against Siegfried was during the open beta / the pre-beta as well, for those of you who are able to get into that. And as a result, you know, there's a lot of knowledge checks that are just not going to be there. You're not going to know how to punish a lot of these options probably right now. The follow-ups from 2-2, especially the Orkan, very, very difficult to play around at this moment in time. Once, of course, people get their hands on the game proper, that'll change. People will understand the frame data, newly displayed in training mode now. Finally, that was one of the things I really wanted to see in the game. But yeah, people will finally have a proper chance to lab against the character.
It's nice to see this game, especially, you know, stepping into the realm where we get to see things like the frame data, because the community for this game, you know, hard labs it. Like, they really dive into situations and how, you know, negative and how positive things are, how enders are in spacing. And I feel like with the triple attack changes, that's going to be even more important, because the spacing on the enders, I haven't checked yet, but I'm curious to if that changes the spacing at where you end on your block string compared to normal triple attack versus low versus high.
Yeah.
It's going to be curious to see. But again, beautiful changes for this game as we continue this beautiful tournament. Block B type things, top 32 winners qualifiers. It's going to be Diphone versus Jim Icarus.
Jita versus Siegfried. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Starting it relatively slow, feeling each other out with the fireballs, try to contest there, try to get a trade potentially with the DP.
Oh, the connect after the dash up with the light there from Diphone. That's tech. I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, the fact that you can get that combo after the counter hit on that fireball is so strong. Big chunky bar heavy, look at that. That is what we call a grown man button.
Yeah, that is someone who pays bills. That's how you're able to press that button like that.
Yep.
With the 2M. Spin the meter here. Definitely not going to kill, but gonna put him close to death. Gotta be careful though, does not have protection against Raging Strike.
They made that SBA significantly faster as well. Again, able to combo off of that M fireball.
Yeah.
Nice cool out on the fireball using the SBA. That's going to be a lot of damage. Not going to be the cutscene version because of the range it was done at. But still, now Diphone turning the tables, getting the command grab out of the Orkan.
Tricky stuff, and that's the type of thing that you said, you know, hey, it's one of those knowledge checks things. Are you ready for it? Is it in your mental stack? Probably not. You know, with the limited amount of time that we played, Diphone slipped by with the command grab.
Ray anti-air with the close heavy. Can't afford to be jumping on Jita even in this version of the game.
The stagger dash up throw, not quite working like it used to due to the long tech window, but the jump in does connect for Jim Icarus.
Yeah, saw Diphone, I think, tried to commit some kind of grounded action, maybe an anti-air, but it doesn't come out, and there's the DP.
And Fireball coming forward as well. So hard to jump over it.
Just a delay on the Orkan follow-up right there.
Next DP. Jim Icarus with the life lead, gets the anti-air and the connect into The nice super finish.
Yeah, Gem Icarus showing that you cannot test them in terms of their ability to anti-air. They have been on the mark with those close heavies.
Oh, went for it there, but the unique from Diphone going to be able to keep them safe.
Nice MDP right there, getting the anti-air.
Ace goes slow, nice stand dive. Good awareness from Jim Icarus.
There's a command grab once again.
Another EXDP from Jim Icarus. Kind of showing signs that they're willing to, use that tool to get out of pressure.
Run in with the 2L, gets the chain as well. We haven't seen any kind of raging strike so far from either of these players at the moment in this set. Speak of the devil, there's the first one.
50% taxation on Diphone's Skybound art meter, but Jim Icarus back in this one position again. Diphone with this gateway to you. That's a land nice and safe.
Slowly both players nearing 100 meter right now. And you know once Diphone hits that 100 meter, he's going to look for an opportunity to probably go for that Skybound art or SSBA. Oh, but the swings, constant swings from Gem Icarus right here. Not being contested by Diphone. Diphone having a hard time finding a proper opening. And again, the whiff punish. Gem Icarus taking that first game.
What a sign of persistence from Jim Icarus, not getting lazy with the block pressure, always varying it up against Diphone and making it so that they weren't able to get Skybound on it just out of the blue. Oh no. Whoa. So much damage already laid down for Diphone.
Almost half of Gem Icarus' life just gone.
Light follow up from the Orchid, corner pressure again. The H is blocked, still safe.
Again, trying to 2H right there, just a little bit too slow. Good awareness with the punish, knowing that that's -6 to get the punish right there.
Stagger, late tech from Diphone. Jim Icarus, low on life, there's the Raging Strike, and immediately the breakdown, and Diphone said no.
Yep. Right there, again we haven't, good bait on the DP. Diphone recognizing that those stackers were constantly challenged and decides to just block that time.
Yeah. And good time to use it too, right? Put yourself into a situation where you can tie things up and, put your opponent on the defensive now and question their decisions.
Yes.
Does connect again, Diphone with the U. The light afterwards gets a counter hit. Jim Icarus jumps over the 5H. Nice punish.
Real chunky punish right there. Not going to get the wall bounce from that distance. DP once again from Diphone, just relieving that pressure.
The Brave counter again against the Raging Strike. There's 50% taxation on both players. That did connect, and the 2M going to close the door on that round. Jim Icarus on set point.
Yes.
Player 1, win. Battle 3, engage.
Once again, that 2H that he's been looking for a while. Not going to be the count hit. The nice use of the command grab. Raging Strike immediately. Loves the decision right there. Gets a full corner combo, but drops it after the EX Orkan.
Now Jim Icarus is late-tech again. There's the DP against the 2M. Diphone recognizing that button coming out after late-tech a lot.
Big swing, but nice jump from Gem Icarus right there.
Brief counter down again for Diphone. Going to suffer a little bit of meter penalty, but pretty much even.
Yeah, gets that 50 back. Had to spend it right there.
Jim Icarus on the meter advantage, but not on the life advantage, Diphone.
Diphone weaving in those overheads from the triple attacks, knowing that, of course, we're still in this point where the general kind of state is just to keep down backing, just keep blocking low against that kind of pressure, but the triple attacks finding their mark, getting him those extended plus frames, and just allowing him to continue his turn.
So powerful, especially with the way that Siegfried can play by using Orchid right on block as well. They kind of interchangeably make the opponent have to guess. There's a DP Diphone insisting that it remains his turn.
Yes.
So much damage off of far heavy.
Goes for the EX Orcan this time, getting the full extension into the Magnets. Gets a stop, but now in the corner having to deal with this Vita offense. Oh, lovely anti-air with the SBA. Diphone now the one on set points.
Diphone slowly but surely clawing their way back, and now, as you said, on the set point, I like the adjustments here, but Gym Icarus not out of the yet, definitely making it competitive. I just feel like Diphone's answering a lot of the options that Gym Icarus is representing there. There's the jump over.
Oh, that time air blocked.
To the corner we go.
Tried to spot dodge on the wake up right there.
EX Fireball again, far medium, trying to connect, jumps in, gets the hit, but Gym Icarus not able to convert off of it.
Lovely timing on that DP just to beat the fireball cancel.
Gym Icarus with a huge life lead here, but it can't disappear against Siegfried, especially Justin gets the light connection, spins the EX Reckless, pushed back into the corner as Diphone. Super Skybound Art is available. Late tag.
Gets to jump out the corner, very important. Let's check with the overhead again. Noticing that they're working. And there's the Raging Strike. Drain that 50 meter.
And no follow-up from Diphone, so only spent 25 to tax the 50 from Gym Icarus.
Yes. Using the ultimate fireball in reaction there.
Not able to get the link. There's the brave counter. Has to do it. Only one bravery point left for Gym Icarus.
Yes. One brave point. So if this... Oh, lovely EXTP that time. Fully air unblockable. Diphone does have access to ultimate fireball and can use it on reaction if he wants, but instead goes for the heavy dash attack in read of the charge fireball from Jita. Gets the punish for the set.
What a bold read from Diphone there, because had that charge fireball landed, we would have easily been talking about a battle 3 in that game. So again, Diphone able to respond to a lot of the options that Gym Icarus was showing in the beginning of that set that were working out and were very strong, and then slowly but surely you start to see Diphone fall back into the set and eventually take it, but extremely good performance from Gym Icarus. Not out of it just yet. That was winner's side, so we're going to be able to qualify on the loser side and has an opportunity to do so. But again, if that's a taste of what we can see in Rising, I definitely am excited to see more.
Yeah, it'll be really fascinating to see what players do with the mechanics in the future. Again, it's going to be a bit of a learning curve for lots of people for the people that are willing to kind of stick with the game, people who are really willing to kind of adjust themselves to a lot of the new systems. It will definitely feel jarring at first, but I think we're already seeing a small taste of people getting accustomed to things, and we haven't even had the full game yet.
Yeah, the full game's not out. The roster is still being developed and revealed to us at this very event. But again, if you did not have a chance to check out that fantastic panel that we had from Cygames earlier today here at Evo 2023, make sure you do go and take a look at all the wonderful stuff that was coming. And it is, one of the things that I like most about Evo, we got a new playable character shown in this game, and we'll have new playable characters. Of course, these are the ones that were announced previously coming into Rising: Anila, Siegfried, who we just saw, and Nier, who got her trailer finally revealed here at Evo.
Yep, in addition to these three, a fourth character was announced earlier today in Grimnir. Grimnir, as I mentioned before, kind of a pick that I feel like a lot of people weren't immediately expecting, but definitely a very, very cool character, and I know definitely has his share of fans.
Yeah, it's cool to see what options they pick when it comes to what characters are going to come out next. But speaking of characters coming next, we see Webbs at the station once again, was on the Eustace, and played extremely well, so excited to see them back at it against Spooky Mango. This is going to be another winner's top 32 qualifier.
Yep. Haven't seen Spooky Mango just yet. Locking in on the Catalina, it seems. Catalina's ultimate skills in this game, or using her primal Ares.
Yeah.
A lot of these moves have like guard points to them, so they can like block incoming attacks while retaliating with a strike on their way back. I know the Enchanted Lands is like that. Her DP, her Emerald Sword, really good because it forces the opponent to the other side of the stage.
Yes. Yeah, it's another, you know, method to see how these ultimate skills are going to change up the gameplay and change up the matchups as we go forward. Speaking of ultimate skills, we saw Webbs frequently using ultimate slow kill as just an anti-air option that was really, really strong.
Yeah.
Believe in victory.
Catalina, another one of those characters that got a bit of a facelift in this game. Her face is noticeably different.
Literally.
She got that pointy chin.
They're trying to put Webbs to the point, but cannot quite get there just yet.
Webbs more than happy to play this full screen game with the Flamix. Nice check though with the 2M.
Couple shots coming through the main, jumped over. 5H nothing doing, and finds the Webbs, missed the jump out.
Yeah, slow kill again just to win the projectile war right there, and has access to ultimate Flamix as well. We haven't seen that so far, actually.
Tries to go in with some pressure here, jumps back.
Ooh, tried to, I think, go for a grenade right there. Lost out on it for a little bit as a result. Grenade or Flamix. No, that was a Flamix under. Yep, into the SBA.
Closed the door on that round, and yeah, we saw Webbs really mix in a lot of, you know, blue grenade into dash up pressure.
Yeah.
But also happy to just hang back and shoot projectiles. It's kind of useless 1-on-1 at the moment.
And of course, you know, Eustace being a charge character and with the change to the simple inputs, no longer really has to worry about managing that charge, and instead just kind of keep firing those projectiles with the simple press of a button.
And turning into a true gunner.
Yep. So if you were ever intimidated at that prospect before going into Eustace, much easier to get into the character now.
Absolutely. Right now, Sneaky Mango not being easy to get into at all. Has a huge life lead, put Webbs into the corner. Crouching medium connects again. The stagger. Ooh, Drake.
Ooh, big block on the back. Raging strike. But nothing coming off of it.
There's the break. Again, Sneaky Mango has the life to gamble here. Whereas Webbs certainly does not. There's the brave counter again. Out of brave points though.
Yeah, it's important to note that even the brave counter does damage, so it can knock you onto the chip point as well. And it seemed that maybe is what happened there for Webbs.
Into battle 3 we go, all tied up in the round count. Sneaky Mango goes for the thrust and a nice DP there to keep the turn. See Webbs a little bit hesitant now to fire the gun, does not want to get jumped in on.
Okay, lovely check with the far medium right there. Now has the range to actually use those projectiles. Lovely use of the L grenade, gets the conversion to slow kill as well.
Ooh, but Webbs, good punish from Webbs.
Yeah, Webbs kind of slowing down the pace, looking a lot more comfortable in neutral.
Hasn't really been able to get into this round. This is going to be a pivotal one here. There's the air-to-air, but no combo.
Yeah, that could have been a real big combo for Spooky Mango right there. Oh, no reaction on the Raging Strike that time. Wasn't able to get the Brave counter out in time and ended up losing the round because of it.
Yeah, when I saw the Raging Strike land and then the Raging Chain, I was assuming that the Brave counter was coming. We've seen it from Spooky Mango before, but hey, just because the mechanic is there doesn't mean you're going to use it perfectly.
I love the range that Webbs is playing at right now, just making sure that he's sticking right outside of that L Enchanted Lands range.
Yeah, it's so tempting as a Catalina player to just pull the trigger, and you know, if you're not exactly at the right spacing there, you're going to take some damage for it. Webbs commanding the neutral now. Nice slide through into the 2M punish. Slow kill coming out again to shift through. Auto combo lands, but no full continuation.
It's a Raging Strike. There's another one.
Counter right back, and there you go, Webs. Throwing out slow kill again. We haven't seen ultimate slow kill in a little bit.
There it is.
Gets a knockdown off of it, the hard knockdown version as well. Raging Strike with no follow-up. Webs out of meter for Suki Mango, almost out of life.
No, tries to use the ultimate enchanted lance to pierce through. Unfortunately, doesn't work out right there. And now Webs on a set point.
It's almost a death by 1,000 shots situation that Webs is playing to, and now Suki Mango might want to find a way to up the tempo here, make Webs make decisions faster.
That's gonna crumple, but not gonna get the combo afterwards.
Big stand again, working out the Webs. The shot gonna force Suki Mango down onto the ground. The jump over connects.
Very nice jump timing. Punish, but only the 2L, not gonna be able to convert any further.
That's gonna convert for sure.
There we go, there's the brave counter this time.
Fireball victory for Suki Mango, but the anti-air and the pickup. Reset.
That time good challenge, but it's not going to be enough, and a 2-0 finish for Webs in that set.
Yeah, Webs, showing the power of patience there. Slowly but surely kind of just winding your opponent down to get them into a state where their offense, not that they don't want to use it, it just kind of slowly trickles out.
Yeah. Good stuff. Once again, advancing to the winner's side of top 32.
Absolutely. Good stuff to Webs. Rocking that Eustace. And again, you brought up an important point. Eustace is a charge character for motion inputs, but if you're looking at the character, you're like, hey, I want to play this character, but I'm kind of wary, right, about managing that charge mechanic, managing the necessity to be able to use this projectile. Changes now to the system mean that you can use the simple inputs and use the character just as effectively, and so it's an opportunity to jump into maybe an archetype that you're not comfortable handling in a fighting game.
Yeah. Now I have a theory.
Okay.
So towards the end of one of the last patches of Granblue Fantasy Versus, there was a change made to all the characters. They had improved rush combos. A couple of characters received changes beyond that. Eustace received changes to Slow Kill and Flammic Thunder, which made their easy input cooldowns shorter, a lot shorter. And so my theory is that was the precursor to the change to simple inputs in this game.
That's a good theory.
A litmus test, so to speak.
Yeah. We've seen that in other titles as well. Developers do that, and that could very well be the case. Speaking of the case, we're going to have the next one coming up to the jury of the skies. It's going to be Shitani versus Ants. Ants we saw earlier up as well.
With the Loane, with the boys, rocking up, rolling up in the flaming wheel of glory.
That's one of my favorite new ultimate attacks. Is the Flaming Homies is just one of the best in the world,
I'm telling you, dude, they're all comedy.
Yeah, absolutely.
We haven't even seen old Catbot yet.
Oh. Cannot wait for
the
that.
The drill to pierce the heavens.
There we go. This is another top 32 qualifier, and I'm pretty sure for B Block, we're going to see that moving forward pretty much the rest of the way as we are whittling down this block of pools. Thank you all for tuning in and watching some good Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising. This is the very first Rising tournament ever in the world here at Evo 2023.
Yeah.
So whether you're in person or at home, thank you very much for chilling and hanging out with us. We appreciate you, and hopefully you've been having a good time.
Yes, shout outs to everybody that has tuned in so far, and also just as a quick shout out, make sure to check out all of the other Evo streams as well. All of the action throughout Evo you can find on twitch.tv/Evo and like a number at the end going all the way to like 7 or 8. There's a lot of action across various fighting games, even Granblue as well. So make sure that you check out all of that Evo goodness.
Absolutely. Could not have said it better myself. And I'm going to see some fantastic intros once again. The game's graphical update and facelifts, as you say, are one of the many things to enjoy about Rising. But Granblue was always a gorgeous game, so it only continues to look better and better.
I'll be very curious to see how Shitani plays UL versus how we saw like .MP4. Oh, there was the catbot, unfortunately didn't connect.
Shitani not being endlessly carried into the corner of the screen this time. Couple of neutral punishes there from Shitani, but no full capitalization hit.
Oh, the parfait instantly getting it to 100 meter. Oh, there's the HPA. Overhead into the party ender. It's lit, bros.
Absolutely. It's a great time. He's having a great time. He's enjoying himself. You get a parfait and your friends come over. What better way?
Yeah.
What better way to spend the day?
He is celebrating, living his best life. Got the corn, got the salad. You know, after the parfait, you gotta take a step back. You know, you gotta eat the healthier stuff.
It's the 80-20 rule.
Before we go straight back to the parfait. Again, 100 meter already.
Listen, Lewayne has always been able to do it, and Ants is fully capitalized. We're gonna pop some bottles here. The party ender, Catalina bot, the low connect, and the pickup. Ants working on all cylinders, blocked up, but the plus range from Shitani.
Yeah. That is now a DP that leads into plus frames, so we have to hit her between that gap. Parfait again, look at that! Shitani hasn't reached 100 meters yet, and Ants is going to reach it again!
Yeah, almost twice, yeah. Guaranteed now at this point, but the finish going to stop the meter. Even the chuckle. Oh, comedy, as you said.
This is a man who is having a great time, playing a great game with his favorite character.
What a blessed existence for sure. There's the low coming through, Catalina bot setting up the neutral space. Nice punish there from Shitani, but be forced away once again. They waited out the parry. Pick up buttons from Ants.
There's the salad. Ants putting himself into the corner. This might be Shitani's time to capitalize. There's the parry to relieve, to maintain that pressure for Shitani. There it is.
Oh, I like that DP right there from Shitani. Yeah, to run up on the reset with some buttons as well.
So, I would say a mistake that a lot of people make against Lewayne is that they don't challenge his cancels. His cancels are not good, right? The worst that you can get hit by is an awesome source, but if you allow him to freely cancel into catbot or throws, you know, he's just going to have a field day on offense.
Yeah, it makes it even more difficult to actually get the momentum you need, especially against a character like Lewayne, who can, when getting meter, summon you Drazel. And if you're even with him, you're losing at that point.
Yeah, just getting all this meter back. Nice raging chain extension. Gonna be able to do the double. Get the combo off the wall. Almost gets the KO, but the meaty on the stance light is gonna take it. Shitani getting around on the board.
I like this from Shitani, showing that they are able to force Ants into a scenario where they can't get those setups, right? And they're starting to capitalize more on the punishes that we saw before and fully combo into him. But Ants answering back, setting up Catalina bot, delayed dive down, gonna get some food.
Yeah. Wow, anti-out with the close medium. Nice DP that time. Wow, the raging strike on defense with all options, and it works out beautifully for Ants.
I don't even think Shitani was ready for that one. I was certainly wasn't expecting it.
I don't think anyone was ready for that one. And look at the health difference now. All that HP restored. All that gauge restored as well.
To the corner we go. Yes. Nice fight out from Ants. Going to go into HPA. Shitani's going to have to guess right.
Yep. Oh, good spot dodges, but unfortunately doesn't get the last one. At the moment of truth, it's going to close the round. Ants now one round away.
Yeah, Shitani certainly has changed things up, but Ants is willing to challenge in that neutral space each and every time, especially on block.
Yes.
Again, getting meals, getting meter. Anti-air again with the close in, the backstep in the stance, and the throw for your troubles.
So that's very important to note. That move is -4 at best, or at worst, I should say. Good recognition right there from Ants to go for the 4-frame throw to get the punish.
And that was a no-escape throw, nothing that Shitani could have done. However, EX Ender going to push Ants into the corner, staggered, 2L, goes for the frame kill as well, gets the connect.
Yeah, I think Ants going for these spot dodges, maybe trying to look for a raging strike. that Shitani right now isn't doing. Side swaps and gonna get a nice extension in the corner. There's a throw, one throw for your troubles. What else are we going to see? The pressure once again. I smell a Raging Strike coming soon.
I think it might be, but the overhead connects. Oh, Shitani happy to down back, and here we go, an HPA. Why Raging Strike when we can party with the homies? Popping bottle rockets, the overhead lands, and that's going to be it. Ants moving on and eliminating Shitani from the bracket.
Very, very nice. Loser side, top 32 in the hands of Ants.
In a tough bracket too, right? Like these are not, you know, easy matches to be able to get to this point and then move forward. And it's only going to get more difficult as we continue. But, you know, hats off to Ants showing the power of Lorraine. Unfortunately, Catalina Virum did not land, but it was used. So we're progressing towards the point.
Baby steps.
Yeah,
baby steps.
Got to take the small steps forward, and as we do, we're going to continue to step forward through this block of pools. See one opponent on the list, ready to go up at it. But again, Rising, such a fascinating story of a continuation of a title. As you stated earlier in the day, you know, the updates and the idea of Rising was started right with the launch of Granblue Fantasy Versus, and I want people at home to understand from a development standpoint, that means that you're maintaining one title and coming out with updates for it while you're also working on something brand new.
Yep.
Not an easy task to do. So for those of you who are wondering at home, how difficult is it to alter the course and change and add features to something, think about that before, you know, you say, oh, why can't we just add rollback into everything? It takes time to do it the right way, and I feel that Cygames has done that.
Yeah, and they also said once again in the panel that for the amount of work and the costs that it took for them to implement rollback into Granblue Fantasy Versus, they thought, well, the cost isn't going to be that different from just making a new game, so that's what they did. They made a new game.
Yeah, and it's shaping out to be a really exciting one. So we have both players up and ready to go. It's going to be Roddy, who I'm assuming is an Ilsa fan, maybe just a little bit of a hint, versus Spooky Mango, who we saw earlier.
Yep, on the Catalina. Vasaraga, I believe, versus Catalina.
Catalina. Siegfried.
Oh no, this time opting for the Siegfried for this bracket instead.
He's so cool.
He is cool.
How are you going to pass him up? And here we go, Siegfried versus Catalina. Two knights going at it.
Yep.
凄まじい気迫だが我が騎士の矜持にかけて真っ向から受けてたと迷いのない良い目だこちらも答えなければ失礼という
I've always really enjoyed the Granblue intros. I feel like there's a lot of good vibes between the characters. Sometimes it's just kind of this light banter. Sometimes it's like, you know, characters talking about stuff they want to do like after the match. And then you have like Bubs, who's just mean.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
And like, oh, hey man, I just wanted to go out to eat. No, that's not what's going to happen here. And what's also not going to happen is Spooky Mango being put on the defensive right now, but does spin the EX, gets punished by Roddy.
Yeah. No attempt to the punish versus that L dash attack. The fireball to catch the jump right there, ball moves.
Oh man, anti-air fireballs. That's the world we're living in now.
Yep. Plus frames, but good challenge from the left from Spooky Mango. Chooses to RPS right there with the DP as well.
EX Orca not landing. Oh, just a neutral jump. A falling button gonna land, going straight into Super Skybound Arc.
Yeah,
remember my homies.
This will not find the KO just yet, based on the starter. But no meter on the side of Roddy, and not that much of a health lead either. If Spooky Mango is able to find his way in, a Raging Strike will be enough, but a DP in retaliation.
Yeah, the full EX DP, making sure to get that frame one and vulnerable startup as well. Roddy gonna strike first blood.
2. Engage.
There's the Orcan and the medium follow-up for the parry.
Yep.
Speaking of comedy, Ultimate Orcan is
all the way across the stage with you. Ooh, no great counter that time. This could be a nice chunk of damage for Roddy. Oh, does he get the follow-up in the corner?
There you go. Down back and does get caught. Fortunately, but unfortunately, the DP is blocked.
Roddy in a lot of trouble. Oh, this is going to be a nice chunk. Again, missing the light link.
A long road though for Spooky Mango for sure. There's the block though. This gets started.
Yes. Gonna keep it real simple. Auto combo into or triple attack into the SSBA. This is gonna do quite a lot.
Yeah. Big damage here for Spooky Mango, but does not have protection against Raging Strike. There's the standing dodge. Cannot afford to go on the defensive here. Down back. There's the Enchanted Lens. EX Orkin and the finish with the light follow-up.
Yep. Frame trapping right there. Not allowing Spooky Mango to escape.
Battle 1. Engage.
Fireball stuffs with the thrust. Nice spot dive again through the fireball. Jumping connects.
Trying to up yes right there, but no punish from Spooky Mango.
That was definitely a missed opportunity here. 5H run to land into EXL Draken.
There we go, there's the parry coming out again. This time taking a little bit of the damage. Get Magnum stack.
Just one, but that's going to be huge damage off of it. And there's number 2.
And there's the fireball to close out the round. Roddy now 1 round away from advancing to top 32.
Yeah, Rod is showing a different type of Siegfried than Diaphones, but just as equally effective.
As an aside, Siegfried's theme is playing at the moment, and what a great theme it is.
Fantastic. The music continues to be fantastic in Rising. Full combo here at the limit. Yeah. Get the soft reset. The jump in connects.
Get that knockdown. No. Looks like on the throw right there. Alright. Checks Roddy that time. Beautiful anti-air. Gonna get a nice extension, making use of the light wall.
Very nice from Spooky Mango. Has Super Scout on all available. Light wall. Full combo counter.
Oh, if only he's able to get a different attack right there. That could have been a huge combo into SBA.
There's the great strike, but nothing off of it. Full charge into the throat punish.
And there's that final round that Roddy was looking for. It looked like the momentum was in Spooky Mango's favor right towards that last kind of exchange where the sides got swapped, wasn't able to fully capitalize on the big crumple on the light wall, and as a result, ended up losing the set, eliminating at 33rd. But good stuff to Roddy, making it into loser side top 32.
Absolutely, great stuff to Roddy. Again, showing a different type of Siegfried, willing to use the Orkin on block a little bit more than we saw from Diaphone, but as equally effective. Not as much leaning on the unique skill to stack up the damage, instead focusing more on the pressure. And, you know, it shows that the character, I feel like the character is a really good addition to the cast. Definitely one where if you want to play, you know, the cool knight character, certainly one that to come in, I feel like beginners can do well with as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Granblue's always been a game that I think beginners can really jump into very effectively, and they're really doubling down on that in Rising. I feel like they really want to kind of emphasize the point that, yeah, newcomers can just hop in and play, and you can feel like you're really doing things right from the jump.
So important to be able to, you know, have that openness to the approaching your game, and yeah, as you said, you know, going to continue to see that through Rising. Again, I think they said Anila is also another well-rounded character, right? One that's meant to be one of the entry point characters into a series that is about the accessibility. And speaking of accessibility, we're going to access that next match coming up. Top 32 loser side, Redeemer versus Shatani.
Yeah, of course, we saw Shatani before on the UL Redeemer. We haven't seen just yet, so definitely curious to see what character they bring up. That hair is fabulous.
It is fantastic. It reminds me of the old days. I'll put it that way. Oh, man.
I can see it.
Yeah. I'll show you some pictures later on.
Nice.
Oh, but man, we've been having a great time here with Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising. Again, had a fantastic panel earlier in the day, so you know, make sure you check that out and continue to watch through. This is still just Block B. We've got more pools coming at you later today, and then tomorrow we'll step into that top 32 space where we'll see some of the best currently in the game clash it out. And to end off the day, close to the end of the day on Saturday, will be the top 6.
Yes. All right. He's just doing a quick button check.
Always important, even in the beta tournament, any tournament whatsoever, make sure it's one of the worst feelings in the world is to get into match, your first game of the set, and you realize my heavy punch is now my throw.
Yeah.
You're just like,
oh damn. Everything's just gonna go wrong. But our first unray of the block coming up.
You're talking about some changes due to the non-hard knockdowns on set play characters, and Andre being one of those characters that have been affected by that.
But in addition to that, I also mentioned before that like he has that far heavy that kind of closes the gap, so he can go into a raging strike combos from that move. That move was already a fantastic option on his kit. One of the other changes he has as well is that the light version of his mantra wheel, the 2-on-4, now gives a bit of a knockdown. A little bit of a knockback property rather than just kind of giving you plus frames.
From Shitani.
Not close enough to the corner to get the combo. Yep, there we go. As I was mentioning before, there's a raging chain extension. They're not going to be able to combo any further.
Another DP. Shitani finding the gaps here. Going to cancel.
Straight into SSBA. That damage does not need to be restored anymore because look at that. That is a down Unray. I better not see any restores in the chat. I know how you are.
Restore. Oh. All right, here we go. I like the way Shitani was using GP there.
Yeah.
Just interrupting time and time again and saying, if the pressure isn't true, I'm going to get you.
Oh, lovely delay to work around the Omni Bastion right there. Gonna get a nice combo in the corner out of it.
Great counter from Redeemer. Charges the lanes. Counter hit as well, but the stance.
No brave counter coming out that time, and that's going to result in a nice chunk of damage for Shitani. Are we going to see another raging strike coming out? No, instead, the throw out of the 5U stance. It's going to take the game.
Yeah, Redeemer nodding. Yeah, I get it. All right, here we go. Shitani certainly commanding this set so far, but Redeemer did have a little bit of advantage here. Gonna try to space things out, but Shitani, once again, right back in the business. DP, it's definitely my turn.
Yep, again, aggressive with those DPs. Just using the throws as well. Getting little bits of chip damage from those latex.
Punish on the slide again, and Shitani giving Redeemer no room to operate.
Wow, able to parry the Raging Strike.
Certainly the best of many options against defending against it, but the Raging Chain on the setup for massive damage here.
Yep. Ooh, the dash pass looked ready for the parry right there, but unfortunately not able to actually punish.
And another DP.
Yep. Especially in that situation, it was so worthwhile to do because you hit it, you win the round. If it's blocked, well, you take a combo, but you're still alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely worth the risk there. And now Shitani on set point. Step back as well. About the 2L into a throw, gets broken, but late.
Lovely spot dodge, just anticipating that far heavy, able to get a punish as a result. There we go, there's the ultimate parry coming out from Uno, but the ultimate 2-1-4, the Hanarashi coming out, this time from UL, back to back.
Cygames again, Raging Strike, caught him looking, Raging Chain continuation, and Shitani cashing all the way out for the finish, and gonna move on into top 32.
Yeah, very, very nice. Once again, just awareness of the meter situation, pressing that Raging Strike. Brutal.
It is tough. It is tough. But again, one of those mechanics where as we start to see it more and more, there'll be adaptations to it and move forward. But again, it wasn't just about the Raging Strike, right? Shitani challenged, I think was maybe 7 or 8 in a row correct on DPs.
Yeah.
Whenever you have that stat line on a match, I don't even need to see the rest of the match. I could probably guess who won that set. And Shitani well-earned good stuff to them. And speaking of good stuff, we've got lots more of it coming up. But we're going to take a very short break. swap out into a different set of pools. But when we come back, more Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament here at EVO 2023. Don't go anywhere.
どうして私を捨てるの？一人にしないって約束したのに。嘘つき。どうしてです。こちら。やって。おやすみなさい。お願い消して。邪魔なものは全部消そう。ダメです。いいから。やつらによ。もう何もかも嫌。もう嫌だの。みんな消えればいい。来ないで。消えてです。ベッドのご用意。触らないで。こんな世界。暗い。引き裂いて。なんで。どうしてくらい。
Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
クランさん。愛しい人。
時は満ちた。
And welcome back, Skyfarers, to Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament here at Evo 2023. We now have myself taking over for Matt. Virum is staying, though. He's gonna pull the long shift. I don't envy you, my friend, but
holding it down for everybody for the next 4 hours.
Yes. So, I mean, hey, we get to talk a lot about Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising, which, you know, is not out if you're just now joining us. This is an open beta tournament here held in Las Vegas at Evolution 2023. And we do have the wonderful Cygames team allowing us to do this, hold this event, and be able to figure out, like, hey, what's going to happen in the future with this game? What's it going to look like?
Yeah, this is just a taste of what we're going to see. Of course, this is the same build that was played last weekend during that open beta period. So the only brand new character is Siegfried. So no Anila, no Nia, and of course, recently announced Grimnir to the roster as well. You Grimnir fan?
So I actually can't wait for people to see what Grimnir has to offer because I played the GBF, the mobile game. And so I don't want to spoil anything because people are going to be heavily surprised. They're going to see the original trailer where like, you know, here comes Fate's episode and you see the character and he goes like, you know, the wind is rising. I just can't wait for you guys to see what else he says and things like that. I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm very excited about that.
That makes me think that he's going to be kind of like Belial, where he says things that really just kind of keep you on your toes, like, whoa, okay.
Well, you know, it's for another time. We'll find that out, you know, because we recently saw near gameplay with that same trailer, right? So eventually we will see Grimnir trailer at some point. You know, don't know when it is, but definitely looking forward to it.
Yes.
And especially looking forward to all those characters, right? We don't even know what they're going to be like in their entirety. We've seen some gameplay of Vanilla, we've seen some gameplay of Nier, but we didn't have access to them in the open beta, right? We only got Siegfried for this event. We only had Siegfried for the open beta. I think Siegfried is probably one of the funnest additions in the entire game, quite frankly. Like, easily shot up to, like, my top 10 in fun rating.
Yeah,
just from the open beta, which was really surprising to me because I was like, he's not like a super complicated character or anything. He's just very fun.
Yeah. And that's always one of the most important things when it comes to fighting games. Just, if you can't make your characters fun, what's the point?
Yep, and so we do have our matches on deck. It's going to be Esto versus Zeta Slow. I'm always a big fan of Zeta Slow's name because of from where it comes from. But I could talk about that all day, all night. I'm a big fan. Yeah, so they're gonna do a button check first. It looks like, but yeah, so not 100% sure. Normally, when I know a player, I can be like, oh yeah, they play this character.
Yeah.
The problem is like we're playing in the open beta tournament, right? So their characters have changed. Maybe they want to play Siegfried because he's new, or maybe they want to play a different character because of other changes that happened that made them like, oh yeah, this character seems more fun this version, or whatever. And I have no assurities that I'm going to see the character that I think I'm going to see.
Yeah, I know, of course, Roddy came up on the previous block, and I was like, oh yeah, I was talking about how, you know, Roddy is a great Vasaraga player, and then it locks in Siegfried. I was like, oh, okay.
you give the whole life story and then just Siegfried right after?
not quite 11. To that level of detail.
At age 11, Rodney.
We did, of course, have to point out as much of we did have to point out that Roddy is very much an Ilsa enjoyer. So if they ever added that character in the future, you know exactly where his legions are going to lie. But getting into things, Catalina versus Luane, the man who dotes on this woman to the dismay of Vera.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he doesn't want to hurt Catalina. He loves Cat. He's big Catalina fan.
Yeah.
So I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to do this fight.
In contention for the. I would say the biggest, but Vera's right there.
Vera is absolutely the biggest fan. I'm just gonna tell you that right now, story-wise. So there's no, like spoilers. They're quite literally soulmates. Getting into it. Already seeing the air-to-airs here from Zetaslow. Ooh, yeah, the jump you paying off dividends as it always has for Catalina. Just an exceptional move in general.
Ooh, nice pick up using the sweep and the bro. Coming together. Both these players engaging in the air quite a lot.
And yeah, decided not to end it with a special. Just went straight for the knockdown there. Not the throw here, and he's headed with the life lead. Oh, was able to get the cross up, and that was not a full conversion. That actually ended up resetting.
Yep.
Throw. Ooh, the big throw tech window too.
No tech on that. Oh. There comes the raging strike. Low health, very difficult to deal with that in that situation.
Hey, yo, react! Yo, react!
17. You reacted to 17 frames?
Yo! Yeah, no, it is quite difficult for sure. But you know, one of the interesting things too is I got to talk a lot with Mav about this. As we got through the tournament in the other pools, the further we got, the less that Raging Strike was dictating entire matches, right? People had answers, people had defensive options. People were just staying away from the situation entirely. Like, they were like, we will not get got by this mechanic because everybody was talking about it.
Yep. Speaking of getting got by the mechanic, however, Zeta Slow getting got and taking a full corner combo. Oh, a little bit too early on the throw.
Luckily for Zeta Slow, that was scaled, you know, due to the follow-up.
Yeah.
Full damage here, and nice, using the triple attack low to be able to get a true knockdown on that one, right?
Very, very nice.
Yeah. One apiece in rounds right now for
Esto and Zeta Slow.
I feel like Zeta Slow really likes the throw game. You know, the throw game has been quite prevalent thus far, but we've also been seeing throws in situations where you can't actually touch them. Yes. And you can tell that because the indicator will tell you no escape, right? Yep. So because of that, Esto can't even get away from them. Ooh, yeah, bravery counter.
Interesting position to use that. Now doesn't have the meter to potentially brave counter a Raging Strike. Managed to breaking that 15-meter threshold now, but ooh, unsafe, but not going to get the punish with the sweep.
That jump Q is paying off so much right now for Esto, but the throws are paying off far more for Zeta Slow, I feel like. Yeah, just finding all the right times to throw, and went for the stand light pressure, but that is just enough time for the Super Skybound Art to connect. If it kills, let's see. Oh, I could not remember the health value beforehand. I thought it was lower.
Yeah.
Yggdrasil.
Mother Iggy. We didn't see her at all while Axe was playing, but here she comes. Are you ready for the game?
Unblockable. Take the chip damage. Another unblockable because you tried to jump.
Yep.
Super smart right there from Zeta Slow to fake that, oh, you want to jump over this so that you land directly into the unblockable lava.
Yeah, if you want to jump past that wall, you have to do it forwards. That leaves you in a position where the lava isn't guaranteed.
Yep. Yes, so it's going to be first game for Zeta Slow here. Yeah, again, these jump views are just on the way down, always going to be the go-to action.
Yes.
So there it is. Had 50 meters. Going to be able to use it for the full extension. Takes to the corner. And remember, that used to be a knockdown back in the day.
Yep. Oh, big no! Heavy, but couldn't capitalize. Unfortunate.
That could have been so much.
Yep.
They were fighting up there. Taking away the footsies and taking to the skies instead right there, but Esto winning that battle, you know. It could be said that Catalina has some of the better air normals over Loane, so I mean, you know, Esto taking advantage of that.
I mean, you know, Granblue is a world set in the sky.
Yeah.
So it's only fitting, really.
Yeah, the ground is definitely not exactly hospitable for very long. You can live down there for a little bit. Oh, wow, tried to anti-air with the 2H, but ended up actually getting caught by the JU.
Not in range to get that DP. Finally gets the throw tech.
Yep, one of the few sweeps that being canceled, special canceled in the Awesome Sauce to keep the frame track, right? Normally it's a true guard frame, but for luckily for Loane, it's more than that.
Speaking of which, now Zeta Slow, 1 round away.
Yeah.
Forever having a great time. Tries that here with the DP, just a little bit too early.
Yeah.
So that can't get that first air unblockable hit.
Yeah, so DPs were changed in a number of different ways this version, but one of the things that you do need to remember is that DPs need to hit at the very beginning to be air unblockable.
Yes. Oh, I like the attempt to go with the cross-up right there.
I gotta say, I really like Esto using the triple attack to secure an actual knockdown because they took that away, right? So like a lot of people are kind of like still trying to find their flow. Not gonna end up working out there. Zeta Slow is going to take it, but I think it's just something to look towards because I was talking to Maverick about it and we both kind of agreed that layer 1 of the community's learning to change their game plan for this game is getting around the hard knockdown problem, right? Yeah. Because they took away a ton of those, and so once we get through the hard knockdown problem, then you start to open up a lot more layers, right? Because, you know, just having access to triple attack low causing an actual knockdown that you can follow up on, that's a little different. Yeah, you know, we're not used to that.
Not to mention, of course, you have medium dash attacks, which also cause a knockdown. If you get a count hit medium dash attack, that's a hard knockdown right there. So So you can use that to take space, get that nice meaty light dash attack that gives you a nice chunk of plus frames as well. So yeah, lots and lots of things to consider with the new mechanics in place.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a couple of those, right? We've been seeing it all weekend, obviously, with the Raging Strike. That has just been the name of the game.
Yep.
For a lot of it. And if you've been watching the other pools, you know, we saw what defensive mechanics you can do. You know, you do have Brave Counter to be able to get away from it. We saw Brave Counter actually used without the Raging Strike several times here by Esto.
Yep.
Because they were just trying to get out of the block string, right? It's basically a guard cancel. It's not just for that one mechanic. It also helps you get out of dodge in other situations.
Yeah. It's that awkward thing, though, where Raging Strike is so difficult to react to that generally people at the moment, at the very least, are saving it for Raging Strike because they know it's a very stable way to beat that option. On the other hand, though, of course, even though it's a very stable way to beat that option, you know, gets you a really nice amount of space, your aggressors can keep going for that Raging Strike to just drain your Brave points, drain your meter, and then just leave you in that horrible position where you just can't really do anything afterwards as well.
No, I think that's actually a very good point because a lot of people, we're still not used to every single system mechanic just yet because we've only had 10 hours of open beta or so, and then now this tournament here, right? This is the most that people have gotten to play. So trying to figure out where to use your bravery points on the Brave counter in the first place is kind of like hit or miss at the moment until people kind of figure it out because, yeah, Brave counter on Raging Strike is super good, don't get me wrong, but maybe you don't want to get chipped out. And so maybe you need to get out of something else, right, mid-screen, because not a lot of people are using Raging Strike mid-screen if they don't have 50 meter, right? If they only got the 25, they don't get the follow-up, you don't get a combo. Nothing's really too egregiously bad at that point. But we have more matches coming up.
There's also the scenario where you have the corner control, your opponent starts to hit your block. You can Brave counter there, get that corner control back, and maintain your offense at the cost of the meter and the Brave point as well. So definitely a variety of situations that we can see that coming into play. Coming up next, we have Koromon versus Kyokon Baru.
Yeah. So I'll keep it not biased, you know, because me and Corey go way back. We didn't know we go way back, but we go way back. Yeah, Corey, hi, how you doing, Corey? Yeah, so Corey's out of my neck of the woods, in my region and whatnot, so I get to talk about Corey quite a bit. But Kyokon Baru, not 100%, my area, right? Not my expertise. They're gonna show me up. That's all I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're gonna get a button check underway. Koromon. Now the question is I'm not 100% sure what Koromon's want to play is for Rising, right? Because I mean we talked about it a little bit before, right? You know, everybody's gotten changed. The system itself has been changed.
Yep.
So characters that people play in one version may not show up in another. Could be the same thing, could be not, right?
Yeah, certain characters have changed very, very drastically. Others less so. I think I was mentioning before, the set play characters in particular, very, very different in this game just because of the removal of the EX hard knockdowns. You know, not being able to combo into hard knockdown and set up their offense in the way that they are used to means that they have to completely, not only have to rethink how they play, but they've even changed lots of those sorts of tools as well.
If this Matera is Koromon, then they kept their character that they played from vanilla. So, but if it's not, if it's Charlotta, that's hilarious.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
That should be what it is as we get into the first game here. Jumping immediately over EX Potato Ball. Not dealing with that. There's the names. All right, yeah. So it is Koromon on the Vatera. Yeah, so Corey's been playing this character since she started playing Granblue, right?
Yep.
So definitely looking forward to see what the adjustment is because now the hard knockdowns are no longer present on EX Fireballs. So you kind of have to change the way you're structuring OP.
All right. Kyokon Baru on the offensive, but an immediate wake up from Koromon. Gets the Raging Strike. We're not going to extend too much further beyond that.
Yeah, unfortunately the big drop right there was trying to get a full confirm, it looks like. But okay, gonna get another chance at it right here. Dropped it. Yeah. So you don't get enough of a ground bounce to be able to do heavies off of the Raging Strike. You can do medium and light, I believe.
For Matera, because she has a slow close heavy, so I think a lot of characters can get the close heavy there, but Matera unfortunately cursed with I think 11 frame close heavy. So
it's character dependent, as a lot of things end up being, But
yeah.
First round still going to Koromon on this one. Kyokon Baru trying to fight through these arrows and just having a lot of trouble with it, honestly. I mean, this is one of the things that we talked about earlier in polls, actually, is that Matera, whether you think she's amazing or whether you think she's bad, you have to know how to fight her regardless.
Yes.
Because she will just run over you because you won't know what you're doing.
Yeah, she's definitely a matchup that has to be learned. Often you can't go into it with a very sort of intuitive, stable game plan that you normally would against other more straightforward characters.
Yeah, she's just got a different thing going on, and right there, the butterfly was set up, forcing Kiyomi Kombaru to have to stop. Ooh, caught out of the Raging Strike, so didn't have to deal with it.
Yeah. Missed the link out of EX Shining Onslaught right there. Sort of Lumiel, excuse me.
5U, though, the counter, you don't see the parry too much, but got the counter hit straight into the link, actually.
Yep.
Nice from Kiyomi Kombaru, 1 round apiece. Could be a close game.
Player 2, win.
I like that they changed it to a cinematic camera angle now. It feels a little bit more like focused on the player than took the W, rather than just kind of like a, all right, we're waiting for the next round. That's just me though.
Yeah, lots of nice little visual changes made to the game. I love the trails on Matera arrows now, particularly those the 2-3-6 and 2-1-4 arrows, and they look really, really nice.
Yeah, got the counter hit here is Koremon. Oh no! I think Charlotta, I don't know if they changed that combo route, but she might be too short to get hit by that combo and that's when she's crouching.
Maybe.
I could be wrong though. They could have changed the combo route, you know, that could have just be gone now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, using the Zephyr to get away as Kiyomi Kombaru trying to get in, but that's really good for Kiyomi Kombaru. Yeah, that's going to allow for a run for it. Super Skybound Dart comes out, it gets blocked.
Yeah, safe BT with the jab right there.
I'm sorry, I was about to lose it. All the glasses. And there it is, the jab. Kiyomi Kombaru, unfortunately not going to Super Skybound Dart when they had the hit after blocking the Super Skybound Dart of Koremon. So didn't get enough damage, didn't get the hard knockdown, it looked like. And Koremon just kind of was like, well, I guess I'm just going to fight it out because I have way more health.
Yeah, definitely. One thing to note about clashes in this game is that before, obviously, when you did a clash, you wanted to go for as quick a button as you could. So usually it was the opposing light to the one that you did. You do a 2L, you do close light, 2L, etc. This game, you want to go for throw, because throw is now the fastest option.
Yep. And it won't clash. Yep. You'll just get a throw attack if it's the worst thing, right? I guess there could be something to be said about how much meter clashing builds. Yeah. So like maybe you're trying to build the meter and you're just like, all right, I'll take this L just for this. But I don't know, that's kind of the new part of the game is we do have to change up our senses on that.
Yep.
Full conversion here though. Got Skybound Dart on deck, yeah, go for it.
Yep. Not quite gonna KO just the length of that combo, but one more hit should do it for Koremon. And there it is, the far heavy.
Yeah, unfortunately that is not gonna be able to finish it off due to not be able to go through the projectiles, right? So it's gonna get hit, and now Koremon on set point here in round 1 winners, and again opening up with that slide. I feel like Kiyomi Kombaru's got hit by that maybe 3 times. No punish there either. Trying to go for too big of a button, I think. Because I don't think that was perfectly spaced, but I could be wrong.
One of the fortunate things for Matera is that I feel like this character's close range pressure hasn't really changed too much because she was always using that far light a lot in pressure anyway, and it's pretty much the same move as it's always been.
Yep. No, I 100% agree. Yeah, the close-up pressure is very much the same. She doesn't really get anything. The ultimate skills don't add anything to being up front unless you have ultimate butterfly on top of the opponent already. Yeah. Which is like a completely different situation in and of itself. So, well, I think was trying to go for the anti-air right there. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of shimmying, trying to, not sure what Koremon's trying to look for, but I mean, Kiyomi Kombaru is just taking advantage of it, right?
Player 2, Battle 3, engage.
Possible set point we are still at for Koremon. Kiyomi Kombaru needs this just to be able to stay alive here in the winner's bracket. Keeping the pressure up, and there it is, that stand light. You're always talking about it. I mean, everybody's got to talk about it, right? Standing low, that reaches semi-decent range, honestly.
Yeah, standing low, plus on block, reaches quite far and change into itself.
It wasn't affected by the 2L change, right? Because it is a standing light.
Yeah.
So, okay. I was just curious. But because it had the property of a low, I was like wondering, I wonder if they individually selected. But yeah, not going to matter right there as Koremon pushes forward and controls that match incredibly well. Going to be able to take it 2-0.
Yeah, very nice. I know for a good number of the far lights, they reduce the recovery on them so that they're all closer to being about like 0 to +1 on block nowadays. But
you said the close lights?
Sorry, far lights. Far
Okay,
lights. Yeah.
sorry, because I was like,
Yeah,
crouching lights are
close
negative
light.
now.
Yeah, crouching lights are negative. Close lights are way more plus.
Yeah.
So you can link close mediums. Some characters can link their close heavies on crouching opponents after close lights, even without any kind of counter hit. So yeah, again, just the state of pressure in the game has changed very, very significantly.
Yeah, some people like they'll be looking for a frame trap in a situation that's like a like a walk up close slide or a crouch slide or something like that. And it's just not there anymore, right?
Yeah.
Because you no longer have the same number of frames, and you have to get well adjusted to that. It can take a little bit. That's the one thing like that I was semi worried about the reaction of certain things on day one of the open beta, because like we can't figure out every single thing in that open beta. Like yes, absolutely. No. We definitely all agree that certain things are stronger than others. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But we do need a little bit more time, and this is kind of the time given to us, right? We can kind of see all that stuff in action now.
Yes, most certainly. And of course, like, we're not even getting into stuff like combos where people haven't really discovered like some of the crazy stuff that you could do with trying to create links into ultimate skills, for instance, understanding the new nature of corner routes, experimenting with even stuff like triple attacks and dashing attacks within combos if you're able to squeeze them in certain situations. So that's all stuff that we're going to have to see in the future. We got our next set coming up. Our players are on the setup. We got another Charlotta locked in, and we got Tony versus Sonic TB Gamer. Sonic TB Gamer is the kind of tag I would expect from like a YouTube Let's Player from like 2008.
You're right. I just can't refuse that. Like, you're just correct.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're about to let's play their way through this bracket as they are in winners round 2.
Yep.
So they do have a W afforded to them. Gonna be going up against Tony. I'm gonna be real. Don't 100% know these players. If I do, I don't recognize the names off the top of my head right this moment. But so we're gonna get to see something new. And that's the beautiful part about these open brackets and whatnot. And the open beta tournament in the first place. Some of these players, maybe these players, they're playing Granblue, but they only played it so often. From the previous version, their eye was taken away from it, and now their eye is back on it.
Yes. Yeah, I was saying something very similar to Maverick before. Just those sorts of players, and of course, brand new players that kind of saw the game, maybe didn't have time to like try out the game back during the pandemic, and then just didn't really have an opportunity to get into it, and now using this as the opportunity to try out and get into the game. As an aside, I'm really glad that even in this open beta of the game, we get a couple of weapon skin variants right from the jump. So we're not locked to the default weapons.
What's nice too is when the game finally releases, we're also getting skins.
Yes.
We found that out during one of the panels, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, going into it to be F6. So this is a character that I think everybody universally agreed kind of got the nerf back, right? We're not going to say that like they're bad or anything, just like things definitely got taken away, as probably fairly they should have been.
Yeah. Being able to get the hard knockdown on execution as like a whiff punish tool, so strong for this character. He just get that, run you into the corner, and then you're dealing with this.
Yeah, so the nice part about, so that was actually taken away. The ground bounces almost universally throughout this game right now, they have less of a ground bounce.
Yes.
So most people would get standing heavy or close heavy, but now they have to be like a medium or a light, right? So one of the things that we saw earlier, especially from Gouda, actually, Gouda was playing 6. Gouda did stand light, link into close heavy off the ground bounce, and that was the new route. Yeah. And it's like, it's just really nice to see the adjustments that are made, right? Like, yeah, they tried to take this away from us, but we found a way around it. They got the counter hit on this one.
Lovely call out on the parry right there. Ooh, tried to be cheeky with the 8U Shadow Trace. Sorry, the 6U. Oh,
wow! So that was the dash attack right there. So it has an animation when it actually connects. Interesting. Oh, and there it is. Raging Strike not being the end-all be-all. I'm just getting. Oh, good lord, this could hurt.
Yeah. Again, just missing out on that close heavy. Lovely spot dodge coming out from Sonic TB Gamer right there. Oh, but missing the Raging Strike afterwards. That's an unfortunate spend of meter. Now doesn't have access to that big SSBA of Charlotta's.
Oh, I mean, it's gonna get that meter back though pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
It's not super hard, especially with Sword of Lumiel. It's gonna build good meter, but yeah, no full conversion off the counter hit on the jump light. Oh no! What? You're a lord! Oh no, combo limit. Okay, you're still a lord though. You're still a lord though.
That was an insane, like, autocorrect side. I've never seen that interaction ever.
That's godlike. What?
1.
No, this is the best 6 player in the world. That's just it. It's over. Pack it up, everyone. Shuabu, get out of here.
It would be a fella called Tony. You know, these lone first name gamers are easily some of the most powerful. Now I've seen the adjustment using the close medium instead.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting once people figure out the changes to all of the character combo routes that kind of have that universal change, right?
Yeah.
Where before they were doing close heavies and now they can't. What is it going to be for those characters nowadays? Thunder Flash to be able to get through them trying to take the turn back. Oh, man. Yeah, another reaction to keep that pressure going. Yeah, using the Raging Strike, got the follow-up, and the pressure is looking insane. Just like old days of 6, huh? It feels like maybe nothing's changed.
Yeah, this is quite a suffocating display so far. Sonic TV Gamer just looking for these opportunities, and that jump in is the first. Hopefully the first of many for this Charlotta gamer. Lovely run under, gets the dash attack, counter attack as well.
No full conversion, but I mean, you know, still, that allows you not only to get out of the corner, but now you've got the pressure on to Tony. Yep. Spoke a little too soon. And there it is. That's the change again. No knockdown. So you just have to deal with the opponent being able to jump away from 6 normal pressure. And that was kind of the nerf back to 6, right? Is the fact that all these knockdowns are taken away. He's not as imposing.
Yeah. Again, great DP that time. The Holy Ladder coming out from Sonic TV Gamer against the Raging Strike.
Got below on the... Yeah, another cross-up right there. And things are starting to slowly change. It feels like Sonic TV Gamer is starting to deal better and better each round with everything that Tony is bringing to the table.
Yes. Definitely dealing with that offense a lot better. Lovely air-to-air right there. Getting the air-to-air, gets the full combo as well.
Yep, not able to get the hard knockdown, so trying to find a different method of Oki. And oh, that was an attempt at an anti-air, but it was a little too late, yeah.
Yep. Going for the full combo into the Holy Ladder knockdown. There's the Raging Strike into the chain. Again, maintaining that pressure for the anti-air. No safe jump for you.
Yeah, oh wow, just barely crossed up with the 5 years. I did not think it was going to do it, but they did. Raging Strike, Raging Chain, full conversion here. Now, here's the thing, is there's no bar, so you've really got to make this happen if you want to finish it off, and just not enough. Combo limit was coming up, not a ton of health left. He's got 50 meter after this throw. Sonic TV Gamer could absolutely still be in this, but oh, the 2M!
The challenge with the 2M. Good stuff to both players right there. Sonic TV Gamer just had to press that Raging Strike, I think, a little bit earlier, and that might have been able to take it, but good stuff to Tony. Moving forward with the 6.
Yeah, I really liked what Tony was doing there. Tony showed one of the adjustments that I think a lot of people were starting to notice, right? I mentioned this a couple of times in the first couple of blocks because it was something that it wasn't really in my mind, but I saw some people doing, was that people were using Raging Strike for more uses than just the guard break.
Yeah.
Because it does have extra uses, right? So Raging Strike not only allows you to pick up from a situation where you would normally not be able to do a full combo, but it also gives you a knockdown where you would not normally be able to get a knockdown, because Raging Strike does force knockdown until I think it's combo limit, and then it no longer knockdowns, I think, to air flip, but the rules are still not 100% to me, so I can't say for sure.
And then, of course, you just have the mid-combo utility where it works as a launcher, especially effective in the corner, where you can combo afterwards with various sorts of buttons depending on their height. So it's really, really nice combo filler if you don't want to expend your EX skills, instead willing to spend a little bit of the 25% meter. That allows you to get those strong extensions instead.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like we're going to see more and more of that as time goes on, right? Like, once people start to figure out, like, oh, this actually links into this, or this, you know, this is a thing that could happen. You know, I mean, once people get training mode, they find the wildest stuff.
Yeah, especially now in this game where we have frame data in training mode, thank goodness.
Yeah, so we had a variant of frame data in the previous one, but it was essentially a color that told you if you were negative, plus, or even.
Yeah.
Right? So it wasn't exact numbers. We kind of had to figure that out ourselves as we went through. And now, it's a little bit easier. Yeah, so we got more games coming up. So it looks like we have Knight's own 2Easy, who is... I think they still live in PNW at the moment. They moved to PNW a little bit later in their game lifespan. They had been playing games a ton. They've played Fantasy Versus since launch. They're a Charlotta player. Super, super strong player in Mortal Kombat, for example, just etc., right? So, yeah, I mean, I might not even see Charlotta this time. And again, I just can't stress enough. Like, I just don't know.
Yep.
On the other side, it's going to be Semi.
Semi looking like they're locking in the Namaya, your girl.
That's my girl. Yes, absolutely. I'd very much like to see how other people are starting to look at Narmaya, right? Because we only had so long for me to play Narmaya, and a lot of it when I was playing Narmaya, I was like, I want to test Siegfried out as much as possible. Yeah. So I didn't get a ton of time with the character, so I'm not 100% sure what to think yet. Because, you know, one of the things is they took away corner damage because the combo limit itself changed, right? They didn't change her corner route. They just made it so you couldn't do the whole thing.
Right.
So it's, you know, she gets left damage off of that, but she gets some other things like mid-screen now. There's there's that big toss-up because of these. Yeah, so it is going to look like it's Charlotta out of 2EZ, just like we were expecting. I hovered over Siegfried for a second, so I was wondering, ooh, if we finally get to see it.
Victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Yep. Okay, no button check. Real.
Let's go straight into things.
Yeah, no punish right there on the sword. It's gonna have to. Yeah, that's the thing is you have to be able to deal with Charlotta when she's going for the quote-unquote human form. Using the armor EP to be able to get out.
Yeah. Immediately 2EZ taking this turn right back with the Holy Ladder. There's that Raging Strike. Not going to Raging Chain to get the extension, though.
Yeah, I wonder if it was accidental, if they were not going for the Raging Chain afterwards. But, I mean, I guess we'll never know, right? Yeah. Ooh, try to go for the anti-air. Yeah, so Unsheathed anti-air is actually one of the best anti-airs in the game in terms of size. And you also get gigantic amounts of damage off it, depending on the screen positioning. So I can understand why Semi went for it. Unfortunately, a little too late. 2EZ ran away with it as a result.
There may have been the chance that 2EZ pressed that and thinking that it might be Universal Overhead. Because that's something that is worth noting. Of course, Universal Overhead no longer in this game. The input is replaced by Raging Strike.
Yep, same input. Yeah. So a lot of people figured out how to use Raging Strike on accident because they were trying to do stuff they wouldn't with Universal Overhead previously.
Yep.
Oh, nice use of the Close H. Yeah, the Close H for Narmaya is actually deceptively larger in proximity than some of the characters' Close H's. So, you know, you actually do get that in places that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah. Continuing the plus frames. Nice spot dodge with no punish on the Raging Strike.
Yeah, maybe just not ready for it on this one. Really trying to find their way around this, but I mean, it feels like 2EZ is kind of layering things to the point where Semi's just not understanding what to react with.
Yeah. Not to mention, of course, just using those Holy Ladders immediately just to maintain his turn as much as possible. Semi just can't find a solid answer right now to the smothering coming out from 2EZ.
Yeah, 2EZ definitely showing that legacy player skill level for sure. Offense, honestly, smothering is the correct word. Yeah, the offense has just been choking on it, really. Yeah, full conversion right here into the EX. Gonna get the no knockdown actually. Okay, yeah, just trying to teleport out. And there's the sweep, yeah. Sweep is real nice for Narmaya, another nice spacing tool. And I mean, sweep in this game in general has been historically pretty good. Yeah. Due to the fact that like a lot of people don't walk back, right, and try to shimmy you, and you sweep them and you kind of get a jail free card.
I think it's even more notable in this game because it's one of the few ways to get hard knockdowns. Now. Yeah. They did of course change sweep such that in juggles it doesn't hard knockdown anymore, but against grounded foes it still maintains that property.
Yeah, it definitely changes things for the likes of, like, say, Matera, right? Or Principal, who used to do that on average.
Yeah. Matera, Zeta, characters like that.
Oh, yeah, nice H. Okay, yeah, finally the air tears. You know, that's been one of the things for 2EZ. 2EZ's been getting away with a ton of jumps, right? Yeah. Jumping has been just the name of the game for 2EZ, and that can be like a Charlotta staple. And so to be able to get around this character and whatever character that, or whatever the player is playing, with this character is being able to deal with her jumping around.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
That's not safe, but no punish coming out from 2EZ right there.
Nice block on the low. He's going to be able to get the full conversion there. Very, very good.
Yep. Important to recognize the ranges and timings where you can properly take your turn versus that low.
Yeah, one round apiece. Semi needs this to be able to stay alive during the winner's bracket, right? Because 2EZ is on set point. Yeah, was expecting the jump, and that's kind of why they went for the jump back light. Another throw right here, and throws are starting to work a lot more than you'd expect. Nice punish on the DP as well. Yep. And again, that's not plus enough to be able to do stuff like that, right? And Semi is being able to figure that out, you know, with the stand lights a lot of the time. Now has access to the armored DP.
Oh, no block on the Holy Ladder. And we're gonna see a block, but no punish.
Wow, very surprising and very rare from Too Easy to not be able to get that. Right on the jump lights. Okay, there's the cross up straight into Skybound Art.
Yeah, but that's gonna be enough. Just those jumps, those close range jumps. Semi having a very, very hard time dealing with them. And Too Easy advancing on to the next round and winner's side.
Yeah, looking very, very strong. One of the things that I was gonna mention was that, like, because of the health change universally, right? Everybody got a health increase for this game.
Yep.
I have been trying not to call when something is going to kill. Right?
Fair enough.
But there was one moment in the previous block where something killed, and I was just like, there's no way it's going to kill because of the health increase, right? And then it did, and I just lost my mind. I was like, I don't understand.
those SBAs be hitting, man. They are very powerful in this game. They really up the damage of SBAs because they know that there's so many ways to spend meter now that they wanted to make those feel really worthwhile.
Yeah, because as it were, when we were first kind of figuring Rising out through the open beta, we were starting to wonder, is there really a reason to use meter on anything other than Raging Strike? And turns out, yes, there absolutely is. It's just kind of like, you have to get into the mojo of the game, which we haven't really had a ton of time with. And I feel like the more we get through this bracket, the more we're seeing other uses of meter, other uses of, well, smidgens of ultimate skills. Because, you know, we haven't seen a ton of people figure those out yet, because you can't actually special cancel into an ultimate skill.
Yes.
You have to link into it somehow if you're doing it combo-wise. You have to set up for it if you're doing it as Oki, etc., right?
Yeah, some people have found, like, neutral applications, a bunch of the fireballs, you know, you'll use that to call out or on reaction to an option that your opponent pressed, and then you just fling out the fireball and it will probably punish them. But a lot of other ultimate skills definitely need a bit more exploration. Coming up to the cap next, we have Zetaslow back again against Rowlet, community figure, loved by many in the community. Former Percy player, now Siegfried, of course. It was bound to happen.
Yeah, it got the husband, right?
Yep. She is Siegfried's biggest fan.
It was so funny. Matt was talking about it on commentary earlier. Matt was like, I don't even, like, know Rowlet very well. But when Siegfried got announced, I knew immediately to add Rowlet. Oh man, yeah. And Rowlet, another thing, is also part of the crew that loves to make these signs that we've been seeing in the crown. We're definitely going to be seeing it more and more as the tournament goes on, especially during that top 6, the coveted spot of everything going on tomorrow. Once, you know, because that's what everybody's calling for, or qualifying for right now. Yeah, so good chance we're seeing Siegfried versus Zetaslow earlier played Loane, I believe.
Yes.
So, gonna be a button check? Or is this real? Might be real. It definitely looks real, so okay, I'm calling it.
Alright.
And by I'm calling it, I mean the production told me it's real. I'm not actually very smart. No, but for real, yeah. So Rowlet playing Siegfried, not a huge surprise here, but we finally get to talk about this character because I didn't get to talk about him once outside of just me wanting to mention him.
Yeah.
Because he didn't show up in my previous block, but yeah, now we have Rowlet during. Can't wait to talk about stuff like Magnalion stocks and whatnot. Fortunately, I have not memorized the move names for the character.
I haven't either, sadly. I just know downtown is Orcam, and that's
well, I mean, that's the move I feel like we're gonna have to talk a lot about because of it, you know, it having follow-ups and whatnot. Yeah, okay, so that was another thing I wanted to mention. One of the furthest reaching low dash attacks in the game belongs to Siegfried. So at certain ranges, you just have to be prepared, and there's that 2-2X, right? So that is going to set up a lot of different situations. This character is incredible at whip punishing. He may have slow buttons for it, but the second, like, it happens, you feel the damage.
Yes, that is a brolic bar heavy, comparable in range to like Basses and Percy's, and just as much reward off it as well. Hey, look at that.
You see it right there, exactly what Virum was talking about. It's like a damn near immediate, actually. But 2H, yeah, I love that as an anti-air because I think 2H is an exceptional anti-air. Yeah. I think it is super, super good. It actually hits a little bit behind him, which is very nice as well. I don't know, I just love this character. I think he's super fun.
He's super cool. We actually haven't drawn attention to the fact that Zetaslow is on the Gran this time instead of the Loane. Gran obviously, I feel like Gran is one of the characters that's kind of very organically translated into Rising. A lot of the ways that he kind of wants to pressure, very similar. You know, he's using those 2Ms a lot on the pressure as well. The way that he gets knocked down mid-screen, very similar too, so...
He's always been quite good at the conditioning as well, because he's got such a solid set of gameplay. How there's that application of ultimate skill that you're talking about, you know, on Fireballs. Probably the most obvious application of most ultimate skills is the Fireball war, right? I'm just gonna win this now. Yeah, the sweep right there to punish the 2M. Yeah, easily getting that knockdown on that one. Ooh, wow, Raging Strike. I'm not 100% sure that was intentional, but yeah. So that is the issue with punish buttons. So earlier we were talking about how they weren't with punishing. Problem is gigantic recovery, right? Same thing as the Percival things that a lot of people used to talk about. Walking up, absolutely no fear of a Dragon Punch on Wake Up from the helmet. Straight up ran up on him.
Yep.
Battle 3. Engage.
Okay, the sweep down. It's going to be a much better knockdown situation for Zettiso, but there's the secondary Rekka. Get the Magnaians.
Oh, huge 2H right there.
That's gotta hurt.
Combos into the DP.
Yeah, didn't have 2X ready, right? Didn't have the Orkin. Okay, yeah, close medium, straight into the Orkin. Oh, and the command throw, yeah. So that's one of the reasons we were wanting to talk about Orkin was due to the fact that, yes, she has Siegfried. Due to the fact that it has multiple follow-ups. You know, you can do the obvious follow-up that works off of any Orkin, which is the light one. The medium one will give you a parry. The heavy one will give you the double hit. You can only do double hit off of medium or heavy in terms of combos.
Yep.
And then finally, the unique button will actually give you a command throw. So he's got numerous options off of these things, and as a result, you really have to pay attention to what he's doing. And he can also cancel the stance too. He doesn't just happen. That clash. Wow. The dash low with Reagan Lave with medium Reagan Lave.
Guess so. Again, there we go, the reaction fireball right there.
And one thing I found in the beta that was super nice is you can actually combo off the Orkin follow-up with a stand light if you delay the Orkin follow-up a very, very slight amount, because it props the opponent up a little bit higher after the first 2 hits, and that allows you to get the combo afterwards.
I see. Yeah, because I noticed that sometimes some people were getting that combo, other times other people weren't, and I wasn't quite sure on what the criteria was for that particular move.
Yeah, you just very slightly allow them to rise before you do the follow-up, and then you can actually get it. It was very interesting to find when I did. I was super excited about it, but there's only so much beta time.
Yeah.
Oh, jump light.
Maybe try to do a 2-2L, maybe try to do the Orkin right there.
Command throw.
Command grab, yeah. Just pressure from Siegfried, so layered from this character. He feels very cohesive in this game.
Yeah, and the more command throw is going to be shown from Mallet, the more Zettiso has to think about the possibility of parry, right? Because like you're thinking, oh, command throw, I'll just hit him out of it. It's like, nah, dog. Tried for the dash low. Yeah, that's something that I feel like you're going to have to think about a lot when you fight this character. Both 5H and dash low. These 2 moves, they're going to be all up in your grill all day, all long.
And the fireball, of course, as well. Such a good fireball coming out from Siegfried. The 2U into the FBA. Are we going to see the fresh one? No.
Nah, just a 2-step.
Yep.
Okay, push that low.
For those of you. Oh, no.
Okay, so if I wasn't behind the commentary booth, I would fix this right now. Am I allowed to? Because I can totally do this. I can easily fix this. I know what to do here. And I know why it happened too. Okay, so this is not the fault of a pad player that played previously, because pad players cannot disconnect their own, or they cannot delete their own pads.
Yeah.
Right? They can disconnect them. But unfortunately, so when you sit down, you kind of have to just delete the previous pad player. You don't really have much of a choice. It's super unfortunate, but that's just how it is with the hierarchy of the console, right? So they're just gonna figure out where to go from here, because the match was really close at the time. Talking to the stage manager.
It might just be a case of giving Rowlet the first round of the next game and then continuing from there, possibly.
Yeah, because it was neither player's fault. And the reason I know that is because when the PlayStation menu pops up, you can see what controllers are connected to which profile. And both controllers were still connected. So because of that, you know that it was not either of the players playing and that it was a different controller. Yeah. The problem is when you sit down at any PlayStation setup for a tournament, you have to disconnect the pads. It's just what you have to do if you don't want to. Okay, so it looks like they're going to give Rowlet at least one round. Yeah. Which, okay, that just basically puts it even. The throw change.
Yep, the speed of the throw just it throws off people's attempt to throw on wake-ups.
Well, luckily resources don't carry over through rounds, so this is like it's a very easy fix, right? You just give the person the round, and you just go from there.
Yes.
Now it's on Zettaslow to be able to make that comeback happen again because they were on the verge of one actually for a little bit. Yeah, you got to remember. So you were talking about that fireball earlier. Siegfried fireball cannot be so easily dealt with by dodge or crossover because it is slow and it just deletes those.
But then on top of that, the M fireball is so tall, so that it's hard to jump over as well. So generally a very difficult move to defend against. Thankfully, the M fireball is very, very slow on startup, so I think people will probably start trying to preemptively intercept him during that startup.
Nice dodge on the 2Us. That allows for the whip punish to not happen, basically. Or, excuse me, the punish.
Right, there's the first stack of Magnium.
Yeah, Magniums. Yeah. The only thing I remember because of how prevalent it is in the GBF game. But yeah, 2H straight into 5H, and that's going to do it. Rowlet is going to be moving on in the bracket on winner's side. Now, Zettaslow is still in losers because that was winners quarterfinals. So Zettaslow still having the opportunity to be able to qualify here.
Yeah.
So we finally got our taste of Siegfried. We finally got to see it. Very, very nice. I'm happy about it because, again, like, I know it seems like an exaggeration, but I really do think he like immediately shot up to one of the funnest characters in the game, despite his straightforwardness, right? Although, to be fair, I'm a big fan of stance characters, so it's like, I guess maybe I'm just a bit biased.
He does have that stance.
Yeah. Can do many things with it. We saw Rowlet, go to the command grab a couple of times, try to delay for the frame trap, or maybe even just, okay, I'm just going to use the light and then stay safe. I don't want you to Dragon Punch through this or anything. I don't want everything to be good. And that was basically the game plan, right? I just can't wait to see the character evolve. Because what do we not know yet? Like, we don't, there's things that we don't know that we don't know.
Yes. Yeah, things that will definitely be discovered as time goes on with the character. I mean, like, one of the things that we're not really seeing that much, we're not seeing players really make use of the 5U stocks. We're not really seeing people power up the character, and he already hits hard anyway. So the fact that you can do even more damage, and I know that there are combo routes into that move as well. It's going to be...
You can actually combo straight into it from just auto combo. You can do auto combo into 5U, and you just get a stack. Yeah, straight up. So this is just my guess on what you're talking about, why people aren't doing it a ton. I feel like everybody is cool and content with getting one stack of Magniums.
Yeah.
And the reason being is the further you get with stacks, the shorter amount of time that you have with Magniums. Yeah. So like 2 stacks is like half the time of 1 stack, and then 3 stacks is even half the time of stack, right? It's super fast. So you get a gigantic power boost, and you lose a little life, and it doesn't stay for very long. So 1 stack is nice because you get it for a number of times. And since hard knockdown is mostly taken away, it's very, very hard to get these days. People are like, well, if I just get the power boost on a couple of pokes, that's going to add up. So I think that's why people are just sticking at 1 stock of Magniums at the moment. I don't know if it's going to change. It could totally, once we figure something else out, right? Like maybe there'll be a route that allows us to get 2 Magnium stacks and then the next combo just kills or something. I don't know. But
I think at the very least, if it changes, it's just going to be from a player-to-player thing. I think it's one of those avenues of skill expression with the character, I would say, where, you can have some people that like to play a real do-or-die style where they just try and get stacks very quickly and then just go ham and just try and do those huge damage combos. And then you're going to have more moderate players who maybe take one at a time, maybe don't even use the move at all, and then just kind of play a much more steady game.
Yeah, I mean, only timer is going to tell is we don't technically have a release date for the game yet. I mean, you know, during the panel, Fukuhara-san did mention that they would very much like to have it this year, but you know, it's again they're aiming for that. That is not a promise, unfortunately. And you know, that's just how it is. It can be very difficult to be able to make that happen when you have to build the game again from the ground up, because they did put rollback and crossplay in it, which did require them to rebuild the entire game just about.
For what it's worth, for all the announcements that we did get at the panel today, they did allude to the fact that there's going to be a few more things here at EVO this weekend, so of course make sure to keep your eyes peeled for any more Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising announcements, particularly tomorrow, maybe on Sunday Finals Day as well. Make sure to check everything out there.
Yeah, we don't know exactly when it's going to be, but it was alluded to, just like Virum is talking about. So, I mean, yeah, we could have it, you know, end of the tournament, could have it on Sunday. There's just no way of knowing, you know. Keep it locked. I know you guys are on the Cygames channel watching right now, and I thank you so much for joining us for this first look at a big tournament for Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising before it comes out. Open beta tournament. One little stat that I do love to talk about for this is this event was capped at 256 players. It met cap 2 days after it opened. You could sign up 2 days later. You couldn't sign up no more because there's too many players.
Craziness.
Yeah, which is insane to me, and I mean that's super cool. You know, I mean, we just got a ton of people trying to play the game right now, and I mean, hey, we do have 2 other anime players. They definitely play a number of games outside of the Granblue spectrum. Monarch and Leonardo Dojinshi. So Monarch is known to be one of the strongest like anime fighting game players in America. For, you know, a few things, and is definitely somebody to look at coming into this game, because didn't play a ton of regular Granblue Fantasy Versus, right, prior to Rising's announcement, but really went hard on the beta. I heard a lot of people talking about, yeah, I was running into Monarch, I was doing this, like, Monarch just kept showing up on my matches, like, dude was grinding, fiending to play this game. So,
honestly, I love to hear it. Belial versus Matera.
Now, I'm assuming that Matera is Monarch, but I could be wrong about that.
Matera is definitely one of the characters in this game with a distinctly different face. Her eye shape is very different in this game comparative to base Granblue. There's a small handful of characters that got like very noticeable face shapes. She's definitely one of the ones.
Yeah, I think the graphical upgrade into Rising actually kind of helped with that. It allowed the artistic vision of the 2D sprites to come through a lot better in this 3D world that we're seeing. Yeah, so Monarch is going to be on the Matera. It's like Leonardo Dojinshi on for a while. And already a really strong start for Monarch. Oh, no punish though!
A little bit too late.
Yeah. Got
nice
11 framer, huh? Coming in.
Nice punish from the 5U.
Give Daddy some sugar? No sugar for you. And there's that throw change again. You know, in previous Granblue, that would have grabbed me. Yeah, but throws are just so much faster that a lot of people are having trouble adjusting to the speed.
Ooh, big, heavy dash attack from Leonardo Dojinshi, but not going to find the hit right there. Takes the throw.
Yeah, not everybody is used to seeing the dash attack animations just yet, so like, so even the punishable ones are not 100% like ready to stop or anything.
I love the jump versus the command grab right there, and that opening is going to be it. Monarch taking the first round.
Yeah, very strong level of control right there from Monarch, right? Was able to keep Leonardo Dojinshi kind of out of it for quite some time in that match. Really only saw so much offense, and I mean that's kind of, you know, the Matera gameplay, right? You never want your opponent to play ever.
Yeah.
Or get near you, I mean.
Especially when that opponent is Belial and can smother you with all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, he's a big fan of smothering.
Yep. All kinds of smothering.
Ooh, got the counter hand on that one. Yeah, so it's gonna allow for pressure. You don't get the combo there, but you do get to set up, and it's really trying to make Monarch fight. But so Monarch comes from a game where you just sit there and you defend and you chill.
Yeah.
And so I think that is going to be the answer, forcing him to spend bravery points, right? Because Monarch is going to be 100% willing to just sit there and defend. Yes. And so Raging Strike might be an exceptional answer. Yeah. And now that's 2.
Brave one's gone for the round, but not enough meter on either side for Raging Strike to be a factor right now. That meter change will change Leonardo now with the 25. We're going to see a Raging Strike soon, I smell it. No, it's Command Grab instead, and it gets stuck.
Ooh, the air throw to be able to answer the jump. Yeah, very, very smart right there. You don't see the answer a lot, but it's very important. But the ultimate skill, catching the EX Goetia.
Yeah, love the decision right there. Beat out all of Belial's projectile attempts, as well as being very hard to react to. And even if it was blocked, that would have been a ton of chip right there. So Monarch taking the first game.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard thing to fight. You know, I feel like we talk about Commentators so much, even in previous Granblue Fantasy Versus, right? Like, just in regards to, you definitely need to learn how to fight this character. And you need to learn how to navigate the minefield, how to make it so the minefield is not applicable. But oh, because Monarch tried to jump out, that could have been a full combo right there if Leonardo da Vinci was ready for it. Yeah. But again, you know, new game, it's hard for people to remember, right?
Alright, good on Leonardo da Vinci right there to recognize that one of the changes to Belial in this is that he can't get the close heavy after his EX Asmodeus in the corner anymore. He has to do medium.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that earlier. It's just happened to a number of characters, so a lot of people are having to adjust their combo routes.
Safe jump. Gets the punish this time with the close heavy.
Yep, unfortunately failed last time. Not going to let that happen a second time. You do not want Belial to have an extra second.
Oh, absolutely not.
Wanted the EX?
Yeah, didn't
get it. Okay. The jumping unique. He's got the chance to go into Super Skybound Guard. Oh, no!
He wanted a dash heavy and instead got the dash heavy attack.
Very unfortunate right there. Yeah, so you could went for 5U on that one. Was probably expecting a fireball, right? Because the butterfly was in front of him.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense. But no, I think you're 100% right. So one of the things about dash attacks is they're not done simply because you're dashing, though. You do have to be holding the direction.
Yes.
So that is something you can get around if you find it to be a problem. It's not actually as like easy to mess that up as you think. Once we have more time with the game, I'm sure right now everybody's accidentally dash attacking.
Oh yeah, definitely. So one thing about Matera, even though there was a big opening there, that JM is no longer a double overhead. It is an overhead into a mid.
Yep.
So her high-low mix is significantly weaker than it used to be. You can have a fuzzy block timing that covers everything now, but unfortunately, Leonardo getting opened up right there. Monarch taking the set in a strong 2-0 finish.
Yeah, basically every bit of what we kind of expect out of Monarch after seeing many tournaments with Monarch from other games and whatnot. Just level of control, knowledge of the game, right? And you may not have seen Monarch in a ton of Granblue Fantasy Versus, but I feel like you're going to see a ton of Monarch in Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
Yeah.
Especially due to the rollback, right? Just an online fiend as Monarch is ready to run sets with literally anyone at any time, takes notes. No, seriously, ask him to see his notepad.
Wow.
Taking notes all the time.
Yes, rollback netcode, definitely allowing you to react to everything, allowing you to react to throws, but a throw that you're probably not going to react to right now is a throw to this break. We'll see you in a bit.
どうして私を捨てるの？一人にしないって約束したのに。嘘つき。です。こちら。やって。おやすみなさい。お願い、消して。邪魔なものは全部消そう。ダメ。です。いいから。安らぎよ。いや、もう何もかも嫌。もう嫌なの。みんな消えればいい。来ないで。消えて。です。ネットのご用意。触らないで。こんな世界。暗い。引き裂いて。やめて。なんで。どうしてくら。
Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
クラさん。愛しい人。
時は 満ちた。
welcome back once again to more Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising action here at Evo 2023 at the Mandalay Bay, Las Vegas. And we are going to be continuing on with the winners top 32 qualifiers here in this tournament.
Yes, we have run through quite a bit in terms of these pools. Now, each pool does have their own top 32 qualifiers, so this is not even close to the end of today. We have quite a bit more, but what we will be seeing is quite a strong match here, because we are going to be having Tony versus JFK JP. So we saw Tony a bit earlier. We were definitely talking about the 6 play from previous, but JFK JP. Now, because Rising is a new game, I'm sure there's a lot of eyes on it that you know haven't been checking out before. JFK JP was known to be one of the stronger Lancelot players that you could find on this planet.
Yes. Very, very strong. Unfortunately, we didn't really see much in terms of like big international competition for JFK, but they are here today to prove the strength of their Lancelot. Lancelot, very different in this game in a lot of ways. I know a lot of Lancelots are not happy with this this version of the character. However, I think he's insane. I actually think he's way stronger than a lot of people give credit for. I think this character has a lot of like insane stuff, especially when it comes to the close range and the reward that he gets for certain things now.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need some oven mitts for how hot that take was. But you know, I mean, we're gonna definitely get to see a lot more, right? So yeah, specifically 666 right there. That is a completely different move at this point, right? It's now specifically for comboing in the corner or with punishing.
Yes.
Ultimate DP is also very strong, right? Ultimate Turbulence, completely different move.
Yes.
Oh, but there it is.
Now an actual DP. Doesn't get the link, unfortunately. But the 2U, JFK seizing that turn back.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't end up actually expecting stuff like, you know, Wake Up Sweep, right? It's just not in a lot of people's code. Now, Wake Up Sweep, though, if you're in America, you probably should expect it. Despite it being a Japanese player that just does.
Shout out to Callisto.
Hey, my
Sweet SSBA, the king.
The king.
The nicest cat.
My liege. Yeah, just trying to use that 5U, and got the counter hit and everything. You know, I gotta say, Tony, even in the previous set, was using that 5U to great effectiveness just in terms of moving around. You know, I feel like that was not something you saw a lot in GB Versus 1, right? In Rising. Definitely seeing it a lot more right now.
Yep, CG on the... well, it's not a 6-6 motion anymore, the Blade Impulse.
Yeah.
6-2-3 for the technical.
I'm so used to it just being 6-6 that I just like, it's just in my brain at this point. Oh yeah, using a lot of Delta Jump to be able to get through, and I mean, yeah, straight into SSBA.
Wow. Off of that light as well, that's going to do a nice chunk of damage.
Not enough to kill though, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, but wasn't ready for the cross-up right there. Lance has always been a block button check character, and you have to keep that in mind, even in Rising.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what a lot of people are going to find out when they start playing this game, whom you know, didn't really play too much in the previous version, is that they do need to get used to the fact that the block button exists, because there's some things that you do not want to allow happening to you. Yeah. Especially from these two characters, actually. Both these characters, you definitely need the block button for it for certain situations. Yeah, just faking the wall dive because JFK has already shown that the wall dive can be beaten. Yeah, speaking of which,
there's the ultimate turbulence, getting the hard knockdown, sideswap as well.
Tried the thunder flash in that parry, but the throw actually ended up whipping too, and I mean, that's probably a good thing for Tony. Yeah, there it is, immediate brave counter. Does not want to have to deal with that. You may lose a bravery point, you may lose some meter, but you're not dead, so that's good. Wow, conversion again off the Delta Jump.
Yep, that JL is just doing a lot of work out of that Delta Leap right there. Rogue tech. Was a late tech, so can't afford to take too much more damage right now. Again, the count hit on the JL. Tony having a hard time meeting JFK in the air right there.
Already looking real scary in terms of rounds. Sore on Tony right now, as it is set point here for JFK. He's going to try to make this offense work, but yeah, I mean, okay, so I think it's a really good start, right? Because JFK has been getting out of the corners almost free throughout this entire time because of that. And now using the unique to be able to get away from the corner again. So yeah, you may be able to stop the air to air, but you also have to look at the ground.
Lovely jump to bait the preemptive throw. Yeah, full Southern Cross loop here now, and now gonna go probably for a meteor strike. No, backs up, and instead using the fireball to extend the pressure.
Yeah, I think this is just really wanting to look for that the Thunder Flash, right, the parry. Gonna get the full conversion right there, and did the new version of the route. We were just talking about that. Tony actually in the very previous set was not doing it, was missing it, and within a couple of minutes later has already fixed it. Unfortunately, JFK all over Tony, and that is going to be putting Tony into the lose bracket. JFK, however, moving on.
Yeah, very clean end right there. I particularly liked how Tony made use of the overhead follow-up from the triple attack to get that knockdown. That is something that I think players will probably want to explore more, because unlike a lot of other sources of knockdowns, it's completely resourceless. You can do it for free, and triple attack ender damage has been increased quite a lot in this game. So generally, it is a good way to get your knockdowns now.
Yeah, especially because there's two ways for you to do a knockdown off of it, right? So the overhead option that you saw just a moment ago was for juggle specifically because the opponent is too high. Now, if the opponent is grounded during your combo and you still need a knockdown, for whatever reason, you can always go to the low of the triple attack, and that will also do the same function. And so basically, it just becomes this game of recognizing, are they in the air and you're juggling, or on the ground, and do I need a resourceless knockdown? Which one is it? This is what I have to do for either one. So very good call out, and definitely something that I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more in the future. Because again, I mean, you don't want your opponent to play as much as you humanly can in the tournament. So people are going to find ways to create more and more knockdowns, despite the fact that they were taking those things away from the game engine in general.
Yeah, most certainly. All right, next up we're going to be having Nickel versus Too Easy once again, returning to the stream.
Yeah, I got to talk about Too Easy just a little bit ago. We saw the Charlotta as we were expecting. They did hover over the Siegfried at one point, so I guess that's not impossible. But definitely going to be Charlotta, the main character, right?
Yeah.
We don't know who everybody's main character is going to be once Rising is actually out, because we're going to have access to just a heavy of a roster.
Yes.
But yeah. And then on the other side, we have JPV's Nickel. And this is, okay. Yeah, I was about to ask. This is a top 32 qualifying match on winner side.
Yep.
So we do get to see who's going to be making it to tomorrow's set of brackets. Because today is all the pools. And we're trying to figure out who's qualifying. And then, of course, we try to get just narrow it down to a top 6 tomorrow as well.
Yes.
Which is going to be, take home all the bragging rights. I'm the best Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising player there ever was.
Yep.
Until the game comes out, and then you have to prove it again. Yes, I want to thank everybody again for joining us here. We are at the Cygames booth over at Evo 2023. If you're watching the VODs back and maybe you're here, come show up. Try to play some Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising. You can do so. We do have right there, the casual stations. Some of these are being used for tournament, I do believe. So not always going to be able to immediately get in to some casuals, but you will get to learn the game because it is offline mode, right? You won't get immediately put into a ranked match like like when we were doing the open beta.
Oh yes.
Trying to see what's going on. Oh, yes. Okay, they're doing the thing I was talking about. They are currently desyncing the pads. Excellent. Wonderful. Just fantastic. So we won't have any mishaps. This will be the best game that these two can bring for a top 32 winners qualifier, unless one of them hits their own pause button.
Yeah.
And then in that case, it's their fault, though.
Hopefully, at the very least, the feature to enable hold pause is in there. I'm not sure if it is.
Yeah, well, this is a beta version, right? So it just might not be in yet.
Yes, yeah.
That could totally be possible. I do not 100%. You and I have been behind these desks, so I haven't actually gotten to jump into some matches yet. Very much would like to do so after this, but okay, yeah. So we're gonna be seeing Normaya versus Charlotta. So yeah, Normaya. Again, it's my girl. Gonna try to keep it civil. Gonna try to not be biased.
Oh, again, those throws timing, throwing off people all the time.
Yep. Okay. So here's the thing about Normaya's corner situation is she no longer has the access to the full corner combo that you used to see. So she does have to cut it short. So seeing what Nickel is going to do to cut it short to still get a similar situation is kind of important, right? Because we haven't seen a ton of Normaya's on screen.
Oh, the command grab coming out, but doesn't get the link afterwards.
Yeah, unfortunate drop right there. Oh, tried to use the crossover to get out, but too easy. Was completely ready for the low on this one as well. There's one of those knockdowns again, very rare. But Amare's out, not close enough to the corner to be able to do much. Oh my goodness, no, too easy, just let that happen. No, Super Skybound Dart missed.
In those situations, I feel like you always just gotta go for the simplest combo. Grab out of the low.
The speed up on the grab caused it so that throw can happen before the low happens. That's insane. I actually didn't know that it was just fast enough for that to work nowadays.
Wow.
Incredible right there from Nickel. Recognition. Okay, yeah, you can see Nickel has already shown an inkling of wanting to stop these jumps defensively right there. Like, okay. Yeah. Nice, switched out on the 5H, has access to that to the armor DP now. You have to watch out for the conversion ability when Narmaya has her sword unsheathed. She can convert off it quite a bit, and yeah, you can get some serious heavy damage from the corner too. So I can understand Treasy wanted to try to jump out there.
Well, not blocking low though. Against the Charlotta Noble strategy, that is the default position where you want to block, as it covers both the low and the command grab attempt. And command grab coming out again, but the close end missing it again.
Yeah, I think Treasy might not be just ready for, you know, the changes just yet, but that's going to finish it off for this one, and Treasy's going to take that round. One apiece right now. Please tell me she still has the win where she just screams and there's nothing else. Please tell me she still has that. I need that in my life. That was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen in my life for the first time I saw it.
Oh, unfortunately, doesn't get the close heavy connection right there. Oh, hit on the crouch, but no, doesn't go for the link afterwards.
Okay, yeah, 2H because of the attempted at the mix-up, and 2H again, that anti-air is exceptionally large.
Yeah.
Super good.
Oh, not able to get the chain into the standing light.
Oh, that was interesting. Hit Raven Strike, maybe on accident, because it was an anti-air situation. So, ooh, tries to go for Skybound Dart. Is that going to connect though? DP's through it.
All options, the DP was the one that worked
Far
out.
medium. Wow. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was surprised.
It's all good, yeah.
So, I mean, first game right there from Nickel. Looking super good. Narmaya, yeah, I mean, I guess if you haven't seen Narmaya too much from the current game, is there not a lot of changes here in Rising. You know, basically just like a couple of changes to the way certain specials work, and also the combo limit is really what changed her at this point. More at a system mechanics level than a character change level. There were, of course, character changes, don't get me wrong. But, so what you saw right there was kind of like a normal Narmaya game, quite frankly. Was just like, she's a very footsies heavy character despite the look, right?
Yeah.
And the way that like she plays when she finally hits you, she doesn't look like a footsies character at all. But but when you're right here, this is what she's going to do. She's chill, and she has to chill as much as possible to open you right back up.
As much as I hate this term, I think it's nonsense, but she's one of the more, particularly as you're learning the game, she's one of the more honest characters.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I know exactly why you don't like it.
Yeah, but like, because she's a very difficult character to kind of brute force and knowledge check with. Oh, almost really, really good for Nickel. That would have probably taken the game if she got that as a cancel. But look at all that damage from a poke into the SBA coming out from Too Easy Charlotta.
Unfortunately, Nickel just missed the close heavy, right? That was all that was required to finish that off into the Skybounder. And that may come back to haunt because it's left too easy with a lot of vitality in play and the mix-up potential as well off of Charlotta. If you cannot react to the ball.
Yeah.
Oh, trying to go for throw, interestingly enough. I mean, there was a shake of the head right there. Maybe it could have been an execution error.
Either that or just a little bit too antsy right there on defense.
Yeah, you know, that's actually something I didn't think about that you're bringing up by saying that, is that because throws are so much faster, people are preemptively throwing very, very quickly in defense situations. That was an amazing anti-air right there. So that was not 2-8, that's closing, right? And we talked about this a little bit earlier. Narmaya has a deceptively larger close, heavy range than she looks, because, you know, she looks like very small, but the box is a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and she like tucks her body in, so goes for the ultimate moonflip right there. That is quite an effective like whip punish and neutral skip tool, but I don't think it's plus on block like the EX one is.
Unfortunately, I cannot remember off the top of my head. It's been a while, because like I said, I was playing a lot of Siegfried. But one of the things that two of her ultimate skills are full screen moves.
Yes.
So one is the teleport. She just teleports behind you, and then she can do whatever. Or it's that, right? The butterfly.
Yeah.
So gonna be able to block this. Has to try to get a punish. Oh, was not in the other mode, so couldn't get what they wanted, but got the Skybound Art. That's gonna seal the deal on that round. One apiece in round, set point here for Nickel.
Yeah. Another near full screen option for Narmaya when she has, well, for Narmaya in terms of ultimate skills is the Setsuna, of course. Kind of like a, even though Setsuna is no longer really an anti-projectile tool, that particular version does work effectively as an anti-projectile option, and it causes a sort of crumple against the opponent as well. Yeah,
it's really interesting. They gave her like the ultimate skills in the places where she was weakest, so I think they were trying to cover the gaps. Right now, oh yeah, called out the flip right there. Very good reaction here. Too Easy is kind of having trouble getting some offense started because it feels like Nickel just has the answers and the reactions.
Yeah, Nickel just finally has got a feel for those jump timings that Too Easy is going for, as well as those holy ladders. Gets caught at not blocking low there though.
And again, not blocking low on this one. A lot of jumps, and wow, caught the cross over there. That was fear, I feel like. That was a fearful crossover. They were just really trying to get out. They weren't thinking about how many jumps that Too Easy was going towards. And I think Too Easy recognized that. And was just like, I'm just going to keep harassing you because you're freaking out. And that's the perfect time. You know, I can't remember if it was you or Mav that said it, but like at the end of every round of Granblue, things start to pick up the pace. Yeah. And people start to recognize that you are bleeding and I am a shark and we're in the water.
Lovely 2H again. And it feels like Nickel is feeling a lot more comfortable with their roots as well.
Yeah, well the funny thing is that route never changed, so they didn't really have to do anything. That is the same route as before. The only difference is if it hits closer to the corner, you don't get as long of a combo now. A lot of Narmaya is the same at this point, and so I feel like that's helping Nickel quite a bit. But yeah, okay, finally a hit here for Too Easy. He's gonna try to go for the low on that one, and yeah, got the counter hit. You are not Omega Plus.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit of a greedy, potentially a greedy reset right there from Too Easy. I mean, if they managed to get it, it would have been very rewarding. But now Nickel on set points to advance on the winner's side, top 32. Lovely frame trap right there.
Yeah, got the link on the counter hit as well. Yeah, damage. Yeah, I think Too Easy is starting to feel the counter hit damage on the anti-airs as well. Because like, again, if she counter hits the 2H in this mode right here, a lot of your life bars go away.
Yeah.
Oh god, and you're near the corner, you get the whole thing.
Full meter as well. This is going to be very painful. No, tries to extend with the JU into the crescent flip right there.
Yeah. So in this version, you actually that should hit, right?
Oh yes, so absolutely.
In this version of the game, Setsuna does not wall bounce as high up.
Right.
So you pretty much always have to go for TK. Nowadays. So unfortunately you're not getting the same stuff. And so I feel like that was kind of muscle memory, right? You're just like, oh, I need to get as much damage as possible with Nickel's brain. But no, it's they changed it. So it's gonna be Nickel moving on top 32 winners side. Now Too Easy still has to play the next match to qualify for losers top 32 qualifier. I have a real good feeling we're seeing Too Easy again. I don't know the bracket path, right? But I have a real good feeling that Too Easy is somebody that I just feel like can easily qualify for a top 32 in this game. So, it's shark-infested waters out here. It is. Everybody's fighting for their lives. You know,
lots and lots of strong players throughout this whole bracket so far. Both very established in the Granblue Fantasy Versus scene, just established across, as you mentioned, the anime fighters in general with people like Monarch. Just very, very scary bracket for how condensed it is. And speaking of scary players, we're going to be having Trace versus Rowlet once again coming up for more Siegfried action.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing the community at work, right? They showed up in full force, and of course they're going to run into each other in top 32 qualifiers. Yeah. So these are still winners top 32 qualifiers, if I'm understanding the feed correctly.
Yes.
And so because of that, we will find out who tomorrow will get to be on the winner's side just from the jump, right?
Indeed we will. Indeed we will.
So Trace, I believe, was a fairy player previously. I don't know if that's truly the case off the top of my head. I could be mixing them up with somebody in Washington that I'm thinking of. as well. So I feel bad. If I'm mixing you up, you can just call me out later. It's fine.
Well, Fairy is actually a character I don't think we've really seen today.
Have you seen a Fairy in any of your
I haven't.
Because we didn't see a Fairy in myself and Maverick. So.
Okay. So I know that Slash GG is here as well. So that's a potential Fairy if he hasn't played yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Slash is entered in this though, because I feel like they do have a pretty big commitment in some of the other games on the roster at this event right now.
Maybe.
But I mean, they could also just be the next pool, right? Because we're only what 3 pools in.
Yeah, we've still got Wave D.
Yep. So could totally be possible right here. Yeah, try to log in. Yeah. So for PS5s, the USBs in the back are USB 3.0, so they are faster speed.
Yep.
Than the one in the front. Well, except for the USB-C one, but most sticks aren't USB-C to USB-C.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Trace trying to show their phone, which has Granblue Fantasy stuff on it. So that looks like Narmaya's water swimsuit. Yeah, that's 100% Narmaya's water swimsuit. Yep, I know that for sure. And then, yep, that's the same thing on the Vitrix. Yep. So
the aficionado right there, and that's Siegfried. Yep.
Yeah. So funny story is I have so in the game you can put a wedding ring on characters, right? And you get like multiple wedding rings. They're not actually wedding rings. I'm just calling them that. And all of my wedding rings are on Narmaya, on just different versions of Narmaya.
Oh, no SSRs.
No SSR. It's a free pull though, so it doesn't really matter. it's fine because it is summer right now, so they're just giving it. They just give you a ton of free stuff.
Yeah.
So, not a big deal. All right, they've held us up long enough. I need a fight.
Presumably Siegfried versus Narmaya. I will be really quite upset if we have the Narmaya stick and not the Narmaya locked into the game.
Yeah, I was so I definitely was confusing Trace with the Washington player, so that's just on me.
Yeah.
Because the second they walked up to the camera, I was like, yeah, it's definitely not the person I was thinking of. Make sure you get those buttons underway. You can always check those. All right. So during the beta, and maybe you can tell me this.
Yeah.
Can you unbind a button? Because I couldn't figure it out.
I don't think so.
Okay. I wasn't crazy. I was really having trouble trying to figure it out. I was like, I just don't understand. What's wrong with me?
One thing that I'd quite like to see as well is a macro for either Brave Counter or Raging Strike.
Yeah. No.
Just
I
a choice.
agree.
Yeah.
I
just have a
agree.
choice.
All right, so we'll be Sig versus Narmaya, and this is obviously I'm happy. Everybody expects me to be happy with this match.
貪欲に強さを持つね。だが、猛襲に取りつかれれば道を誤ることになるぞ。
Every time he speaks, it sounds so poetic.
Yeah, dude.
It's like the end of the world is coming.
Alright, here we are. So quite frankly, I do expect this to be a very, very slow-paced attempt. And I do think it's actually, funny enough, on Trace to be super aggressive. Which is going to sound super weird for those of you who know what Narmaya is. What frame's there? Yeah, Rowlet forgot about it. EX? Yeah, you get the full conversion here. Yeah, I like that. Because you don't get the whole combo anymore, not cycling the cooldowns, right? Just straight up one for the knockdown. So that's fine enough. Because you still get a lot of damage. It's not like Narmaya is hurting when it comes to corner damage. He still gets it.
Nice timing on the jump. Gets the punish on that far heavy. Of course, that big chunky far heavy. As you mentioned before, very similar to Percy's and Vass's. When you do jump that button, you can actually punish it.
Yeah, so you're noticing there's very few Setsunas because Trace knows that with the way that Siegfried is able to whip punish, you have to be wary of Setsuna happening and then the Siegfried doing crossover into whatever the whip punish button might be, right? Yeah. Ooh, got the jump over again. And yeah, there's that recovery at work. We were mentioning that previously. And I mean, it's just coming up a lot. Opting not to use the bravery point. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Because like it's, oh my god, the overheads are coming in. Another one? Oh. Trace is bullying.
They count it right there.
Yeah, you have to use it, otherwise you lose the game. Which is really good for Trace because you just use one more and you're done. So it's going to force Rowlet to use the final bravery point, and there it is, Setsuna on the whip punish. Yeah, that's the hardest part with having to fight like Narmaya when she has the life lead. And especially one where it's like only a little bit of health is left. Because Setsuna will just check you. It's that fast.
Yeah. Yeah, normally, you know, El Setsuna not the best option. It's, you know, if they cross over or jump, it's a pretty big commitment of an option.
A lot of recovery.
Yeah. Oh, but she's swapping to the Tried and True. She's swapping to Percy, the comfort pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where it's a character you've been playing since, you know, the beginning of the game.
Yep.
So it totally makes sense. Like you're gonna know way more about Percy than you are like Siegfried in this game right now.
Yes.
Which, you know, maybe not be what Rowlet wants, but Rowlet also would like to win.
Yeah. Definitely wants to be on winner's side in that top 32 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they've already had to go through however many opponents it was before just to get to this point. Like, I can't imagine. Also being in losers and having to go through the whole bracket too. That must be a ton of matches.
Yeah.
Engage.
There we go. So first game is Principal here for Rowlet. Yeah, and already the punish game is a little bit, well, I was going to say a little bit different, but not really using the cooldowns.
Yeah. Not getting those combos into the necessary hits right there. There we go. The XTP does get the knockdown versus FTP when there's no stocks online. This is a safe meaty attempt right there, unfortunately. That's going to be a punish. Oh, a little bit too far for the raging strike.
Yeah, wanted the full conversion into death, right? And wow, got cheeky with the trauma rise backs there.
I think maybe wanted that, and that probably would have ended the round, but Rowlet's still much more comfortable showing we're here with the Percy.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty good option, you know, just to end the round. I think you're right. That's probably what they wanted. Oh yeah, good damage on that. You know, actually, I legitimately think Percival recovered enough that we maybe even at the 2H there. I'm not sure. Ooh, good punish.
Just that range, but again, Rowlet being very aggressive right now, gets the command grab. Oh,
yeah, that's not a true combo, but that's even better for Rowlet, because look at the extra damage they got off this.
Yeah. Yeah, so now the frame advantage of that 5U has changed. It is less than it used to be, such that he can't get close heavy anymore. However, the space between you and the opponent is now way less. So even mid-screen, you will always get a close draw.
Yep. Okay. Stance right there, almost working out for Trace, but yeah, Rowlet's a bar, you know, the wake up crush lights, super good. I feel like it paid off a ton. There's a lot of extra damage just put onto the table that wouldn't normally be there because they guessed properly on the wake up.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely picked a lot of very good times to challenge. And as the game was going on, just felt a lot more comfortable converting those hits as well. Hard knockdown, but the wake up DP gonna get some space, get that first stock, the ever important.
Yeah, Trace tried to stop it with the Setsuna, but unfortunately it was just not close enough. You know, for as big of a move as it is, it does actually end.
Yeah. And against Percy can actually punish that move with his far heavy if it's not at like max range. Lovely spot dodge right there. Not gonna get the punish though.
No, I mean I still gotta commend it.
Yeah.
It's you just knew. And that's very important, especially when your opponent has 50 meter, right? You have to really expect Raging Strike. You just don't have a choice.
Yeah. We'll get the knockdown with a fireball. Nice amount of corner carry.
Yeah, the 2U right there. And again, you were talking about how strong sweeps are in general in this game, and I mean we saw one application there. And, ooh, the cross up. You know, we don't see that much anymore, especially because they changed it. Okay. Is Rowlet reacting? I think Rowlet's actually reacting. Okay, well, maybe not.
Never mind. Not reacting to the throw.
How are you going to react to Raging Strike, but not the throw?
Well, if that was a count hit throw, then that proves that the reads are spot dodges are reads.
Okay. Maybe it's buffer spot dodge in an auto combo.
Yeah.
Right? And so it doesn't matter what they do. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, the classic. That's finishing it off. 100%. There was so much more damage to that.
Yeah, plenty of buffering behind that far heavy.
Yeah. And that's set point.
Battle 2. Engage.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, got the combo off it. Yep.
Yep. Nice. Picked up off the light dash attack and then extend. Nice and far.
Yeah, I like that. Keeping it short enough that the combo limit's not going to show up, so they don't get the flip out, right? You still get the knockdown.
Nice chunk of damage, of course, into the Zoraisen. Wow. Not as substantial as it used to be, of course, but still a big chunk nonetheless.
Poor principal players.
I know. We don't get to shred a third of a life bar anymore. It's more like a fifth. It's so hard.
Yeah, what's it like being a peasant?
Too slow.
So the ultimate Setsuna worked earlier in that exact situation and then did not work this time due to speed, right?
Yeah. Oh, unfortunately, he didn't have enough meter to combo into SBA there.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a trauma right back. There's very little help on the side of Trace. I mean, yeah. So Trace is not even trying to keep Oki going because of how many times Rowlet woke up with Crouch Light.
Yeah.
2L is a terror right now, hilariously enough.
Oh, no! But the buffer again walks right into that range, and Trace is going to take it 2-1.
Let's go, Trace.
Mimicking the animation as well.
Well, so Narmai only does that when it kills with the animation.
Cinematic,
but
yeah.
It did not get a cinematic, so. Yeah, good stuff from Trace right there. That again, I mean, we talked about that earlier. That was kind of what we expect out of a Narmaya, right? Like, Narmaya is particularly a slow character that needs to then explode once she actually knocks you down.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you see all this, like, anime stuff going on with teleports and her flipping around and all this stuff, and you're just like, oh, this character's probably, like, insane. She probably moves super fast. It's like, the game plan is actually to chill. Like... So it's going to put Trace on top 32 of a winner's side. Rowlet is going to have to qualify by playing one more match to be able to make top 32, whether it be Siegfried or Reversible. I'm not sure which. You know, I believe that'll be on stream when it comes up, but we'll see. We'll see. I can't 100% remember. The next match that we currently have slated is insane to me.
Yeah.
Shubu versus Monarch. That's crazy.
Yeah, this will be a banger.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So Shubu is one of the prodigal sons, if you will, of Granblue Fantasy Versus. This is like the game that Shubu kind of like jumped in, right? Like this is it. And Monarch, you know, we have like the legacy of multiple games and whatnot, and just being one of the stronger players. Not as prominent in Granblue Fantasy Versus, but has, again, we talked about it earlier, just fiending and rising, playing as many online sets as humanly possible when the online beta happened. And I can only imagine was probably sitting over there at the booth, just grinding away as many games as possible as well, right?
Yeah, Shubu, also worth mentioning, is one of the few American players, I believe, that's managed to kind of travel internationally for this game. Yep. He did go to Evo Japan a few months back. I don't quite remember how well he did, but definitely, of course, a very, very strong player. Consistent results here in North America. Just one of the players to really watch out for, and has been since, well, for a long time in the game. Yeah,
definitely. One of America's stronger players. And now, I have only one question, and we're going to find it out very, very quickly. Is he finally playing Soares again?
Oh, I hope so.
Or is he just still 6 right now?
Actually,
it could be Andre. It could be.
Sure, it could be any of them.
Yeah, but I don't know. All I know is that we're gonna see some Reese's Puffs. We're gonna eat them up, for sure. Anytime Shubu's on screen, I will never let it go. I will never let it pass. Not wearing the hoodie right now, but I'll never forget.
It's always on in spirit.
Yeah. Reese's Puffs. Eat them up. Sorry. Okay, button check coming up. So yeah. So I mean, I don't really expect much of anything other than Matera from Monarch.
Yep.
It's the playstyle for the player. Like Monarch definitely fits Matera. Matera fits Monarch.
Yeah. That's
just my personal opinion from having seen Monarch from a number of other games, right? Now, could have a secondary, but I feel like it's all in on Matera right now, especially when you're going into this game before it comes out. So you kind of want to have as much knowledge going into it so you can be as strong as possible, set your best foot forward when the game finally does drop, right? So, something to think about for sure. And again, we're still looking at Shubu. Could be a number of characters. Shubu has been known to be able to play a number of characters, so not impossible we see the Gran, right? I've definitely seen the Gran, the nitty-gritty.
Yep.
We've seen Uno. We've seen Shubu play 6. Originally the Soares, right? There's options here, and I haven't gotten to see him play because we've been kind of behind the booth, chilling. Hey, the Kill Sage is out there. But yeah, so we've been behind the booth just kind of chilling, right? So I haven't actually gotten to watch what characters Shubu's been playing in tournament.
Ooh.
Could be anybody.
Soares is locked in right now. It's been a long time.
Wants
and of course,
really
the Eurysis,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why there's a fake sponsor right there, is Eurysis.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a number of people in America who are just big fans of Eurysis. I mean, we saw Fire Eurysis earlier, who was the original Eurysis fan. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yep.
Because but it's funny story is Fire Eurysis used to be called Buff Eurysis because in GBF, Eurysis did not have a good unit. So they're like, please buff this character. And then they released Fire Eurysis, which had was a slightly better character, definitely way more playable, but also had a really strong weapon in the game, right? And so it was like, okay, that's good enough, and changed their name to Fire Eurysis. Really funny.
Oh no, we're getting Uno instead, yeah.
Yeah, they did say button check was going to be happening at one point, so I was almost very excited. I got my hopes up. Shubu hates me, I know.
Metera versus Uno.
Yeah, I mean, this is the character that for the latter half of the lifespan that Granblue Fantasy Versus has right now until Rising comes out. Shubu's been playing a lot of.
Yeah.
Shubu has been, I don't want to say all gas on this character, but a lot of the gas tank has definitely been spent on Uno as of recent. Also, this is just an exceptional character to pick versus Metera. So.
Yeah, we've definitely seen players like Senpai Spider like to opt for Uno instead of playing the mirror, just to be able to fight against her in a way that he feels more comfortable.
Yeah, and you know, I gotta say, I actually saw nothing in regards to this character during the open beta. Didn't run into anybody, didn't see any clips or anything. So I'm really excited to see like what are the changes? What what did he get? What did he lose? What does he bring into the table? We're finding out right now. The wall bounce hits. So far, so normal.
Yeah.
Right? Wow.
Oh, the DP Great Fall actually coming out into play. I know a couple of the changes that have been made to Uno so far. One big thing for this character is that because he has an advancing far heavy, he can combo that into Raging Strike, or it puts him into a position where he can Raging Strike afterwards.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because it just pushes forward. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
But then in addition to that, his 214L now causes a bit of a knockdown. Not like a soft knockdown, but the sort of pop-up.
Yeah, you just
knockdown.
immediately can attack.
Yeah.
Good to go. So first round right there going to Shubu with very strong offense. Again, I think this character is a very, very good pick versus Metera in particular.
Yeah.
And also this character, if you kind of didn't play Granblue before, he probably runs amok on you, right? Because he's got so many parries, and the Rekka series is confusing.
Double Mantra Wheel combo, very nice. And Monarch finally escaping the corner.
Yeah, Zephyr has just been such a good tool at escaping the corner for so long. So like people are starting to be ready. Like, okay, I'll let you out of the corner, but I won't let you breathe afterwards. Yeah, that's kind of what you saw from Monarch there. From Shubu there.
Oh, so that was a close heavy into a Raging Strike. It was a true block string in that instance. And when it's a true block string, it doesn't cause the guard break.
Okay, so earlier Mav and I, we both missed something where we saw a Raging Strike not guard break somebody. We did not see the normal that happened before. So we got very confused. We thought it was a raw Raging Strike. And now it's all coming back to me because I was like, oh, there was probably a normal and we just missed it. Yeah, okay. Because like we first watched that happen and I was just like, wait, raw Raging Strike didn't, what's going on here? What is it a bug? Oh my gosh. And no, it was just that it was a lockout, right? It was guaranteed into Raging Strike.
So far, it feels like there's a lot of unfamiliarity for Monarch right here against this character. I mean, very few people play him in general. So when you're playing one that is kind of smothering you like this, it just feels jarring. Oh, lovely to come up to the closer line. Finally, Monarch escapes.
I can't believe you're out of range that 5-8. So they go so far.
Yeah.
Ooh, ultimate skill. That is a knockdown, yeah. Monarch not ready for it, though. Maybe pressed a bunch a little bit too fast and just wasn't able to get it out in time as a result.
Battle 2.
Another round, another set. Looking like it's going to be good here. Oh, yeah, caught the extended hurt blocks. Yeah, I mean, you know, so he does have those super long normals, but they do come with a price. A very small one, but it is a price nonetheless.
And this character, Henri, normally very difficult to anti-air, I would say, because he has so many ways to stall himself in midair, and he has the JU air parry as well. So, definitely difficult to kind of anti-air this character consistently. Nice, using the Raging Strike to get the launch.
Excellent.
Let the combo limit happen. Yeah, immediately have to spend a brave point, right? Yeah, there it is. That was one of the reasons why this character is so strong versus Metera. She can safely put out a Virum. you just have to be very, very ready. And unfortunately, it was not the case. Shuabu trying to ask if it's 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5. But so that's going to put Shuabu qualifying winner's side top 32. So we will be having Shuabu's Reese's Puffs running amok, whatever character he decides to play, running around. And Monarch is going to have to qualify through losers later on, whatever matchup that's going to end up being, you know, whoever runs through losers and has to fight Monarch, right? Up in that, we already do have another losers qualifying match, and it was one we were talking about a little bit earlier. We are going to be seeing JPV's coin flip versus Rowlet. So we saw Rowlet a little bit earlier. Question is it going to be first game Siegfried, second game Principal again? Or
I feel like she really wants to play the Siegfried, right? But also she probably doesn't want to get eliminated. So I think it might be a case of, depending on how that first game goes, if she feels like it's like, this is clearly winnable with Siegfried, then she'll stick with the Siegfried. Otherwise, Percival will come out as the crutch.
Yeah, the question is basically like, you know, you've only had so many hours with the character.
Yeah.
Like, we can't tell if that's enough. Rowlet walked by and posed. Big sleep. But yeah, so yeah, it really is a matter of like Siegfried is so new that you can't 100% say like this is the best option because we haven't figured out enough of the character. We don't know if Siegfried's like amazing. We don't know if Siegfried's bad. Maybe Siegfried is just solid. You know, it's hard to figure out at this point in time because we don't have access to the game outside of the open beta and right now.
Yeah, very, very difficult to gauge character strength right now and stuff like character matchups. It's all very early conjecture right now for characters that are likely to change between now and the full release of the game. So it's all up in the air. A lot of it is just comfort and how people feel at an immediate glance.
Well, we're gonna see. I'm assuming a button check first. No button check. I just, you know, I'm just bad at this, guys. Yeah. So I'm just really intrigued, you know, because it could be anything. Coin flip, on the other hand, I don't feel it's a ton of different characters, right? I could be wrong though, because again, it's so hard to say, because like, you know, we're running a different game. Like changes to characters could be like, I don't like this character anymore. I want to play a different character, and then I'm just like, dang, you're right. Like, I might be a Siegfried player right now. I don't know. God, I love this song.
This track and the new main menu theme, I think, are fantastic. I love how much more energetic the new main menu theme is compared to the old one.
Okay, so we do have the Zoe up.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything looks normal. Everything's chilling. So Percy versus Zoe. So I didn't get these Zoes in my previous block. I feel like I've talked about Zoe a lot in previous Granblue Fantasy Versus, but Rising, you know, not a ton. And I'm very excited to see, because this was like the original like set play character, right? Well, of the DLC, I guess.
But now, of course, the biggest change I would say is to the H Dragon only being a single sweeping laser, no longer being the double laser that she had before, which kind of keeps you locked on the ground. Now it's a sweeping laser that knocks you away. It's kind of similar in the corner, similar to her M Dragon, I would say, in terms of like how it launches the opponent up into the sky. I think that has completely changed how this character likes to use offense.
Yeah, I was always confused about the change, but I mean, you know, I feel like we'll see why they may have changed that as the time goes on, right?
Yeah.
But, okay, already a Bare out right there from Coin Flip. Rowlet getting pushed back. Ooh, full conversion. Yep, very nice. He's going to get a lot of that Dragon meter. Yep. Okay. Dragon is now going to be on deck on this knockdown. Takes the Thunder.
Going for Thunder for the Oki now this time. Nice spot dodge to avoid the M Dragon.
Yeah, that 5-8. Oh, yeah, wanted the DP, and I totally understand, but, you know, first of all, funny enough, the privilege actually came to bite because the privilege of being able to run forward before the DP did not work out very well. And there's the throw change again.
Yeah, the speed of the throw, throwing her off. Again, great spot dodge. Now the Dragon Beat has been expended.
Yeah, but you know what hasn't been expended? And no reversal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Surprising right there.
Had 3 bravery points, so I thought for sure it was coming because you don't want to lose the round, right? But spinning slash to get around it.
Yep, the invul just being at the right time right there for the spinning slash. Lovely 2H. Gonna get a nice chunk of damage. No, misses the combo into Zoraisen right there.
I think maybe Zoraisen was just a little bit too late. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Or the Lord Strike into Zoraisen, maybe, you know, whichever one. Okay, for attack on this one, and you know, there is about a third of bar for Learn here. Yeah, didn't even opt to anti-air because, like, you know, the dive trade exists. It might be a problem.
Nice pick up.
Empty jump mid, okay. Oh my god, barely outside the range. Yeah, wanted another anti-air right there, but unfortunately didn't get it.
Yeah, once again, out of Dragon Meter, this is Rowlett's chance to maybe try to engage. That move, that used to be her universal overhead, now her medium dash attack. She has one of the handful of overhead dash attacks in the game.
Ooh, got the low there. Samurai stacks on deck too.
Not ready to react and count it right there, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, one good hit, one proper hit is deathable.
Lovely reaction right there. That's the ultimate dragon right there. One of the main things about that, aside from the giant dragon that goes across the screen, is it refills the dragon gauge for Zoe.
Yep, entirely. The spinning slash from reaction, was that an attempt at a DP? That's what it looked like.
It was an attempt at an LDP, which is not involved from frame one.
Yeah. It was L. I was like, why was it not invulnerable? Yeah. I forgot it's L. that actually messed me up a lot in the open beta, because like, you know, I would easy input DP for the reliability, and then I was like, I got counter hit out of that. Why? And it was just like, oh, they changed it.
Yeah. Swapping this time to Siegfried is Rowlett. That's particularly irritating for Percy because the LDP covers a specific angle that the two other ones do not.
Absolutely. Yeah, especially because of, you know, the thing we talked about earlier, you know, it moves forward. And so you want to move forward as little as possible if they're directly above you. And here's the whip punish. Magnion's on deck. The fireballs are here. Learn is out though, so you might be double thinking your fireball situation if Learn is behind you.
Yep.
Plus range here. DP's out immediately. Oh my god. I would have walked into it. I would have stuck my face right on the sword.
Rollick move right there.
Okay, so that's 2 Magnion stacks. So whatever hit could be quite a bit, actually.
There's a new Ace Dragon. Lovely punish right there on the Thunder.
Oh my god, I thought that was going to be full conversion.
Yeah.
Okay, out of Magnion stacks. So, I mean, you know, he still does hit hard, but not as hard.
Yeah.
Could get one here if you so choose. But yeah, I think Quantum was ready and was trying to do something. That's why Rowlett immediately went to Fireball.
Yep, plus right there. No cancel out of the sweep.
Oh my goodness, dash attacks are down, and there it is, yeah. Far medium. Oh my goodness.
The close, heavy anti-air of all moves gets a count hit on it as well.
I remember when Fantasy Versus was first out, and everybody was trying to anti-air with what would be considered a designated anti-air normal, and then people started figuring out they get access to the proximity normal when they're above you as well, and they started using those more and more. That was like insane to me, and now you're seeing it just as a normal thing now.
Yeah, especially notable for Jita and Vera because their close heavies are outright better anti-airs than their 2Hs.
Well, I mean, hey, we just saw it again, right?
Yep. The damage as well, so solid coming off of that. Nice catch on the spot dodge with the delayed Orphan follow-up.
Well, we're trying to go for command throw, but it looks like Coin Flip is ready this time. Yeah, we've yet to see the parry as an option for Orphan. Okay, we'll try to go through it, but yeah, I think the Dragon Change honestly kind of tripped Rowlett up there, because I think because the timing is different, very slightly. Yep, Hero gets attacked here on the big delay. Yeah, I mean, how do you whip? Oh, no.
A little bit too ambitious right there.
Yeah,
gonna get the roll punish.
Super Skybound to finish it off. That's mad damage. That's
done.
Easy. Okay, well. Final round here, possibly.
One misconfirm was all it took for that reversal right here. Rowlett now on the brink.
I think that 2M is crazy. I think that thing is like actually insane.
Yeah. It's
so
like
far.
Juiced Sora's 2M. That's what it reminds me of. Nice spot dodge again, and ready with the punish.
Okay, yeah, I got the counter hit on that one. It was probably, Rowlett probably thought the frame trap was coming, but instead went for the other thing.
Yeah.
Okay, spinning slash gets 2H.
Huge 2H.
Yeah, good lord, the damage! That was without Magnion stacks.
Yep. I was honestly kind of surprised, and that's a unique move in Zoe's roster. Her H dash attack has armor during the shield portion.
I actually do not think even like Kasaraga has any armor on a dash attack. So I think that it's 100% Zoe.
Yep.
Okay, another dodge here. Oh, spinning slash is gonna go over.
The X right there.
Oh, that's the counter hit. Crane to Brave. Yeah, you have to spend it, otherwise you lose.
Yep.
Got the counter hits.
Oh, and it's going to extend with the Raging Chain. Gets a knockdown with the overhead and the triple attack as well. One hit, now it's going to do it.
Oh, I'm not 100% sure what Rowlet got there, but it was unfortunately enough to spell the end and to finish it off. The qualifying for top 32 has concluded for this pool set.
Yep. Unfortunate for Rowlet right there, but great stuff to coin flip. Advancing with the Zeta. Dominance with a T-pose. Assert it. All right. Good stuff to everybody in that block so far. But of course, make sure to stay tuned for ever more Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising action. We have one more set of pools remaining for tonight. Thank you guys for tuning in so far. Don't go anywhere.
どうして私を捨てるの？一人にしないって約束したのに。嘘つき。どうして？です。こちら。やって。おやすみなさい。お願い消して。邪魔なものは全部消そう。ダメです。いいから安らぎよ。もう何もかも嫌。もう嫌なの。みんな消えればいい。来ないで。消えてです。ベッドのご用意。触らないで。こんな世界。暗い。被災点。やめて。なんで。どうしてくらい。
Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
クランさん。愛しい人。
時は満ちた。
Welcome back, everybody, to the home stretch of Granblue Fantasy Versus, rising here today at EVO 2023. This is our last block of pools for today, and we are going to be racing through.
I don't want it to end, but you know, we do have to put everybody we can into this top 32 to finish off this tournament. So I mean, we gotta start sending people home. Honestly, y'all, you came out to Vegas. It's time to go home. You need to fight to survive.
Yep.
Oh, is Juice versus Defeatly? I can't. No, this is not fair. I can't commentate this. This is not fair.
So what you're telling me is that we got a banger for the first set of this block.
Okay, so I think so the thing is, this depends on Defeatly, because there's going to be Vera versus question mark, because Defeatly could play Narmaya, Defeatly could play Vera, Defeatly could play Siegfried, Defeatly could play...
First of all.
Like, yeah, it just... Okay, but it looks like it's Vera versus Siegfried in the game, so...
Yeah.
And it's not a button check, so okay, all right, cool. So yeah, this match could very well be a banger. The two people that never stop playing this game, never stop grinding. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. But you know, the thing that will always come up is Siegfried being new. Like, you know, you can grind as much regular Granblue Fantasy Versus as you want, but Siegfried's not available in that. Ari with the install on, thanks to the command throw from a bit earlier. Defeatly though, got a hit.
Yeah, so far, Insel Vera hasn't really been able to get anything real started so far.
See, that's one of the other parts reaching running lights, right? The dash light, or dash low. Yeah, good lord. All the way to the corner right here. It's going to have to deal with the messy guessies.
That he is. Now, of course, you know, Vera at this point could probably two-touch you while you're still stuck in the corner. Gets the MDP.
Yeah, and I caught the backdash right here. You know, again, I was going to say, where's the Raging Strike? And finally, just had not been Raging Strike whatsoever, and immediately the first one is spot dodge. Yep. There's got to be an OS here or something, right? Like, we're buffering spot dodge, I feel like. Because before I was like, I felt like Rowlet was doing it on reaction, and then it just kept happening, and now I was starting to question myself.
We'll have to see if it happens more consistently from here on out.
I guess what you could do is look at the meter, right? For Raging Strike. That's totally possible.
Maybe.
Yep, and that is a free Magniance get. So normally that's a combo, but because it's normally a combo, it's also a block screen.
Yeah.
To be able to get out. Not a ton of damage, but hey, you're at least out of the corner, right? Using that dive kick to great effectiveness. Woo! Don't let that hit you. Do not let that hit you.
I believe that particular one is plus on block as well.
Yeah, holding charge does change a lot. Parry! There it is. That's the first parry we've seen.
Yep. Nice chunk of damage right there. Gets a cross up. The jump to avoid the plus frames from Vera. Nice light string into the FBA. That's going to be enough.
Yes.
Defeatly taking that first game.
Very, very strong conversion rate there from Defeatly. He was like all in on this character during the open beta. Like all in on this character. And I don't know, I feel like it's weird. We've been picking the same characters in this game. Narmaya, Siegfried, something's a little wacky here. Probably feels the same way about this character that I do, and they're just super fun, very, very cool like options that you can pick. I don't know, I'm just heavy onto this character. I really like it.
Oh, tries to frame trap with the close light into close heavy. Managed to get the timing for that spot dodge just right.
Ooh, yeah, Super Jump makes that 2H a little bit harder to want to do if you're a Siegfried player, but there it is, a command throw again. Defeatly has shown to be not privy to that command throw thus far.
Yeah.
Juice has been doing it in just very specific spots. Backing up with the fireball, but yeah, I was going to say Luminara's there.
A little bit too far away to apply the proper pressure there.
You know, I wonder if Unique actually could have anti-aired there. It may be possible, I'm not sure. That button is crazy. Dragon punch on this one again. The MVP, very, very strong. Oh, command throw though, another option we get to see.
Yep. Very nice. Of course, knowledge check with the spot dodge. Good stuff. Defeatly converting into a nice chunk of damage.
Yeah, and that's gonna be Sky on full animation. Not gonna kill though. Oh, run up throw, but yeah. I mean, so the thing is you don't care if that throw is tech, right? Because it's usually gonna be delay tech, and they're usually gonna then put themselves in chip range.
Yeah, very, very close to chip range right there. Defeatly managed to do the 2-2, the Orkan right there, just to get Juice into chip range.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to put Defeatly on set point at this point. Yeah, Defeatly looking very, very strong coming into this tournament. And I mean, he is one of our stronger players just in general. So, I mean, I guess I can't be surprised, honestly, that I shouldn't be.
Proficient at multiple games as well as Defeatly. Gets the safe jab as well. It's going to be a nice chunk. No
drop
resets.
On the combo.
Yeah.
At least I think it was a drop, because that looked like it was pretty safe there. Goes straight into the Raging Chain. No reversal there, no counter on Bravery. And unfortunately for Juice, that is going to end the game on not being able to react just fast enough. Defeatly running away with it. Had not used Raging Strike all that much, right?
Yeah.
I know we talked about it a lot, but because Raging Strike wasn't on the table, I think that's why Juice was unable to react with the Bravery, with the Brave cancel.
Yeah, just not ready for it in that situation. I mean, usually it's one of those actions where you do have plenty of time to react in theory, but sometimes just the mental stack is just there, just overwhelming you that little bit too much, and you're just not able to get the inputs out as quickly as you can. And sometimes, like, we're still early in the game, sometimes people just don't remember the Brave counter inputs.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of forget, and it just happens, or maybe, yeah, exactly like you're saying, the mental stack is a bit too high. I mean, like, I've legitimately just gotten thrown, because I was just, like, looking at the screen, and I was just like, oh! Like, just for some reason my brain didn't connect the dots.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I just got through. Like, and it was like, you could have teched that. Like, it's nah.
All right. Next up, we have Mort Dog versus Bravery-san. Bravery-san is a man that I know, sitting right there. He has made the trip all the way from France to play in Granblue here today. Plays one of our most proficient Unray players.
Excellent. Oh,
one of the only ones in Europe waiting to play the game.
Yes. I'm excited to see it. Oh, yeah, and I mean, like, you know, one thing that is happening right now is this is a new block of pools. So earlier you guys were seeing top 32 qualifying matches. We are now back into early matches and pools. So
yeah.
Just so you know, these matches are not to qualify for tomorrow. These matches are slugging it out to get to a qualification match.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way from France. Henry. Really? The only Henry? Or one of the only? I feel like Henry is a very French character for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, we don't have very many generally across Europe. Not ones that are like dedicated as much as Bravery-san is. Some people play the character as like a sub, but
yeah.
He is very much the dedicated Henry player of Europe.
Well, I mean, we're gonna see it here. Mort Dog also coming up. Mort Dog I'm not 100% familiar with, I won't lie. So, I'm not sure what to call in terms of character pick right there. Has Bravery-san talked about Henry so far in this version? Have you been able to speak if they like it, hate it?
Yeah. He definitely likes the game so far. He likes this version of Henry being able to. You know, obviously, he misses the rush pickups. That was a very, very useful tool for Uno in this version of the game, just being able to actually confirm off of his far mediums into more in his kit. But nonetheless, he still likes how Uno works with the new mechanics, you know, and the ultimate skills that he has, making use of the ultimate 2-on-4 in particular as a great kind of escape option, because unlike the aerial ones, the normal aerial ones, which go in a diagonal, that one goes straight horizontal, so it can just be used to get out of sticky situations.
Okay. Looks like they're running a button check first. Yeah, it's something I would like to. I keep like asking a bunch of people because, you know, we do have enough changes to enough characters and to the system mechanics themselves that I'm very curious. Like, hey, how did your character fare in the changes? You know, like what do you think about it? Because, like, you know, some people might just kind of walk off a Lancelot. Some people might kind of, you know, start walking towards another character, whatever it may be. I don't know. It's just, it's so intriguing when a new game comes out and they change the balance enough. So that's kind of why I was like asking about Bravery-san's like feelings on Henry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so getting through this button check. So it looks like, well, I mean, it's a button check, so I guess I can't say this is a law, but it looks like Mort Dog is on the ground for the button check at the very least. Oh, okay, so hold the pause is on right now. All right, sick. Because we were asking about that earlier.
Yes. But no, he is in fact locking in the grab.
Okay,
regardless.
Cool. I mean, you know, main character, straightforward, right?
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense.
one sweet thing about this game is that I like how each of the characters has like a little description of their kind of play style, and like it's like a sentence long, as well as their supposed difficulty. I always like it when games include those sorts of things, just to give players an immediate gauge in terms of what this character does, at least at a surface level.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice for a newcomer to be able to like walk up and go, is this actually the character I want to play?
Yes.
Ooh, ease of use, very hard. Ooh, talks about this thing that I literally don't even understand yet because I just started or whatever. Maybe not that character, you know, maybe I'll move on. So that's like a really important factor, honestly. Stash Man Spear.
あの技を盗んで僕も強くなってみせる何事も学ぼうという姿勢は大切
This is another character that I feel like you really gotta like understand how to fight.
Yeah.
Otherwise you're gonna run into the same thing 27 times in a row.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Here we go, first game, Mortdog versus Virum. Yep, and already negating projectiles, right? So this is already where you have to kind of like navigate. Ooh, yeah, EX is gonna drop him. It's really good for Mortdog because that's gonna allow being able to walk forward, right?
Wow, challenge after the on-hit boost. Oh, yes, good blocks from Mortdog right there, but not able to get the punish versus the Fleeting Spark.
Wow, really good crossover there from Mortdog. Just be able to get around. Yeah, I mean, Mortdog is starting to find more and more answers. Okay, the ultimate skill. So that's going to be on cooldown for a little bit now.
Yeah. Oh, tries to use an ultimate skill in response. Virum getting stuffed out right there. And that just kind of stays on you, kind of grinds away at your block and allows Uno to get another opening.
The thing that I was trying to figure out that I never got to test in the beta actually from Monterey is that if that ultimate skill, if you do it in the corner, does it sit on top of the opponent or does it actually go off camera?
It sits on top of them.
Okay,
it stops as soon as it hits an opponent.
Very good. That's good because, well, I was thinking like you do it on the knockdown and you do it before they get up.
Yeah.
But
there we go. That's that far heavy into the Raging Strike.
Yep, you mentioned it previously that because of how much movement that far heavy gives, you really get to get in there and actually fully convert. That's kind of the nice part. It's like you earlier were mentioning that Rushdown was super good for Andre because like you can combo all the stuff that you wouldn't previously be able to, and you can also get Demon Carry that never existed. You can still kind of get that, but you have to be closer now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the knockdown on this one. It's going to just set up the fireballs. Trying to fake out what they're going to set up because Mortdog showed a lot of the dodge and the crossover, so Virum probably trying to fake that out. Immediate grave counter. Yeah. That's 2 points gone. I feel like Mortdog might be able to prey upon that. Ooh, the big jump.
Lovely use of the 5U. That's something that Virum loves to use quite a lot in a lot of situations, that 5U. There's the Raging Strike again. No brave counter coming out from Mortdog. It's going to be the first game going to Virum.
Yeah, very, very nice. Virum every bit as advertised like we were talking about, for sure.
Battle 1. Engage.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts. You try to get into a fireball war with Andre, and it's just like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, you will lose. Oh, I like the empty jump decision right there from Mortdog, baiting out the 5U.
Yeah, so that opens up the next layer now for Virum to like, just actually do the anti-air, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, wow, great call out on the class there from Mortdog. Skybound Art on deck, is it a safe jab? Yeah. Oh, didn't know! Knowledge check!
Yep. Right there, you want to either roll or spot dodge to get through those that final hit.
Yeah, that's a really important thing, and you know, you were talking about how this character was lesser played, and that kind of shows. Oh no!
The double Raging Strike. Two for good measure. Laughing is.
I mean, Mortdog did steal that. Mortdog did actually rob a bank just now, so I totally understand the laughter.
Right, big jump you. We're not actually seeing much of the big corner combos that Gran is known for coming out from Mortdog. He's keeping it very like quick and simple.
Yeah, ooh, yeah, that's just a bit too far away from that Raging Strike.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's only 25 meter, you know, like, you kind of just let it rip.
Takes the plus frame.
Ooh, yeah, big win punish right there from Virum. And that's the second time that frame trap is hit.
Yeah.
I feel like, okay, does Mordog know what to do about this, though?
Now, again, here's the interesting thing about this now, right? He gets those spears off of the medium dash attack as well.
Oh, okay.
Of the medium and heavy dash attack, so not just his like close and far mediums and heavies.
That is really important to know.
Yeah,
well,
because that adds an extra layer to how he can apply offense with that option. Because now you have to actually be mindful of a low.
Yep.
Player 1. Battle 3.
7-point run in. Mordog looks like he's having the time of his life, and I'm so happy for them. Honestly, like this is what it's all about. Like I'm just really happy to see that. DP coming out. Just gonna keep that corner pressure, but yeah, see, there's the parry again. You know, you think the parry's gonna come immediately, but you know, previous time could just wait and react.
Yep. Nice timing with the roll that time. Again, didn't have the meter to brave counter back.
Yeah, count the meter back now though. Most definitely can brave counter if necessary.
Yep.
Need to jump over and yeah, parry recovered just in time.
Very low recovery on that. Nice DP through the brave strike this time.
Oh my
Again, missing the reaction.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mordog clearly has a game plan, and it is, I'm going to mess you up with Raging Strike. Yeah. And if you cannot react to my Raging Strike, I can react to yours. It's very clear. And Mordog loving every second of it.
Engage.
Far heavy, paying off as always. You know, actually, that far heavy has to be meaty, despite the fact that it's no longer a hard knockdown, right? Like, yeah, I'm willing to bet. Which is a really good trade for Andre to have, you know, especially because they've been taking away a lot of that stuff from everybody. Maybe knockdown here. Yeah, I was probably expecting TP or maybe Skybound or Wake Up or something. It's starting to wait for all these crossovers too, is Ruby-san. Yeah, I've noticed.
Good throw, baiting out the 5U this time. I actually like the decision to brave counter right there, just get that distance back, as well as add a little bit of extra damage with a near chip point as well.
Yeah, not only that, you no longer have to deal with, like, you don't have to deal with Raging Strike even before it happens, right?
Yes.
So, like, it's just immediate. So, yeah, super smart point and use of the bravery, like, because you're already ahead, too. That could be, like, a really strong tool for a zoning player who's already ahead. It's just, like, Brave Strike, brave counter away.
Yep. No punish on that parry. Does at least take the corner, however.
Oh my god, 5H is about.
5H's and JU's about from each side.
Yeah, previous on looking a lot more comfortable right here. Gonna go for knockdown on this. Yeah. Ooh, wake up throw again. Yeah, that throw change just messing up everybody. Yeah. All right, so I think Ruby-san has figured it out.
Yeah.
Raging Strike is starting to no longer pay off.
That said though, definitely still wants to stay away and does so beautifully using the Rakshasa to finish the sets.
Yeah, Ruby-san was dying to Raging Strike for quite some time right there. Finally started to figure out, just like, well, I can't get Raging Strike if I've already brave countered, so I guess I'll just do it immediately.
Yeah.
So that's we still have more of the Raging Strike Lord later on. You know, Mordog that was a winners match, so this will be losers later. So could see more of it. Ruby-san could be moving on up in the winners bracket. You know, again, Andre, like you were talking about, another character we get to see a lot. Maybe today we get to see a lot more. Maybe tomorrow we get to see it as well.
Yeah. If both Ruby-san and Shuabu are able to continue advancing in the bracket, could definitely keep seeing that character
I need to check the bracket. Would they run into each other immediately? Would we like immediately see like an Uno mirror?
It would depend on if Ruby-san actually advances out of winners.
Yes,
but even then, I don't think so because they came in different. No, because Shuabu was in the previous block, right?
Was in a different pool. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's why they could run into each other. Is what I'm thinking. I'd have to check the pools.
There's two ends of each pool, so I feel like those would probably meet before.
Oh yeah, they would meet first. Yeah. Oh well, you know, maybe it's still possible regardless. Though, you know, we could see it. Something that we normally hadn't seen before. Maybe it could become abundant in Rising because of the changes, right?
Maybe.
Characters that we weren't seeing, or maybe characters that we were seeing a lot. Maybe not as prevalent anymore either.
Yep.
It's all something that we kind of have to sit and wait. I don't know. I'm really excited to see like what is going to be the full changes, right? Because like, and especially with some of the new characters they're going to bring to the table. Because like, yeah, okay, we've seen Anila in a trailer. We've seen Nier in a trailer.
Yeah.
We haven't yet even seen Grimnir in a trailer, but
We don't know how they play in the context of everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know how they use the system mechanics in any particular way. It could be like, it could just be something out of nowhere where like, you know, Nier is just like incredibly good at stopping Raging Strike for some reason. Like whatever it might be, right? Like, I don't know. There's just so many things that we could see.
Right, speaking of seeing, we have 2 players both locked in on Eustace of all characters. That is definitely something that one does not see every day. I don't know if this is going to be a button check or if they are going to be diving straight into things. No, it is going to be a button check to start out with. I do hope they actually both lock in Eustace. That would be quite cool.
I'd be surprised. Only because, you know, this is not a character that we saw super often when he like was out in Granblue Fantasy Versus, right? I mean, obviously everybody always plays the new character the second they drop. Yeah. But as things started to settle and as people started to figure out the characters that they wanted to play, Eustace was not one of the popular ones, quite frankly. And so being able to see 2 simultaneously in the same pool, maybe it's because of Rising. I don't know.
Or maybe just the stars aligned for this particular bracket.
I mean, the stars have definitely aligned for some of these matches. Cause they, like, so I guess I can't really put it past for them to align further, right? Yeah, so button check fully finished. We are changing characters already. Gatspot versus Seeds.
We are getting Beelzebub instead of the Eustace mirror.
Oh, it's Gatspot's on both, right? Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
Engage.
I feel only a little dumb that I didn't recognize who it was. But, okay, yeah. So, Beelzebub. Now, this character was a topic of conversation due to when we first found out what Ultimate Skills were doing. For a little bit. Ultimate Skill Karma was what everybody was talking about for a little bit.
Yep.
You can dodge it. It's okay.
You can.
I do like it's not infallible, guys.
That option is one that I call a comedy option. It is a comedy button. It's more of a silly on paper option than it is powerful in practice, and it's a nuisance above all other things.
Yeah. To me, I feel like it's just going to be used to be like a fireball or to close out a game. Like that's what I feel like. But we'll see. We're waiting on figuring that out. You know, we're only a couple weeks in.
Yep. So far, the corner pressure from Seeds is looking quite strong. Goes to the overhead ender.
You know, this is a character that you know, even before Rising, had pretty strong corner pressure, right? With the grenades and everything. A lot of people were always really worrying, taking a lot of chip damage. And so you kind of had to run into a lot of the stuff that he was doing. Oh, ultimate on Wake Up. Gatspot new 5-8 straight into Super Skybound R. Get as much damage as humanly possible.
Gosh, this is going to do a lot.
Chaos Leon! Oh! He lived?
Why did I do so much?
Because that is our king.
It's not my king. Character's rancid. I don't want to. Not my king and never will be.
I love Beelzebub.
My king is Percival and will be until the end of time.
You know, that's
I don't know what this disgusting thing is.
That is my liege. Okay, yep. Remember, you gotta watch out for what comes afterwards off that, because you know the frame thing on that is such that you know Eustace can really mess you up for it.
Yep.
Get the EX Unisonic.
EX Unisonic still devastating, and the distance, the change to the distance that it received, really nice, particularly in the corner.
Wow. Rare footage of the fireballs being too fast. Excuse me? You just jabbed the far edge?
I guess so. Nice for dodge. Right, got to be mindful of all of Bump's defensive options. The TK dive, the DP, plenty there. There's the FTP.
Yeah, Langland Field is definitely not the biggest DP, but it still is there.
Yep.
Yeah, just having to chill right now because there's so many different ways that, like, you know, one errant grenade toss could just kill Seeds, right? Yeah, because Gatspot could just immediately Skybound Art or something, but okay, yeah, in my sight, finish him off. Super Skybound Art, that's easily gonna do it.
Didn't get the cutscene, so we didn't get to hear the speakers explode, but...
Yeah. Good. Very cool Super Skybound Art ender, really.
Yes.
Like,
Eustace.
Oh, we're getting the mirror.
Eustace.
Eustace.
Sorry.
Versus Eustace.
Ooh, the crowd going in right now. Okay, all right, I'm about it.
Victory. Battle 1.
All right, so we do have the mirror match now. So yeah, we are going to see just a bullet hell. That's just gonna happen. Well, actually, there's only two ways this matchup ever goes. It's either bullet hell or it's one person never stops at being directly in the other person's face. There's no in between.
Yeah, these two at the moment are swinging.
Yeah, and if you don't know, Eustace is the charge character. He does have to charge a lot of these projectiles that you would normally be seeing. Like, you're probably wondering, like, why aren't you just like mashing as many projectiles as possible? You have to wait.
Ooh,
the dash attack.
The Knights use the H dash attack right there coming out from gap spots.
We are seeing the technology in real time.
There's the DP as well. Yeah, and the Raging Strike.
Yeah, finishing it off on that one.
The chip as well. Just the amount of damage that did meant that couldn't even like brave counter at that point. Still do take a chunk of damage.
Yeah, and I mean, there are just checkmate situations in that regard. They just kind of happen, you know? You kind of have to make sure at the very beginning that you're not just in there from the get-go.
Yeah.
Here's the excellent fireball. Eustace wins all fireball wars.
Yeah, the charge for slamming. Just piercing through other projectiles. Lovely spot dodge right there.
Okay, grenade set. But immediately used. Sometimes it's the threat of the grenade being on top of somebody is like, I feel like it's way more crazy. Oh, speaking of the double, gonna get full conversion? Yep.
Nice. Pick up. No, misses the normal afterwards. Unfortunate for Siege right there. Gasball giving another chance in this round again. Baiting the DP into SDA. That's going to be a lot of damage.
The CQC. Yeah, you weren't joking. The buff on SDA damage is insane.
Yeah.
That was wild. It wouldn't do anywhere near that amount of damage before.
Oh, but of course, because you cast the SDA, you didn't have an option to defend against the Raging Strike. And that will be the round. Seeds now one round away from taking the set. Dog!
Okay, so now that it's like a cinematic, I feel so much more sad for Eustace because we can kind of like see his face now. Because before you couldn't see his face on the camera angle. I feel really sad for him. It's okay, his Valentine's character version, they gave him a dog.
Yeah,
so we're good.
And the summer version.
Yep. Or actually, it was just the summer version.
Yeah.
I said Valentine's.
Or using the heavy dash attack again.
There is no Valentine's version, I'm sorry. I made up a thing.
One day.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you threaded the needle just barely?
Right in between the two electric orbs.
Those electric orbs. Yeah, it doesn't go for the follow-up on that one. There it is. Yeah, they're basically just exchanging turns, right? Trying to figure out. I mean, this is what happens when you have two characters with literally the exact same tools.
Yeah.
Is that they kind of have to run into each other's knowledge checks.
Yeah, it's been a very kind of violent back and forth between these two. Trying to win punish.
Okay, yeah. I like going immediately to the projectile once the grenade was on because you're like, okay, if you get hit, it's off me. Yeah. Oh, and that was in the air, so still a punish.
Yep. Able to catch before the landing. Seed's going to advance into the next round of winners. That, of course, was a winners quarter-final set. So I believe the next set that they play will be a winners top 32 qualifier.
Yeah, it should be. Yep. So I mean, there's a chance we could get two Eustaces in top 32.
Yep.
One of them is currently in losers in blue. Unless I missed another one, there could be more. But because I didn't have the commentary block with you and Matt.
Yeah.
So but yeah. So we could get two of the Eustaces. We're staring down the neck of a possible two Henres, right? Like things are changing. The winds of change are here.
That they are.
Yeah.
Although we saw a Bubs last game, but we probably will be getting another one coming up next in Lushi.
This is my man's.
Versus.
This is my man. I know he can hear me. Lushi, I love you. I just want you to know that. Okay. Anyway. So, he's PNW. I won't be biased, I promise. But Lushi was my training partner for a very, very long time in a different game. And so this game came out, seeing Lushi's growth, seeing Lushi just, play the game in general, right? Like, it's just been awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the scary Beelzebub players that you have to look out for. Question is it Beelzebub right now? Is it?
We'll have to wait and see. Their opponent, the Shiny Shiba, not quite as familiar with this player, but they do have a great tag.
We do love
Shiny
Shivas.
Shiva, yeah.
We love dog. So does Eustace. Eustace is a big dog fan.
Yeah. Maybe they play Eustace.
You know, that could possibly be possible. That could very well be possible. I mean, and anybody is really shiny when they do an EX in this game, so it's like,
yeah.
Could be anybody. Could even be a boat. But yeah, so I'm assuming Beelzebub for Luigi, right?
Yeah.
And so as a result, that could mean, you know, we see a bit of a different display, because so the way I always like to explain Luigi for people who have not run into him is he will do it. He will do it, right? Nike sponsored, if you will, just ready to go at all times. And as a result, things can get real scary to deal with. Because, especially when it's Beelzebub, so it's like really hard for people to kind of like fight. Because that character's really good at just swagging. Just throwing stuff out there.
I think the amusing thing about that character is that he can, in theory, be played very slow, very defensive. You know, he's not a fast-moving character. He has great projectiles, great full-screen presence. None of them do. None of them play that way. They all just decide 8 seconds have passed, EX Unisonic. It is time to start pressing.
Fight me. There's no way you're getting out of this one. No escape.
Yeah.
We're fighting. Totally possible. Totally possible. Oh, is it Armaya? Dang, I haven't played enough versus Lueshi to give the matchup. But we do. There's another Narmaya in PNW, so I guess maybe that'll be there. Shining Shiba, haven't been terribly acquainted, so I'm not 100% sure of the way they play. But we did talk about like what you kind of should see from an Narmaya player, right? And that is essentially you need to be bringing to the table a level of patience. Problem is, Beelzebub tries to take that patience off the table as much as humanly possible.
That he does.
Gotta love this song. Game number 1, getting underway right here. Lueshi versus the Shiny Shiba. Narmaya, Beelzebub. Got the Cosmos Fist on for Lueshi. Kind of nice to just immediately have the weapon skins, you know?
Yeah.
But already straight into the Karma, using the new triple attack. Yeah, they changed the animation on a few things for Beelzebub, so you kind of like get to see. You know, the command grab super was not the only animation that got changed out of the things that you kept in. Oh my goodness. No, did he not have Unisonic available? It looks like it, okay.
Probably tried to go for the TK Unisonic right there.
Yeah, there's
so many bugs to miss that input, and there's no reason to anymore because you can just do easy input.
Most definitely. Raging Strike coming through in the clutch right there. Lueshi looked incredibly strong in the reads. Just had recognized exactly what Shiny Shiba was attempting to go for at pretty much all times. Ran the game based off of that. Oh, 5-8. Wow, what a brave butt to pick there. You know, the tagline is to believe in victory. Yep, and there it is, another character that has to do a medium instead of an H right there, but another Raging Strike. Good lord.
There's another one.
Yeah, Unisonic. Oh, no, Unisonic was available by that time. Black Fly's coming out. Ooh, caught it. Yeah. I heard a noise, but I wasn't sure what the button was. Got counter hit.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Engage.
Very. Very, very swift first game from Luigi.
Yep. Okay, yeah, using Raging Strike for another one of its effects, that is being able to cause a knockdown as a result. Raging Strike is not just a guard break tool; it is also very good at combos.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I like the language field on EX because it guarantees that the knockdown happens, right?
Yeah.
I honestly, jumping against Beelzebub with cooldowns up is like already ill-advised in the first place. So,
yeah. Especially even if he didn't have those cooldowns, you know, that 228 is so big that it's going to probably hit you. There's the funny move. Ultimate cover, unblockable, catches you in midair.
Causes a guard break that he immediately follows up on.
Yep.
Battle 2.
Excellent. Excellent, my dear. Okay, good timing right there from the Shiny Shiva, being able to catch the Unisonic out of midair. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people try not to anti-air Beelzebub. It's not just that dive kick you saw earlier, but also the jump through that you saw a second ago. Yeah. Very, very annoying character to try to anti-air a lot of the time. He's holding on to the black flies. Yeah. Oh, excellent job. No full conversion there into the EX though. I'm very surprised. There it is again. No brave counter. Looks like Shiny Shiva is unfortunately not yet fully acquainted with the mechanic. Yeah, that time actually, I don't think they could brave counter because the Raging Strike actually hit rather than I thought
being on block.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Ultimate Karma, yeah. Well, because like there's no flash.
Yeah.
On the. So you think, oh, it's just a regular Karma, I'll chill. Which actually begs the question: wouldn't you just always spot dodge anyway? Yeah, you would, because you're supposed to spot dodge when you see Karma in the first place. Okay, never mind. I got nothing.
Well, one of your go-to reactions could be jump.
Another one of those, yeah.
Jump will consistently lose.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know why you would jump anyway. That seems like a terrible idea, actually.
Well, against regular Karma? Well, it dodges regular Karma. Yeah. But against Ultimate Karma, they're just.
But now we know.
Yeah.
Now we. Oh, he's got 50 meter. I can't jump. My jump button is disabled. Yeah. So okay. So that's gonna be actually moving on. Okay. Well, we get that answer from a little bit earlier. You were talking about this. We do have Slash coming up.
Slash GG, most likely on the ferry. Maybe decided to dabble with a different character, but Ferry, another one of those characters, obviously very kind of set play heavy, gets a knockdown, sets up GG, goes to town, what have you. Not having access to those hard knockdowns anymore means that GG Oki that was so prevalent previously is much less so. Instead, she has different tools to kind of bring the focus. The light guest pens in particular, very fast now.
Yeah. The one thing that I do worry about is because they took away the knockdown on the pull-in. So I do wonder about like how Slash decides to use that now, because so you no longer set up GG after this. You do the thing and then you have to swing, right? So, or at least that's my understanding of it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, at the moment I think unless you get the medium one, which lets you combo into like, well, the medium one lets you combo into, I believe, sweep. The heavy one lets you combo into lights, so you can still get the reel in, combo into light, go to like DP or something, go to Beppo. That will allow for that kind of route, but for if you get like the light one, or you just want to go for the reel and set up GG, obviously that's not really on the table anymore.
Yeah, and then we could be talking about this, and then they don't pick Ferry. But this would be the first Ferry we've seen on stream the whole weekend. All day. Because it's only been a day, Some of us may have gotten here a little earlier, but.
Meanwhile, Blackwood, again, less familiar, but we'll be seeing who they have to lock in fairly soon.
Yeah, just getting into the character select now. I am curious, like, because during our time of silence and unfortunately having to only play online tournaments, it was very easy to kind of pick what character each person would play because we knew them. Yeah, we knew like literally every single person, right? This is like an open bracket for a completely new version of the game. We do see the Ferry, we see another Narmaya. I've just been eating this weekend, bro. I've just been eating heavy.
We've gone back to the periods of 2020 when Narmaya was an exceptionally popular character because, I mean, look at her, she's gorgeous. But I feel like we're running that back.
You're absolutely right, she is gorgeous. I would take her out to a nice steak dinner. I would drive her home. I wouldn't leave until I'm sure she's inside, and then I would call her afterwards.
Yes.
Raging Strike, there's the knockdown. Rage through the ground bounce. There it is, the overhead. Yeah, so I mean, people's got to start thinking about that. You may have played this game for Lord knows how long. Yeah. However, this is new.
And there's that new light S-Pence, as I mentioned, very fast now. Combos out of her normals, even on non-count hit, as you can see right there, and gets very a quick knockdown and maintains that space that she so loves. And you're just going to see that over and over again. That is probably, it's able to win.
Cinematic, though.
Yep.
That's a lot of damage, though. I was going to say, like, one particular hit could actually just change that into another line in favor, right?
Yeah.
But no dice on this one. The 5L just I mean, it's so good. And no, you're 100% right about the guest fence change. It solidified her to be able to get damage off of stuff that she was not getting damage on previously, right?
Yeah.
Straight into GG, full confirm here.
Yeah, very nice use of Beppo. This time, using the ultimate guest fence to actually set up the GG Oki, gets the high on the 50-50.
That's the nice part for Fairy, is that she's one of the few characters that can set up to be able to combo into an ultimate skill. You cannot cancel into an ultimate skill. It's not a cancel. You have to find a way to do it otherwise.
Very, very nice from Slash. Got a real good feel for Fairy so far. The new version of Fairy.
Okay, DP on deck right there for the anti-air. Very good from Blackwind. Again, another overhead. Just paying off a lot.
The other interesting thing about that light guest pence is the properties change depending on distance. If you're a little closer to her, she gets the actual knockdown, but further away, she just gets that little hit.
Yeah, she just hits you and reels back in her whip, but not you.
Yes.
She's not going to take the capture stage.
Oh, delays GG's activation. Of course, negative edge on that. Gets the hard knockdown. Watch the 50-50 this time. High again. No, the DP denied.
Ooh, yeah, tried to use the transients to be able to get out.
Yep.
GG's on deck. You just kind of have to hold this, which is unfortunate because you're putting yourself in chip range.
Yeah,
just chilling.
That situation was incredibly difficult to win for Blackwood right there. Knowing that a single 236L, unreactable, could just chip you away from the full screen.
Just a lot of situations that were not good there, unfortunately. And you know, that's kind of like that's what I have to avoid when you fight against Fairy, and it's not always easy to avoid.
Yeah.
Knockdown here. GG is up. Just gonna chill, right? Because yeah, you didn't want to worry about that exact move. Ooh, yeah. Able to use the crescent to be able to get through right now. Finally getting in there. And I feel like it's always been overhead for Blackwind. I do not think we've seen the low. I don't even think we've seen the mid, quite frankly. Try to go with the throw, and that increased throw tech window is going to allow for Slash to be able to take the game right there. Just looked very dominant.
Yeah, incredibly swift 2-0 coming out from Slash. Slash even managing to get the perfect in that one round. Really, really strong showing. It was nice to see Fairy. We have, as we mentioned before, that was the first Fairy set that we saw on stream, and that was also the first winners top 32 qualifier. So good stuff to Slash, making it all the way top 32 tomorrow. But we are going to see, we're going to throw it to a break real quick. We will be right back, so don't go anywhere.
どうして私を捨てるの？一人にしないって約束したのに。嘘つき。どうしてです。こちら。やって。おやすみなさい。お願い消して。邪魔なものは全部消そう。ダメです。いいから。安らぎよ。いや、もう何もかも嫌。もう嫌なの。みんな消えればいい。来ないで。消えて。です。ベッドのご用意。触らないで。こんな世界。暗い。被災点。なんで？どうしてくらい。
Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising.
クランさん。愛しい人。
時は満ちた。
And welcome back, everybody, to the Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising Open Beta Tournament. We have gone through a number of these matches. We are starting to get into the winners' top 32 qualifiers for our final pool block of D. And this will get ready to solidify what we're going to be seeing tomorrow, Virum.
Yes. Yes, it will. Just a few more sets left. I believe 3 exactly left for tonight. And our first set of these 3 is going to be Kurisu versus Excellent tag.
It's like when I have heartburn, which is all the time.
Oh no! That's tragic.
Kurisu. Yeah, that's a name I'm very well acquainted with because I watch anime. Well, I used to watch. I don't watch anime anymore. But yeah, now Kurisu also somebody who's been playing GB Versus for quite a bit. Not just like Rising, right? Not Rising to Glory specifically, if you will.
Yeah, but has been rising throughout the entire lifespan of, well, a lot of the lifespan of Granblue Fantasy Versus. Gran and Siegfried are our characters are locked in by our 2 competitors.
Yeah, so Siegfried, I just want to see more Siegfried all the time. I don't know, I've been having a ton of fun watching this character. It's been super cool. Gran, I got enough of him. I watched him all through vanilla. He was booting people into next week. I'm good. Remember those days, man? Remember those days?
Yeah. I remember the days of M-boot wall bounce on counter hits. Into EX wall bounce. Into more shenanigans.
Great times. All right, let's get to it though. Yeah, Siegfried, Gran. So is Buck on the Siegfried. Yeah. Ooh, Power is actually connecting on the 5H. You know, I mean, we were talking about the amount of recovery, but the lingering hurt box too. Crazy. That 9 stack activated, but you know, taking a little bit of damage is crazy. Just trying to make this happen. Not biting on the parry. Very good.
Yeah, both players have lost almost half their life, and this whole game so far has been played at mid-range.
Pushing it to full screen, and yeah, and immediately recognizing the jump and trying to do something about it, right? I do like that, you know, was just straight right out, ready every time. The problem is that's depleting not only the bravery points, but the meter.
Yeah,
that's the big deal.
So, but cannot allow Kurisu to get another opening, and that close heavy is going to be real substantial. Nice chunk of damage, almost enough to get the KO.
I like going for Magnites afterwards so that you can go for chip damage because, you know, you're actually setting yourself up for it. Got the big hit. No full conversion, though. Was close enough to the corner that EX absolutely would have bounced.
Yeah, but be careful. The DP to answer the power raise. What a call out.
Just do it.
Was willing to risk everything true to the Siegfried name.
Right. Fight through the pain, fight through the dragon's blood. Okay. Yeah, make sure to take your turn back right there. There's the parry. Yeah, all the way to the full screen now. That's going to allow for a second stack. Another parry. Yeah, we're seeing that option quite a bit more. There's the 2H.
That's a big 2H. Gets a huge conversion afterwards. Look at all that damage thanks to the Maniga steps.
Yeah, truly meterless too. Just only EXs. Ooh, I'm just barely outside the raging strike range.
Yeah, almost walked right out of it. There's the brave counter.
You know, another thing that I completely forget to mention every time a brave counter happens is actually the person who takes the brave counter takes damage.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's actually just really good for Buh in this situation because they actually get to put him in situations like that right there where one hit is going to finish it off.
Very, very nice stuff from Buh.
Battle 1. Engage.
Buh. Yeah, Kurisu having to fight the way back. Power raise. Wow.
Bold challenge there, that's that giant swing of Siegfried.
Well, it's just with that button specifically too. Like,
yeah.
They're going for the throw. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of dodging, right? The throw makes so much sense here. He's going to want to get the knockdown off it. Okay, so I'm already stolen a bravery point without having to use Raging Strike. That could actually be very important for Kurisu.
Wow, the close heavy to catch the crossover. Nice punish on the heavy dash attack.
Yeah, I gotta say, Kurisu seems to be pretty Pringles to the counter afterwards. No way. Yes way. Yes way. That seemed like it was late enough that Grand would recover to me. Yeah. But I guess I was wrong.
Gosh, imagine having an SBA/SSBA that actually beats Fireballs. That's crazy. That is insane.
You're just so sad, aren't you? Oh my goodness, personal players just so persecuted.
Yep.
Awful times.
Truly, we're struggling all the time.
What about us Narmaya players out here? All right, you know, we've only got all the merch on the planet. Anyway, right back into it. Yeah, the Magnite stack still going strong. Could get another one just to reinvigorate the counter, honestly. Yeah. Oh yeah, finally the command grab.
Ooh, Raging Strike. Oh, that would have been an amazing way to follow up if they were able to get the normal afterwards.
Yeah, I think maybe just pressing it a little too fast and not actually getting it as a result. Yeah, because you do have to wait for the recovery. Oh, but Skybound, the 2-step. Yeah. Fireball. Oh, you're cheeky. You're a cheeky person, you.
Very, very nice performance from Buck qualifying into the winners at the top 32.
And I gotta give it to Buck for not only was Brave countering the Raging Strikes, but then brought it back, right?
Yes.
Brave countered pretty much every Raging Strike, and then just showed, okay, well, I mean, hey, you use it a lot. Let's see if you know how to deal with it.
Yes, and clearly they didn't at the time.
Yeah, well, we have one Siegfried in top 32, and we may actually look at a possibility of a second, or our 80th Narmaya, or whatever character Defeatly decides to play. I'm sure it's Siegfried today, though, because it feels like Defeatly's all in on Siegfried for right now.
Yeah.
Who knows if that'll change once we get access to more characters or what have you, but Siegfried definitely seems to be the name of the game. Seeds we also saw earlier. You know, this is actually just a matchup with people we know both of, even if you're new to GB Versus, right? Because we saw them just a little bit earlier.
Yes.
So we kind of have like an idea of what's on the table. I don't know if Seeds plays extra characters or anything like that, though. I guess maybe that could be an outlier here.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see until both players have locked and loaded.
Yeah, rising to glory, if you will. Now, one thing that I want to bring us back to that Defeatly did in the previous matches was that Defeatly very specifically was not using Raging Strike until it was like the end of the set.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's something to just keep in mind, because Seeds might have to... Seeds might be somebody who's like always looking for Raging Strike, and then they're just gonna, oh, they're never using it. Like, do they know, or like, do they even use it at all, kind of thing? And then you know, kind of, and they get caught off guard right at the last second. You know, that could very well happen. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see.
Yeah. One thing I again want to thank you guys for watching us here over at Evo 2023. We just very recently had a panel with the director of Granblue Versus and just Granblue Fantasy in general themselves, and we found out a new playable character. It's going to be Grimnir. We even got the voice actors. Well, we knew it was going to be Ogata for Grimnir, but we did not know an English voice actor because there had not been one previously. Griffin Burns going to be joining the cast. Now, we do have an actual like explanation of how they play. So shifting the trajectory of projectiles at will, sounds like a Belial projectile thing maybe. Superior mobility options, and then can it go from every angle. That sounds like everything everybody is afraid of, is all I'm saying.
That gives me Zeta vibes, especially with the spear as well. But then, of course, having the command of the projectiles at will sounds rather terrifying.
Yeah, I just can't wait for people to find out what this character is actually about, because if you play GBF, you know this character. You see this character and you're like, I know. But when you see just the trailer of him talking, you have no idea. And so y'all are going to be in for a fun treat, in my personal opinion. All right, peace and quiet time.
I really appreciate a lot of people letting the intros with Siegfried rock, because obviously we've never, like, unless you've played Siegfried, like, we haven't seen them in the previous game, so it's all new.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people probably ran into mostly just Siegfried mirrors during the online beta because everybody wanted to play the new character. Right. I mean, I know I did, so I definitely got the Siegfried experience, let me tell you. Yeah, there it is. So Seeds here on the Eustace as we saw before. Sticking with the Bonito weapon skin as well. Yeah, no changes from the last time. Wait, that's not Bonito. Dang it. I have to double check the name of that face. Bonito's fully blue. I think it's Albacore. Might be Albacore. Got the command throw though. Yeah, grenade is up, and yeah. So normally when the grenade is on somebody, they kind of chill because they have to worry. They want to worry about the explosion, right? Because like a lot of the time the Eustace player will try to activate it and get out of the dodge. Defeatly used that because they knew they had to press something immediately or they weren't going to beat it. Ooh, it's really good for Seeds.
Yeah. I feel like could have cashed out with a ton of damage into SSBA right there. That would have shredded a lot to beat these guys, but clearly wants to preserve the meter for future interactions. That big old swing slamming down with the back special, taking out.
Very large sword. Just exceptionally big sword. Yeah.
Huge, in fact.
People name Siegfried and big swords. Name a more iconic Gigaho.
Yeah.
Yeah, held in, so just you were talking about this earlier, when it's held, the frame data changes. Yeah, so you kind of have to respect Siegfried afterwards.
There's another Raging Strike. Not in a position to get a combo afterwards, but it doesn't drain a Brave Point either. It was not on block.
Ooh, yeah, got the anti-air off the cross under. That's really good from Seeds to use movement to be able to go for an anti-air instead of like just straight anti-airing, right?
Yeah. Defeatly's been doing a lot of kind of defensive jump, similar to what you'd see in other games. Nice spot dodge versus the flash.
Yeah, and that was one of those things that's a Eustace knowledge check, right?
Yeah.
You knew that that the Eustace player probably wanted to ignite the grenade, so you try to stop them from doing so.
Yeah.
Yep. Brave counter immediately using that bar. And I mean, so Seeds actually has more meter than Defeatly does. So like, I mean, Seeds can Brave counter these without too much issue, and then maybe even go for a Raging Strike of their own.
Nice use of the EX Flamic right there to win the projectile war. Still have to be very careful at this range.
Yeah. Oh, the ultimate skill, that's absolutely killing.
Yeah.
No questions asked there.
Reached all the way over there, caught whatever button Seeds was trying to press. Defeatly taking the first game.
You know, that's one of those situations where I feel like maybe 2-2 could maybe anti-air. It's not unblockable, but I wonder if you could set up like RPS. It's just theory crafting in my head for a character that I won't be able to play after this weekend.
Alright, takes the plus frames. Nice anti-air again. This could be a nice lengthy conversion.
Yes, and then the setup afterwards is possible. Oh yeah, so try to use the dash attack there to be able to set for the frame kill into a throw. But again, throws are just too fast now.
Yeah.
People are still having trouble making the setups work. SBA?
Fighting no.
I thought for sure SBA to finish it off.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, the mash and wake up. A good call coming out from Seeds to take that round.
See, that looks so much cooler with the angle.
Yes.
I feel like that angle just like reinvigorated some of the win cinematics for me. I still want to see Charlotta scream, but with the angle. I'm gonna laugh so hard. I already know. Okay, yeah.
Time on spot dodge.
Ooh,
Nice
delayed.
Delayed to get the punish.
Two straight follow-up. Try going for that dash attack again. You know, I wonder what the percentage of people in this tournament have been using the dash macro to do these. Now that I think about it. Because that was added for this version.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, actually. I think in this game, a lot of people are just very used to doing the double tap forward to run.
Yeah, I did it the entire beta.
Yeah.
Oh, the jump right there. Ready for it with Seeds.
Yeah.
Overhead. You know, that overhead could pay out really hard if the grenade is on. Sorry, like, might be one of the few characters that gets a full combo or something, is Eustace. Okay, throw in the throw is back. Yeah, fully connected. Grenade up, and that hit.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. One hit for either player, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, one could hit, very specific. Oh no!
That is gonna work. Wow!
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I don't think so, Chief.
The bounce off the ceiling, keeping Seeds nice and protected. Game 3.
Ultimate skills showing to be stronger with some characters than others for sure.
Wow, the hitbox on that landing. Catching Eustace right there.
Yes, that's ground quake, you know? Okay, he's going to be able to keep the corner because of this. Yeah, forcing the Dragon Punch from completely. Yeah, you see that big explosion. Yeah, that's a big hitbox.
Go for the 2HH afterwards either. Tries to anti-other jump. Again, we've been seeing Defeatly do a lot of these kind of defensive jumps.
I was trying to get the throw bait on that one. It's going to be able to pull SBA here. Yep, easy money. And that's like a check situation, right? Like, they're so low. You have so much life to work with.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, decided not to do any follow-ups that time from Orkan and just continued the offense. Defeatly now 1 round away.
That was the stance cancel at work, too, because, you know, I mean, you can just hold the stance and you're kind of still, like, susceptible to the opponent walking up on you, but you can stance cancel almost immediately, very, very close to immediate anyway. Make things change. There's that parry again. Parry has not been a big option for Defeatly as of recent, so now bringing it to the table. Okay.
Hit combo limit, so probably wasn't able to get the setup that quite wanted. Count hit, this is all Defeatly right now. Gets the opening.
No, just barely. Okay, never mind, I got the follow-up. So yeah, that was the thing that we were talking about earlier, was if you have to delay the follow-up to allow the opponent to be high enough so that you can actually get a follow-up combo afterwards.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very good showing right there from Defeatly, just showing us like what Siegfried's all about, basically.
Very much so, very much so. Really good work, just cycling a lot of those options in pressure, making use of all of the Orkan follow-ups, making use of the fireball, the big overhead swing. There's just so much that Siegfried can do at all sorts of ranges. Very, as I mentioned before, very complete feeling character right now. But the next set is going to be our last one of the day. We are going to be having Merp for the first time on stream versus Lushi. Now, Merp, of course,
one of the
famous,
terrors.
yes, famous and arguably infamous in the Granblue Fantasy Versus community. Not originally, but of course known well as the VTube sensation, Alice Syndrome.
Ah, Lord. What a sensation. You know, sensation is definitely a word. I'm not sure I would use it, but... No, but yeah, Merp definitely one of the people to always be watching out for in Granblue Fantasy Versus for sure. Going to be going up against Lueshi for this top 32 qualifier. So I have not seen Merp play today, and no one has actually.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no one on stream, I should say. So I do not know if it's going to be Cagliostro.
I hope so. We haven't seen much CAG today. We saw, I think, one or two early on in the pools, but none to the level of Merp anyway. So I'm definitely curious to see what he has to offer in terms of this version of Cagliostro. Definitely another character affected by losing those hard knockdowns as well.
Most definitely. That was like one of the strongest parts about the character, is that the fact that she was able to utilize all of those knockdowns so well, right? Well, now you're flipping out a lot more. You're getting the back tech like just on almost everything nowadays. It's just... It's a bit of a different game for that character for sure, and I want to see, like, you know, how people either fight around it, or maybe it's not actually affecting it as much as I'm thinking, you know?
Yeah. Just have to wait and see.
Yeah. So, gonna be a button check first here. And now Lueshi, it's gotta be the Beelzebub. It's gotta be my liege.
Yeah.
My liege.
Although we were, of course, there's the classic, the hop on GBVS from
Yes, and I mean, you know, once Rising comes out, you'll be able to hop on it with any console, because this game does have crossplay.
It does have crossplay.
Rollback. Yes,
rollback crossplay features, of course, mentioned in the panel that happened earlier today. Another thing mentioned in the panel earlier today, of course, were the newcomers as well.
Yeah, so this is one of the slides. That little chibi head right there, that's Fukuhara-san himself.
Yeah.
Director of Granblue. So they had been working on this stuff since the beginning of Granblue Versus. They could not get it in immediately, and because of what kind of solutions are required to be able to put rollback and crossplay into a game, they definitely had to just make the game from the ground up. And it, not a cheap thing to do. No. Definitely not cheap in both money and time.
Not at all. Speaking of not cheap in money and time, new characters are always a big investment to add to the game for all sides of development. Anila, Siegfried, that we've been seeing plenty of today, and Nia, the new puppet character added to the game. Definitely a unique, fresh archetype. Anila, a more well-rounded beginner-type character. All exciting additions to the game.
Yes, yeah. So the characters that have all been announced so far for Granblue Fantasy Versus, well, except for Siegfried, Siegfried is not technically a part of this, have all been from new types of characters that exist in GBF.
Yes.
So Anila is a Divine General. We have not yet had one. Nier is an Evoker, which we had not yet had. And Grimnir is one of the disciples of a Primarch, of the Primarchs. So we are going to be getting mostly completely new types of characters so far. Yeah. We don't even know what's in store for the rest of it, because, you know, they did say they're aiming for 2023 release, but, you know.
So what you're saying is down the line we're going to be seeing one of the 6 dragons.
God, please give me Willness. Please give me Willness. Ugh, I need that in my life. I want to punch someone hard.
Sorry, is right there? But you want it to be fire right there. You want it to be with fire. And fire is cool. Well, fire is hot. But it's cool.
Well, we got our canon matchup in here.
Yep.
Yeah, Cagliostro, one of the people, the person to seal Beelzebub away during the Tower of Babel.
Believe in victory.
And we see it. Of course, we got the theme and everything.
Perfect.
That's alchemy. All right, there it is, calculated. That's the name of the move. I'm not saying that they calculated it, I promise.
Off to a strong start as well. Trying to get those count hits, but of course can't get that combo anymore. Closer, even on crouching count hit, that 2L is not going to combo into that. Lovely use of the teleport.
Yeah, very, very aptly timed actually, because it just barely got around the Unisonic. Another Karma, yeah, earlier that had connected on Merp, so now Merp, I think, was looking for it. You're like, you know, that wasn't such a good situation last time.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I feel like we actually tried there. Just not, the speed at which this character teleports, though, very hard to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something that's kind of unfortunate for Cagliostro is that EX teleport is still one of the best moves on her kit, I would say. Just it's such a fantastic option, but her DP is tied to her teleport. Her ultimate DP, her ultimate teleport is a DP. So a lot of times she's just not going to have access to that option because of how good that teleport is. That dash attack, the medium dash attack her is overhead, so she can set up some nasty high-low situations.
Well, she's completely ready for it from the jump, though.
Yeah.
Very surprising. Ooh, got the EX Unisonic. That's really good. Not coming to the dash, though. I wonder was maybe waiting for a teleport. Because, like, you don't want to go too far into the corner because she teleports out and then you put yourself right back in, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
we get to see the new anthem.
We get to see the new animation and everything.
God, that goes hard.
It absolutely does.
That goes so hard.
I love everything about this character. I think he's one of the coolest characters that they've ever created. Oh, wrangling field to get around the Raging Strike. Very, very nice. Okay, yeah, Merp trying to set up, but hey, remember, 2Ls are now minus.
Yep.
You can't just impose your will anymore.
Lovely time to choose a challenge from Lucy as well. Getting the KO with the Chaos Caliber. 1 round apiece.
Yeah, no, this is looking very, very good. For one of our qualifying matches, this is exactly what I would want. maybe I don't want the song, but you know, I can't do anything about it to stop them. Yeah, I like that, delaying the Unisonic so that you can't easily get an anti-air. Okay, dash attack.
Wow, check the attempt to try and get those plus frames with the light. Lovely timing on the spot dodge to avoid the Karma as well.
Oh, yeah, just barely got around it. Yeah, forced the dodge on that one, and because of it, it allowed Ueshi to just hit more money, hit more buttons. Okay, sweep. Oh, Raging Strike has to use the bravery point.
Yeah.
Yeah, just getting around all these webs. Wow, I feel like they've been a non-factor. Normally, there's such a big thing that you have to put into your game plan.
Oh, the overhead that time, hitting its mark. Merp taking game 1.
Yeah, because earlier we were talking about how like immediately ready Ueshi was for the overhead. Probably this time was expecting a mix-up for low because, you know, immediately showing that, hey, like I wasn't going to be getting caught by this overhead, so you're totally going low next time, right? Yeah. No dice. Sometimes it's the mix-up. Do the thing that they're second-guessing themselves on.
Oh, not able to fully capitalize as Merp. Didn't really have the cooldown to do too much there. Raging Strike.
Oh. Merc not believing, I guess.
Yep. Oh, anti-air with the far heavy. What an all-purpose move that is and always has been. Merc looking so comfortable right now. Tries to go for the meaty rating strike.
Ooh, yeah, that is unfortunately not helping me right there. But oh yeah, and there's the dodge.
Yep.
Now the funny move, you have seen the counterplay. It is meterless counterplay. It is very, very not difficult.
Yeah. And you just watched Bubs waste 50 meter for no real reason.
Well, you know, you gotta kind of show it, right? Like, because now the opponent has to think about it a little bit more when there's 50 meter, and that means they'll jump a little bit less because they want to be ready.
Yeah, that is true.
Pressure going right now. I was really looking for that teleport because it wasn't an EX one, it wasn't as fast, and so the jab didn't connect. Could use the bravery? No.
I like that, saving the meter. There's the overhead again. This time the teleport is going to catch. Oh, it's combo limit very early, obviously. Air hit, start off, and Merc looking so comfortable right now.
Yeah, we're just going to have to pull out literally all the stops at this point. Oh, trying to anti-air again, and unfortunately missed it another time. It felt like there were so many counter hits because Lueshi was trying to stop the teleports.
Yeah.
But the teleports were mixed up enough that they were either EX, so it was super fast, couldn't react to it quickly enough, or it was a medium teleport.
Yeah.
And so it was slow enough that they pressed the button too quickly.
Yeah, good stuff to Merc throughout that whole set. Gonna be our... Oh no, it looks like we have one more set lined up.
Yeah, we should have
side.
2 loser sides.
Yes, 3 winner side sets, 2 loser side ones, with Seeds and Gardening Tool coming up next. We saw, of course, Seeds on the Eustace, Tool on the Vera.
Yes, yeah, Tool, person out of PNW that a lot of us know. Vera was not the original character for Tool, it was Jita, but, well, I mean, technically Jita's not even the original character for them either, but Jita was definitely the one that brought them and prospered them, right? Vera, very, very strong pick, and I think Vera actually, quite frankly, benefits from the changes to Rising pretty well, actually.
Aside from the hits to the EX move, meter gain, which was such a boon to her in the previous game, but...
I mean, you know, Gran was living off that too, because the days of Gran getting 18 meter off of EXDP.
Well, Vera got 35.
Yeah, no, I remember. She needed it.
Yeah, sure. She does EX Scarlet Oath, round start RPS to the EXDP. If
Super
it hits,
Sky Boundar.
Jeez.
Bet you didn't expect that one at 89 seconds.
Crazy.
Yeah. And I mean, they had to do that nerf because of what they changed system mechanics wise.
Yeah.
There's so many more uses of meter now in this version of the game that people will just willy-nilly have access to all that stuff.
Yeah.
And these are supposed to be super powerful tools, right? When you use your meter. So you shouldn't have access to them at literally all times.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah. Balancing is a delicate thing, for sure. We got our gardener, gonna be gardening the seeds. Thank you, I'll be here all week.
Oh dear. Button check with Avatar Bilal. I kind of wish that we didn't see this character at all, and I think this character is a menace.
I am legitimately afraid of this character in this version of the game.
Yes.
Like, and with 0 questions asked. I think we're gonna have problems actually trying to deal with this dude.
Yeah, higher HP total for this character means a lot more than I would say for most other characters, especially since his EX moves and Pact and all of that stuff, they still only cost 500 HP.
Yeah.
But he now has 13,000 instead of 9,000. He doesn't suffer from the meter penalty stuff as hard as other characters as well. And just some of the new combo routes that he got just seem very, very strong. So a lot to look out for with Avatar Bilal, but we will not see that character probably for all of today. Instead, once again, Eustace versus Vera.
Yeah, yep. So about what we were going to expect. No deviations, no weirdo picks here. That gun won't help you. Bro, Vera goes hard. I don't care if anybody says that's wild. You brought a gun to a sword fight? I'm still gonna whoop you. Wouldn't feel natural without it.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Eustace is a fish.
Yeah, Eustace is not a gun, bro. What are you talking about? Good connection already.
Yeah, but there's the 5U immediately. Tool off to the races, and there's the Raging Strike. Huge connection. It's a far heavy off of that because of Lumi. That is crazy.
Bro, you're telling me there was a meter game there. Why did she have 64 bar at the beginning of the game?
Yeah, Caesar's dead.
Yeah, that's a Virum round. Like, there's no
23 seconds is eviscerated right there.
It's a Virum round. Like, I fully expect that every now and then, right? Like, that can just happen.
Yeah.
If you've been command grabbed at the start of the round, there's a good chance you're just gonna get bodied.
You're just gonna lose. There it is, another one.
Oh no.
You're getting checked. And now, of course, okay, very, very important for Siege right there to get that disengage.
Yeah, trying to change up the guard strength, I like it a lot because you know that your opponent's in install, so you really want to watch out for that type of DP. Okay, spot dodge, yup.
Yeah, very good. Usually don't spend any kind of meter on an extension there.
Oh man, yeah, super scary. Hit the Raging Strike immediately. Yeah, brave counter as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah. Ooh, punish. Not going to get the right spacing in order to make that save. This is definitely... Oh, cools out the Flamet with the punishment ray. What a punish. True to the name. Tool taking the first game.
Yeah, I got to change it to the whip punishment ray for sure. Yeah, so first game going to Tool, and I have to say that was just such a strong first game too.
Yeah.
Who put Tool loser? It's kind of it had to have been hard for the rest of you, right?
Yeah, someone incredibly good. This time Seed's a bit more ready for that 5U.
Slash 2-0 guard. Okay, that also makes sense.
Wow.
Yeah, wasn't any X, no follow-up, no wall bounce, right? But there it is right there, full conversion off this one. And very strong decision-making, right? Because you get your knockdown, you get your install. And you also get to set up Luminera.
Big close heavy anti, yeah, and look at the damage that's going to come afterwards. Into the 2U extension with the EX Darkane as well.
This character lost nothing. Character lost nothing. I was talking about this character being a menace. I'm tooting my own horn today. I was right. Problem.
Overhead out of the dash attack. Dash attack overhead.
Oh yeah, one of the Flaming Thunder on that one. Or excuse me, not the Thunder, but the orbs.
Yeah.
Okay, wall bounce on this one. Doesn't have enough to be able to go into install.
Yep, but tries to extend the meter as much as possible, gets the reset into the 5U, and there is a brave counter.
Yeah, no more Raging Strike for you. Get away from him. And again, trying to construct the guard strings in such a way that Guardian Tool can't like Amare as much, but still finding avenues to do it. Okay, what's range there? Oh goodness, yeah, trying to walk away, but not going to matter as Guardian Tool is now going to qualify for top 32 on the loser side, and that looked so strong. I cannot commend any further.
Yeah, that was a very, very powerful showing from Tool right there, right at the end. We lied again, by the way. That was the last set of the day. We didn't have two more. We didn't end on the winners qualifiers. No, that was our final set of the night. Thank you guys for tuning in. It has been a real fun time here in the Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising. First ever open beta tournament of all time.
Yes, yes, that's right. And before we send you guys out for this, I do want to mention that tomorrow we will have top 32 all the way to top 6, and then top 6 to crown our very first Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising champion here at Evo 2023. So while you guys are waiting, for tomorrow, gotta go through the sleeves, make sure to check the VODs for this if you missed any of the pools, and also make sure to check the VODs for the panel.
Yes.
The panel that happened where Fukuhara-san was talking about a lot of the changes, what's going into Granblue Fantasy Versus. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but I think you guys should just watch it.
Absolutely. Well, that is it for us for the time being. Once again, make sure to tune in tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. That's when the top 32 starts, and there's going to be action throughout the day. Once again, twitch.tv/Evo7, and of course, you can juggle that alongside all the other Evo streams as well. But this is going to be us signing off. I'm Virum. With me, of course,
Ebonic Plague. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a good rest of your night.
どうして私を捨てるの？一人にしないって約束したのに。嘘つき。どうしてです。こちらやって。おやすみなさい。お願い消して。邪魔なものは全部消そう。ダメです。いいから安らぎよ。いや、もう何もかも嫌。もう嫌なの。みんな消えればいい。来ないで。消えてです。ベッドのご用意。触らないで。こんな世界暗い引き裂いて。なんでどうしてくら
Granblue Fantasy Versus Rising
クラさん愛しい人。
時は満ちた。